Chapter 362. She was standing outside during school hours, not even carrying her school bag. She was only holding a file and looking over coldly. This was very different from the little Nine that Jung Tan usually saw. Little Nine, this child, if she was good to others, she would be very considerate of others. Conversely, when she did not like anyone, even if it was her biological father, not to mention that this biological father had sold her. If it was not for Jung Tan helping her at that time, perhaps little Nine would have been long gone. She repaid kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. She was decisive and ruthless. Perhaps this was the reason why blind Lord Kuan allowed little Nine to stay. With little Nine's current background, there was no need to be afraid of these people. Therefore, Jung Tan was not worried that little Nine would be bullied by them. He was only worried that with little Nine's age, it would be hard for her to make a decision. When these people saw little Nine, they were very excited. Little Nine's father wanted to shout and scold a few habitual words, but little Nine just waved her hand, indicating for them to change places to talk. Hey, you made me look for you. Little Nine's father wanted to make a move after going over, but when he met little Nine's eyes, he stopped abruptly. He was afraid. Without taking another look at this blood-related father, little Nine brought the four of them to a restaurant that wasn't too big. There was a closed for business sign hanging at the door. Little Nine ignored it and pushed the door open and went in. The boss and employees were doing their own things as usual. They were not curious about the 5 people who came in, as if they already knew. They did not look and were doing their own things. The 5 of them sat around a table. The waiter handed them a cup of water. Yes, only 1 cup of water, and it was only placed in front of little Nine. As for the other 4, they were treated as air. Hey, what's going on here? Don't you know that the customer is God? If you don't even know this, how can you do business? The leader shouted. As soon as he said that, the 3 waiters and the boss in the restaurant rolled up their sleeves and looked over, their eyes extremely unfriendly. Why don't I send you to meet God? The boss said with a faint smile. The leader choked and turned back resentfully, not wanting to argue anymore. He just wanted to collect his debt and go back. Little Nine drank some water, put down the cup, and was about to say something when he saw a black cat standing outside the window. A smile flashed across his originally complicated eyes, and he quickly got up to open the door. Black charcoal. The leader's face twitched. Black cat again? Previously, when they were beaten up in Tsinghua University, a black cat was also present. As expected, nothing good ever came out of running into a black cat. However, why did this cat's name sound like the black cat from that day? Could it be the same one? However, this place wasn't very close to Tsinghua University. After Jung Tan entered the room, he squatted down on a chair at the side, watching the development of the situation, and helping little Nine. One of the employees in the shop pointed at the boss with his mouth. Boss, there's a cat. Another employee whispered to the boss. That cat is very calm. Does it know little Nine? You're quite brave, not afraid of strangers at all. The restaurant owner's mouth twitched. He had heard that this cat even dared to play with Lord Kuren's beard. What else would it not dare to do? Others might not know, but he had heard of the rumors about this cat. Because of Jung Tan's participation in the shop, the atmosphere in the shop changed slightly. Little Nine took a deep breath and took out something from the document bag. It was a thin piece of paper that looked like it had just been printed. There were no wrinkles or stains on the paper, and it was pale white. Little Nine pushed the paper in front of her father and said, After signing this agreement, we'll go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Little Nine's father was illiterate, but he could still understand most of the words. On the paper, it was very clear that little Nine would help him pay off his debt, and then they would not owe each other anything. Seeing that he could pay off the debt, little Nine's father did not think much about it. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the paper, and even pressed his thumbprint. Little Nine lowered her eyelids, so that the people around them could not see what she was thinking. She looked very calm, but Jung Tan could tell from little Nine's clenched fists that this child was not as calm as she appeared. No matter what, they were blood relatives. When the man signed the agreement, he did not hesitate. Jung Tan did not know what to say. Mao and the man in front of him were both fathers, but why was there such a big difference? Was it because of poverty? Or was it because of other reasons? This agreement was just a test by Little Gio. When Elder Cohen decided to let Little Gio stay, the various procedures had already been completed. Little Gio no longer had anything to do with this family. Even if they were to meet in court, there was enough evidence to prove that they had an overwhelming victory. From the moment the man signed the agreement, Little Nine had really cut off all ties with the past. She crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash bin. Just as the man in front of her was about to shout, Little Nine took out a card and placed it in front of the debt collector. The password is 6 nines. As Little Nine spoke, he took out $300 bills from his pocket and pointed at the blood-related people sitting across from him. However, he looked at the leader and said, "Send this person back to where he came from. I don't want to see him again. If he appears here again, he and all of you will not be able to leave." "Are you threatening me?" The leader stood up. However, before he could stand up straight, a kitchen knife chopped at the side of his arm. It almost cut into the table. His sleeve was already cut. If it had been just a little bit more, a piece of flesh would have been cut off from his arm. Good knife skills, Jung Tan thought. Regardless of whether it was the 3 debt collectors or Little Nine's father, their faces were all pale. The leader's face twitched a few times as he looked in the direction where the knife came from. On the other side, the restaurant owner was sitting at the cashier counter. His fingers were rhythmically tapping on the table. He had the same smile on his face as usual, as if he had just done something very normal. "Oh, sorry, my hand slipped. I was going to chop the fly." A waiter sitting at the door looked at the people on the table and laughed. On his finger, a table knife spun quickly. It was as natural as spinning a pen. His finger was unharmed. F***CK, I definitely can't come to this restaurant to eat in the future. I won't come even if I starve to death. This was the thought shared by the 3 debt collectors. If they still didn't understand the situation now, they would be retarded. Fortunately, the 3 debt collectors weren't that retarded. They knew how to judge the situation. Since they couldn't be strong here, and they had already gotten the money, it was right to leave as soon as possible. Forcing themselves to be calm, the leader put away the card and the 300 yuan. He grabbed the bearded man and hurried out. After walking a distance, the 3 debt collectors let out a long breath. After the shock, they were furious. The leader raised his hand and slapped Little Nine's father. "It's all because of you. F***CK. The bearded man didn't dare to defend himself. He continued to cower. "What do we do now?" Another person asked. "What else can we do? Of course, we have to find an ATM and see if there's money in the card. If there's no money, should we go back and ask for more?" The 3 of them fell silent. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became harmonious. The waiter and boss comforted Little Nine. They knew Little Nine and Little Nine often came here to eat. Sometimes Little Nine even took an afternoon nap here. The boss put down a plate of rice in front of Little Nine. "Eat. After eating, hurry back to class." Little Nine took a spoon and ate spoonful by spoonful. She didn't eat breakfast in the morning. Because of this incident, she didn't have much of an appetite. Her head was very low. As she ate, tears fell. Her face was expressionless. After all, she was still a child. The people in the restaurant didn't say anything. The boss patted her head gently and put a bowl of warm red bean paste beside her. After eating and drinking the red bean paste, Little Nine turned back into the lively Little Nine. Jung Tan sent Little Nine to school. He was worried that Little Nine would be scolded for being late for 2 classes. Who knew that when she entered the school, Little Nine would take out a sick leave slip and a hospital certificate from her bag. Seeing Little Nine's red eyes, the person in charge at the school gate didn't say anything and let her in. Jung Tan. After seeing Little Nine enter class, Jung Tan went back. Whether it was Little Nine or Little Pomelo, their classes went up along with their grades. Jung Tan couldn't go up. In the restaurant that Little Nine had stayed in, the closed for business sign had been removed. "Hey boss, who are those 3 cowards from just now? Why are they so arrogant?" the staff asked. The boss waved his hand casually. "They aren't anything presentable. Just throw them out of the underworld another day." The 3 people who were labeled as not presentable looked at the numbers on the ATM and were immersed in the world of how much money they could get. They didn't know that they were being targeted. Just as someone once said, if you didn't have the foresight, you wouldn't last long in any industry. Zheng Tan went back to school with a heavy heart because of little Nine. He thought about how Er Mao treated Er Yuan, and how little Nine's father treated little Nine. The difference was huge. However, Zheng Tan thought about the time before he became a cat. That irresponsible father that he only saw a few times a year. Then he thought about the current Jiao Pa. TSK. Familial love was actually quite complicated. That wasn't right. Was it familial love or the human heart that was complicated? When he passed by the kindergarten, Zheng Tan stopped in his tracks. Shua Kitten's last class in the morning seemed to be an outdoor activity class. Thus, Zheng Tan jumped to the fence and squatted down, waiting for their outdoor activity class to arrive. Recently, Shua Kitten's mood wasn't good. Why? Shua Kitten wanted to go to primary school, but the teacher objected. 6 years old was the legal age to enroll in school. In some places, it was still 7 years old. If one was too young, there might be all kinds of inconveniences. For many children, enrolling in school early wasn't a good thing. The school was also in a difficult position. Some time ago, when Zheng Tan came here, he heard Shua Kitten complain that their teacher wanted him to go to preschool for a year. However, that little brat had told Zheng Tan in private that even if he went to Lord Buddha to roll around, he would still go to primary school this year. Because if Shua Kitten went to primary school, according to little Zhua's promise, she should come back. When the outdoor class started, the children in Shua Kitten's class all ran out, fighting for their favorite ladders and castles. Only Shua Kitten looked at the fence first. Then she smiled and ran over. As she ran, she shouted, brother, hey, let me tell you." Chapter 363. Compared with some time ago, Shua Kitten's mood today seems to be quite good. And the words, "I'll tell you," indicate that there will be a long conversation. Although every time Zheng Tan comes over, Shua Kitten is talking, but today this guy looks like he will say more. Sure enough, Shua Kitten then said that he went to find Lord Zeng, and proudly described how he used his clever brain to pretend to be pitiful in front of Lord Zeng, how to roll around, how to negotiate with Lord Zeng. Zheng Tan suddenly remembered a time when she went out for a stroll on the old street. When she walked past a tofu stall, she heard a few aunties say that the child who bought the tofu used her brain to make tofu even though she was supposed to be a doctor. But now, Zheng Tan saw that Shua Kitten's IQ was used to make a scene, and she even succeeded in doing so. After a lot of preamble and foreshadowing, Shua Kitten stared at Zheng Tan with bright eyes, and his mouth couldn't help but open. "Brother He, Grandma Yi agreed that I should go to primary school this year." The Grandma Yi in Shua Kitten's mouth is Lord Zeng. Lord Zeng's real name is Yi He. Usually, Shua Kitten directly calls Lord Zeng Grandma Yi. In addition to Grandma Yi, there are Grandma Li, Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Lu, and a lot of other grandparents. With the help of these elders who have a lot of power, it is not a problem for Shua Kitten to go to primary school in advance. Moreover, Shua Kitten has been tested by the affiliated primary school. There is no problem in the first grade at all. There is no need to go through another back door. If it weren't for Shua Kitten's young age, the teacher in charge of the test would have almost said that the child didn't need to go to the first grade. Zheng Tan knew that this little guy had a higher IQ than the other children. While the other children were still barely able to recognize numbers, he had already come into contact with pi. While the other children were scrambling to show that they could memorize the decimal places of pi, this little brat had already come into contact with three-dimensional geometry. This was because once, when Zheng Tan came over, she saw Shua Kitten holding a small rubber ball to measure its diameter. On the penultimate page of his sketchbook, there was a formula for calculating the volume of the ball. Zheng Tan had no idea how knowledgeable the 5-year-old Shua Kitten was. Usually, she only heard the kindergarten teachers say that Shua Kitten was a smart child, but they rarely mentioned the word genius. It was enough to show that Shua Kitten was still quite low-key and restrained. At most, she would deliberately tease the teachers and classmates. Brother He, do you think my mother will come back after I go to primary school?" Shua Xiaomao looked at Zheng Tan expectantly. "How would I know?" Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. Perhaps only Lord Zeng and the woman who usually took care of little kitten Zhua knew about it. "By the way, I asked Mom on Mother's Day. Mom said that she would come back when I was in elementary school. Joakitten said softly as she kicked the wall lightly. Mother's Day had just passed. According to Joakitten, although little Joa had not returned, he would have video calls with Joakitten every once in a while. Mother's Day was also the time for video calls. Since little Joa had said so, could he really come back this year? If that was the case, that would be great. Although Joakitten usually lived a good life, she did not have her parents by her side for as long as she could remember. Compared to other children, she would always be lacking. Even if her intelligence was higher than other children, she was still a child after all. Joakitten had already determined that her mother would come back this year. Therefore, other than being more talkative than usual, she was also exceptionally happy. Once she was happy, Joakitten treated the other students especially well. She was very patient with the students who came to ask her questions, and did not tease them anymore. Jungtan did not know if little Joa could come back or not. If she could not come back this year, how depressed would Joakitten be? Although she was still a child, sometimes it was difficult to deal with children when they were serious. On the other side of the ladder, there was a child who was crying with snot all over his face. The more the teacher comforted him, the harder the child cried. Jungtan looked over there. He felt that he should think about what to prepare for Joakitten as a gift for June 1st. When the time came, it would also be a consolation gift. Since junior high school, June 1st was just a date. It no longer had that special meaning. However, for every child in primary school, it was a memorable holiday. On that day they would have performances, singing and dancing, snacks from the school, and holidays. On that day it would be very smooth to ask their parents for gifts. When the new year came, Jungtan gave Joakitten a big red packet. It was not good to give another big red packet on June 1st. If there was no red packet, what should he give? For the next few days, Jungtan had been thinking about it. It just so happened that Xiaogua's shop had recently held an event. Xiaogua had customized some gifts as gifts for those VIP customers. Most of these gifts were cat-shaped and dog-shaped dolls, ranging from small phone accessories to big pillows and stuffed toys that were about the size of humans. Of course, any kind of gift would have to correspond to the VIP membership points. The few biggest stuffed toys were specially used by Xiaogua to please a few special customers. Every time those customers came, Xiaogua could always make a lot of money. Jungtan could not have any ideas about those things, so he set his eyes on the pillows. He chose purely based on the value of the toys. Since he could not pick the biggest one, he would pick the second biggest one. One day, after going to the pet center for a routine shoot, Jungtan did not ask for the overtime pay that Xiaogua gave him. Instead, he took a pillow with him. The original shape of the gifts was based on the cats and dogs in the studio. Even the paparazzi dolls were included. They did not have front legs. There were only 2 protrusions on the front legs, and they used their hind legs to maintain balance. Needless to say, this cat that was rescued by the dog from the earthquake was quite popular. Many people wanted to give away the phone chain and the dolls that looked like this guy. Although Jungtan was also very popular in the cat community, because of the color of his fur, the dolls that were given as gifts did not have much of an advantage compared to other cats. When Charlie sent Jungtan back to the Jiao family, he also sent the BC pillow that Jungtan had chosen to the Jiao family. The front was a black cat's head, and the back was embroidered with the letters BC. Jiaoma thought that Jungtan had brought it back for himself. She did not expect that Jungtan had not opened the package. Because June 1st was on Monday this year, and the Dragon Boat Festival was close to June 1st, the kindergarten was on holiday from the Dragon Boat Festival to June 1st, which was a full 5 days of holiday. If Jungtan wanted to give a gift, he could only choose the day before the holiday to bring the person to the courtyard. Otherwise, how could he give away such a big pillow? It was too inconvenient. Jungtan ran to the entrance of the kindergarten 10 minutes before school ended. He knew that the person in charge of taking care of Zhuo, who was called Little Wan by Lord Zeng, would be waiting 10 meters to the left of the school entrance, so he walked over there. Generally speaking, Little Wan would arrive 5 to 10 minutes early. After all, sometimes the kindergarten's end time was not so strict, and there was a certain amount of flexibility. But today, after Jungtan arrived, he waited for a few minutes and did not see Little Wan arrive. Just as he was wondering why little one had not arrived yet, Zheng Tan heard someone call his cat name, Black Charcoal. Hearing this voice, Zheng Tan's first reaction was to find it familiar. His second reaction was to turn his head and look. After seeing the person's face clearly, Zheng Tan was a little absent-minded. It was not until the person called out Black Charcoal that Zheng Tan reacted. Little Joie. It was Little Joie. Zheng Tan felt that his eyes were a little sore. The person in front of him was Little Joie, but he looked different from before. In Zheng Tan's memory, Little Joie's deepest impression was the image of Little Joie holding a book and sitting on a bench by the artificial lake. That young and gentle person was one of the 3 trump cards of the famous Lord Zeng, with unlimited potential. Because of Zhuo Xiaowan, Zheng Tan often saw some of the students under Lord Zeng. Some stayed in school, some went abroad to further their studies and came back. They did not look much different from when they left. At most, they became a little more radiant. After all, they were all going to higher places. Little Joie, who was the same age as them, looked younger than those people back then. Only 4 or 5 years had passed, but Little Joie looked like he had experienced more than 10 years. Not only that, but he also had a thin and sickly feeling. Even the clothes he used to wear now looked like they were one size bigger. Zheng Tan recalled some things that Jiaopa had said. Some projects were more harmful to people. Even if there were protective measures, they could not be completely avoided. It was as if he had overdrawn his life. No wonder Jiaopa said that the project was very dangerous. No wonder so many people could not come back. No wonder Lord Zeng opposed her participation in the project. When Zheng Tan looked at Little Joie had already walked in front of Zheng Tan. Squatting and reaching out to touch Zheng Tan's forehead, Little Joie smiled and said, "Are you scared? Don't worry, you'll get better after a period of rest." Little Joie knew that he was not in good shape now. Generally speaking, after the completion of the project, he could apply to leave and recuperate there for a period of time. There would be specialized treatment staff to help treat him. Little Joie's original plan was to recuperate there and come back when he looked better. However, the conversation with Zhuo Xiaowan on Mother's Day made Little Joie change his mind. Zhuo Xiaowan video chatted with Little Joie every year, so Little Joie could be recognized by Zhuo Xiaowan even if he did not do any recuperation treatment. When she saw the black cat squatting in front of the kindergarten just now, she was actually a little nervous. She was worried that the cat would not recognize her if she left for too long. But in fact, from the black cat's eyes, she knew that the cat still remembered her. It was just that it was a little frightened by her current appearance. After all, she now looked like she had aged more than 10 years. In addition to wrinkles, there were some spots. Her face was far less radiant than before. Even if her former classmates saw her current appearance, they might not be able to recognize her. When Little Joie came back yesterday, Lord Zeng also recognized Little Joie immediately. When he saw Little Joie's appearance, Lord Zeng, who usually had a straight face and did not have much expression, directly reddened his eyes. However, he did not say much. He only said, "It's good that you're back." When she was young, she was more willful. She was always unwilling to listen to others' advice. She also did a lot of wrong things and made decisions impulsively. In the past few years, she had thought things through and understood a lot. The person she was most sorry to was Zhuo Xiaowan. Now that she was back, she would not leave again. In the rest of her life, she would always be with Zhuo Xiaowan and watch him grow up. Little Zhuo was still about to talk to Zheng Tan when a child came out of the kindergarten over there. Zhuo Xiaowan ran out. Usually, she did not see this kid so impatient. Mommy. Zhuo Xiaowan, who ran out, looked over. After seeing Little Zhuo, her anxious and worried face immediately turned into a smile. Zhuo Xiaowan threw herself into Little Zhuo's arms. Then she lowered her head and called Zheng Tan, "Brother Black." She said to Little Zhuo, Mommy, let's invite Brother Black to eat together." "Black Charcoal, do you want to join us?" Little Zhuo looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan turned his head. "Forget it today. Let the mother and son spend more time together." Seeing Zhuo Xiaowan's joy, it would not cool down for a while. Zhuo Xiaowan called twice, but Zheng Tan did not follow. After Little Zhuo led Zhuo Xiaowan away, Zheng Tan went back to the courtyard. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned a corner, and followed not far behind the mother and son. It was still early now. Jiao Ma had not returned home yet. Zheng Tan could still stay outside for a while and listen to what little Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaowan were talking about. However, it was Zhuo Xiaowan who was talking all the way. Little Zhuo just smiled and listened. From time to time, he would respond to Zhuo Xiaowan and let her perform. When they passed by the International Academic Hall, a group of people came out of the hall. They were surrounded by a few famous young returnees. Most of them were around 30 years old. They were about the same age as little Zhuo now. Even if they were older, they were only a few years older. It was just that they looked younger than little Zhuo and were much more glorious. The crowd surrounded them. There were also some experts and scholars accompanying them. Words such as young and promising, unlimited potential, pillars of the country kept appearing. If little Zhuo had not participated in that project back then, he might be among these people now. He might even be higher than them. A group of figures with halos brushed past little Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaowan. They did not pay much attention to the mother and son. They talked about their own ideals, ambitions, achievements, and glorious future amidst the compliments of a group of people. Little Zhuo, who had already walked past, looked back at the group of people. There was not much envy. Everyone had their own choices and their own paths. Although, in terms of contributions, she might have more achievements than those people combined, her achievements could not be exposed. At least not now. After taking a look, little Zhuo turned back and continued to lead Zhuo Xiaowan home. When little Zhuo turned back to look, he did not pay attention to Zhuo Xiaowan's movements. However, Zheng Tan, who was following behind, saw it. Zhuo Xiaowan also glanced at those people. When little Zhuo turned back, Zhuo Xiaowan also turned back. There were other parents who had picked up their children from kindergarten. A child was sitting behind his mother's scooter. He was showing off a poem he had learned today. Luo Binwang's Singing the Goose. He had memorized a few words wrongly. However, it was not easy for a child at this age to memorize a poem. Even if they could not understand the meaning of the poem, the parents were still very happy. Zhuo Xiaowan glanced at the child. Then she shook little Zhuo's hand and said to little Zhuo, Mommy, let's memorize a poem too." "Okay, what poem does Xiaowan want to memorize?" little Zhuo asked. "Let's compare poems." "Okay, compare poems. Xiaowan first." Zhuo Xiaowan thought for a moment and raised her chin. "Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron." Little Zhuo was stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. "Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. Sulfur, chloroargon, potassium, calcium." Zheng Tan, who was behind them and heard everything clearly, was speechless. This was a poem? This was clearly the periodic table of the elements. Chapter 364. Because of little Zhuo's return, Zheng Tan had originally planned to stop little Zhuo, bring him to the courtyard, and then give him a present for the 6th of July. But now it seemed that there was no need. There was no gift that could make him happier than little Zhuo's return. The so-called consolation gift was also unnecessary. He couldn't give the present today, and he wasn't in a hurry to give it. He would wait for the opportunity. Unexpectedly, before Zheng Tan could choose the opportunity, little Zhuo came directly to his door. After visiting the Jiao Ma, little Zhuo talked to the Jiao and Jiao Ma for a while. Of course, she didn't talk about the projects she had participated in. Those were the projects she had signed a confidentiality agreement with. She wouldn't and couldn't disclose them. Just like the excuse Lord Zeng gave her for going abroad to do research, she talked about the research she had participated in the past few years. She didn't say much. After all, it wasn't true, and little Zhuo couldn't lie too much. The Jiao understood and didn't ask much. In addition to visiting the Jiao family, little Zhuo also picked up Zheng Tan to her house to celebrate the Children's Day with little Zhuo. On the Children's Day, the 4 members of the Jiao family didn't have a holiday at all. Zheng Tan could stay with little Zhuo for a day. After the Dragon Boat Festival, on Saturday, Zheng Tan went out with the Jiao family. Little Pomelo went to junior high school, Jiao Pa went to college, Jiao Ma went to affiliated to Renmin University of China, and Jiao Yuan went back to school on Sunday. So that morning, only Jiao Ma went to affiliated to Renmin University of China. Zheng Tan directly stayed in the courtyard after going downstairs, lying on a wooden chair and waiting. Next to the chair was a pillow that Father Jiao had brought down for him. It was placed in a bag and was used as a gift. Little Pomelo had tied the bag with a ribbon and tied it with a bow. According to little Zhua, she would go out to buy groceries this morning and then come directly to pick up Zheng Tan. They were still living in the elevator room in the west courtyard. Zheng Tan couldn't go there alone. The building's security was troublesome, and he had to bring a present. In the morning, De Peng followed the old lady to buy groceries. Huang was still sleeping at home. The sheriff came out for a walk. He heard that the sheriff ate 3 dumplings at once during the Dragon Boat Festival. After his owner found out, he immediately sent to the pet center. Usually, the sheriff's owner was upset when he saw that 3 dumplings were gone. Not to mention that the sheriff's hut, the hut to Runmin, was in the courtyard. In the Sin's Huais. No wonder the sheriff's owner's is his. Wonder the sheriff's owner. His owner's is his. SSSS home day cat. SSS ats. T's S2. Hus to worry. S to T-tes S A's is S to worry. T-T-T-T-T-T. T-Tia. Watching the sheriff climb over the wall outside the courtyard, Zheng Tan shook his head. Zheng Tan didn't wait long. Little Zhua came over at 8 o'clock. She was carrying the groceries that she had just bought from the market. It wasn't a lot. After the groceries were transferred to one of her hands, she helped Zheng Tan carry the big black pillow with a cat's head. The Jiaopa had called and told her about it. It always felt awkward to let a woman help carry things, but Zheng Tan couldn't help it. He was just a cat now. The west courtyard was very green now. It was not as bare as it was 2 years ago. The branches of the trees were spread out, and it looked much more comfortable. It was time to go to work, and there was no one around. Zheng Tan didn't take the stairs. He took the elevator with little Zhua. After entering the house, Zheng Tan found that the house didn't seem to have changed much compared to a few years ago. There were only a lot of little Zhua's things. The original decorative paintings on the wall had become little Zhua's graffiti. Xiao Wan, who had helped take care of little Zhua for the past few years, had left. Her task had been completed. She was replaced by another middle-aged nanny, who was newly hired by Lord Zeng. Unlike the nanny hired when little Zhua was pregnant, this nanny didn't have any dislike for Zheng Tan. After little Zhua came in, the nanny quickly took the groceries and went to the kitchen. Little Zhua was holding a pen and drawing on her small drawing board. When she saw Zheng Tan, she dropped the pen and ran over. Black Bro's gift for you. Little Zhua handed the pillow to little Zhua. Thank you, Black Bro. The little kid didn't stand on ceremony. He took the pillow and opened it. Then, he put the pillow in the room directly at the head of the bed with a smile. Zheng Tan noticed that there was a small bookshelf in little Zhua's room. There were a few books on it that were taken from little Zhua's bookshelf. Zheng Tan had seen those books on little Zhua's bookshelf before. Looking carefully, there were a few books that had traces of being newly flipped through in children's-style bookmarks. On little Zhua's desk, there was a Chinese dictionary and an English dictionary. Both of them seemed to have been flipped through many times. Zheng Tan jumped on the table and looked at the books on the bookshelf. There were a few children's science books. The books had also been flipped through, but now they were placed at the corner of the bookshelf. From the corner of the bookshelf, he looked at the books from the easy to difficult. They covered a wide range of subjects. Some of them had been flipped through many times, and some of them had been flipped through very little. The ones that had been flipped through very little might not be because little Zhua didn't like to read them. It was just that he couldn't understand them now. However, Zheng Tan wasn't sure when that little kid would be able to understand them. Little Zhua hadn't been around for the past few years, so it definitely wasn't little Zhua who taught him. That little one should have taught him, but most of it was little Zhua's own choice. While little Zhua was hugging the pillow and watching cartoons, little Zhua was holding a photo album and looking at it by the big window in the room. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in watching cartoons with little Zhua, so he went over to see what little Zhua was looking at. Jumping on the table at the side, Zheng Tan saw that there was a yellowed black and white old photo in the photo album. There was a circle of lace on the side. In the photo was a man who looked to be in his 30s. However, he was in his 30s at that time. He should be in his 50s now, right? He looked a bit like Little Joie. Could he be Little Joie's father? There was a drawing next to the photo. The paper was already yellowed. It was probably about the same age as the old photo. However, the person who drew the picture wasn't very good at drawing. Zheng Tian couldn't see what was drawn on the paper. He could only see that it was something similar to a circle. Little Joie's fingers rubbed the picture and the drawing on the paper through the protective film of the photo album. Then, she took out a golden badge from the drawer of the table beside her. The badge looked very similar to the drawing on the paper. Placing the golden badge next to the picture and the drawing on the paper, Little Joie remembered some things that happened to her father when he was alive. She always remembered that when she was young, after her father drew this picture on the paper, he said to her in a very yearning tone, "There is a golden badge. It symbolizes supreme honor." Unfortunately, until he passed away, he was still unable to obtain that small golden badge. Touching the lines on the golden badge, Little Joie said to Zheng Tian beside her, "Black charcoal, do you know that a tree needs green leaves that are exposed to the sun to carry out photosynthesis? It needs bright flowers with a fragrance to attract insects to spread pollen. It needs fruits to continue the next generation. However, it also needs roots that are buried in the soil and cannot see the sun to absorb water. This badge is proof of my sacrifice. It is also the promise that this country has given me. With it, no matter if Kitten is smart or stupid, this golden badge will protect him." Zheng Tian knew that Joie Kitten's father on the household register was not his biological father. However, all the official documents were the same as the ones on the household register. All the files might not be true, but they were definitely authentic. They couldn't be more authentic. No one knew Joie Kitten's real background. She wouldn't be criticized and wouldn't have those strange looks. The values of the people of this era and the people of the past may be somewhat different. However, there are really many nameless heroes in this country. Many. There were many people who couldn't come back after going there. No one remembered them. Only some files that wouldn't be made public recorded their achievements. Perhaps 1 or 2 medals that symbolized their achievements accompanied them to the ground. The world needed people to be praised. However, most of these people would never be known by people. "Brother Hey!" Joie Kitten, who was watching TV, suddenly shouted. Hearing Joie Kitten's shout, Zheng Tian and Little Joie both came back to their senses and looked over. They originally thought that Joie Kitten was calling them for something. However, Joie Kitten was only watching TV and didn't look over at Zheng Tian. Because of the angle, Zheng Tian couldn't see what was on TV. He didn't plan to pay attention to it. However, he didn't expect Joie Kitten to shout again. "Brother Hey! Mommy, Brother Hey is on TV," Joie Kitten said to Little Joie. Little Joie quickly wiped her tears and took a few deep breaths to adjust her mood. Then she smiled and walked over. Zheng Tian was also curious. When did he go on TV? He went over to take a look. Joie Kitten was watching an entertainment program. There were several movie previews. Among them, there was the movie that Zheng Tian acted in last year. It was a very short clip. When Zheng Tian came over to watch, he only saw one scene and the ending just this summer. Then the trailer ended. Little Joie didn't notice. She only saw a few short scenes in a hurry. She saw the black cat in the movie, but she didn't connect the black cat in the movie with Zheng Tian. However, Joie Kitten said it with certainty and Little Joie didn't refute. Zheng Tian observed Little Joie's expression and found that she didn't recognize him. He was secretly relieved. As long as it wasn't easy to recognize him, he was still free to go out for a walk. The movie wasn't so similar to reality. When Zheng Tian was shooting, he also chose a lot of angles that were beneficial to him. He let the camera take pictures of him to make him look more handsome. In addition to the post-production and some small special effects, no one should be able to directly match the cat in the movie with a cheap cat like him who was wandering around all day. However, how did Joie Kitten recognize him? Looking at the child, she was quite sure. Speaking of black cats, there were also people in the Western District compound who raised black cats. When he came over in the morning, he saw one that looked quite similar to him. Little Joie didn't intend to argue with Joie Kitten about this topic. She looked at the screening time and said to Joie Kitten, "Kitten, Mommy will take you to see this movie." Okay, at the same time, in Air Mao's house on the 3rd floor of the Eastern District compound, Air Mao, who was also watching this channel, was testing milk for his daughter. Every time he mixed milk, he would taste it himself to see if there was any strange smell and how the temperature was. Although the little girl could eat now, he didn't forget to drink milk. Chapter 365. Yuan saw that her father was wasting her milk and called out, "Ah! Ah!" She was a little anxious, but she couldn't express anything too complicated. Seeing that Mao was still staring at the TV, Yuan was unhappy. She patted the chair and used her voice to express her dissatisfaction. "Dad! Dad!" Hearing Yuan's call, Mao finally turned around and passed the milk to Yuan. "Daughter, that black coal actually acted in a movie." "Brother Black?" Yuan didn't understand what a movie was, but she knew that the black coal her father was talking about was Brother Black. Like Xue Xiaomao, she and Wei Xiaopeng also called Zheng Tan Brother Black. Yes. It must be that guy. I knew it with one look. Other than the black coal, no other cat can act like that. That look in its eyes is so naughty, Mao said. Yuan held the cup and drank the milk. She thought about what her father meant by naughty, naughty, naughty. She thought for a long time but couldn't understand. Forget it, she didn't want to think about it. Drinking milk was more important. When she saw Brother Black, she would learn from her father and say naughty, naughty, naughty. Mao didn't know what his daughter was thinking. He was still shocked by the movie trailer just now. He was busy taking care of his wife and child last year, and didn't pay much attention to the black coal. He didn't expect that it had already acted in a movie. What a simple life. After thinking for a while, Mao still couldn't calm down the curiosity and surprise in its heart, but it couldn't just go upstairs and ask. At this time, the cat must be hanging around outside, and it might even be flirting with a female cat. If Zheng Tan knew what Mao was thinking, he would definitely rush over and beat him up. Seeing the phone on the table, Mao picked it up and saw that Yuan was drinking milk seriously. He told her to put the cup aside and play by herself for a while. If she needed anything, she could call him. He would go next door to make a call. The nanny was hanging the clothes. Mao went to the next room after informing her. He closed the door, flipped through the address book and called Celestine. Celestine was at the company checking a few shipping orders and stamping them. He was a little tired from looking at the orders, so he went outside to get some fresh air. When he heard Mao's call, Celestine wondered why Mao was calling him at this time. As soon as the call connected, Celestine heard Mao's exclamation. "Senior, did you know? Black coal actually acted in a movie. It's not a pet commercial, it's a real movie. It's a big movie with a few small celebrities, and it's on the big screen." Wei Ling choked on the word create. It took him a while to realize what he was talking about. "Speak properly," Celestine said. Mao, ever since his daughter, Yuan, could speak, he often talked to her. Although he influenced Yuan and let her learn a lot of words, Mao also learned some vague pronunciations and some habits when speaking to children. For example, he said eat as eat and sleep as sleep. If he only said this to children, it would be fine. Many parents did this, but Mao also said this when everyone gathered together. He even mixed in some baby language, which gave everyone goosebumps. A group of grown-ups talking like this when they were together. Celestine wanted to punch him. However, black charcoal acted in a movie? He seemed to have heard similar news last year. He thought it was just like the advertisement at the pet center, so he didn't take it seriously. Now that he looked at it, it was true. What's the name? Celestine walked into the office and sat beside the computer. He searched for the movie Black Cat, according to the name Mao mentioned. There was no cat's name on the cast list, only a few actors and the director's introduction. However, from the publicity, the director told the media that the black cat in the movie was borrowed from a friend. It was a trained black cat. Everyone called it Z, and its breed was unknown. Seeing this, Celestine laughed. Z. Breed unknown? It was obviously black charcoal. It even had a fake name. One stage name wasn't enough, so it came up with a second one. While he was looking, Mao called again. "Did you see it? It's that black charcoal, right?" Although it was a question, it showed a very certain meaning. Mao didn't doubt its eyesight at all. Yes. Celestine was on the phone while browsing the web. He had just finished watching the trailer posted on the internet. Anyway, he had nothing else to do. Since he happened to come across this matter, his interest was piqued and he read more. Hey, Senior, it's not long before the release date. Why don't we go watch the movie together? Let's give Black Charcoal more box office? Air Mouse said expectantly. He didn't go to the cinema often. In fact, there weren't many movies that attracted him. When he wanted to watch a movie, he would search online. Heck, copyright and whatnot, it was just a term. Okay, let's go together then. Celestine was also looking forward to it. As one of the early people who knew the Black Cat, Celestine knew what kind of character the Black Cat was. Oh right, Senior, can children be brought into the cinema? It's been too long since I went to the cinema. I don't know the rules, Air Mouse said. It seems that there are no restrictions. You want to bring Air Yuan to the cinema? Air Yuan is too young. He's only 1.5 years old. Moreover, the sound in the cinema is loud, the air is bad, and the screen is flickering. I'm afraid it will affect the child's hearing and eyes. Celestine recalled what his wife had said before and told Air Mao. I see. I'll ask when the time comes. Air Mao actually wanted to bring his daughter to the cinema. If the child's mother hadn't come back by then, would he go alone? Even if he went with his senior and the others, Air Mao still hoped that he could bring his daughter. Moreover, this was Black Charcoal's movie. How could Air Yuan's brother not go to the cinema to support him? However, the environment in the cinema was indeed not very good. Therefore, for the rest of the time, Air Mao was thinking of ways to reduce the impact of the cinema on the child. The Jiao family also knew that the movie was about to be released. They downloaded the trailer and watched it several times. Unfortunately, the trailer was too short. They could only hope that the release date would come soon. Before the release, all parties were busy promoting it. The actors weren't very famous, and there were also many newcomers. In terms of actors, other than the few idols who didn't bring much effect, there was nothing else. Director? He wasn't very famous. Compared to the few well-known directors, Kong Han was still a stranger. However, this time, there was a new element in it. It attracted a lot of people. The plot wasn't new, but they could watch the cat. Ever since the trailer was released, many people analyzed how the movie would do at the box office. Some people mocked the few scenes in the trailer, saying that the movie must have spent a lot of money to achieve such effects. It was common knowledge that the special effects of movies in the country were mostly unbearable. Why were the production costs of foreign blockbusters in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of US dollars, but the domestic production costs were much lower? The computer special effects of the former started at 10,000 US dollars per second, while the special effects in the country were only a few hundred to a few thousand RMB per second. The difference in cost was obvious. It was true that you got what you paid for. There were many professionals in movie-related forums analyzing the special effects. The production costs of such special effects should be at least tens of millions, right? Back then, Cat and Dog War, Pig Baby and other animal movies cost tens of millions of US dollars. You want to use tens of millions of US dollars to make an animal movie in the country? Are you looking for trouble? Isn't it a waste of money? Although animal movies are very popular, the production costs are too high. Basically, no one in the country is willing to do it. I didn't expect Kong Han to film it this time. I have to say, this director is still too young. A production cost of tens of millions of US dollars. I must go and take a look. The cat in the movie looks quite real, especially the scene in the trailer where the cat stood up and walked. It looks so natural. How much did the optical computer special effects cost? This was someone who loved to watch big-budget movies. They felt that small-budget movies were too crude. They belonged to the category of people who only bought the expensive ones and not the right ones. Some people went for the production costs and the computer special effects, while others went for the cat element. I don't know any Wei Wan, nor have I heard of any Shi Xiaotian. I just want to see the cat in the movie. Anyway, there aren't many movies to watch. It's rare to see a cat movie in the country. Let's support the domestic production. It won't cost much. Hey, that cat looks a lot like my dust ball. Behind the post was a large picture. The picture revealed the truth. Needless to say, the cat in the picture did look like Zhang Tan. However, There were many stray cats in the country that looked similar. Other than this netizen, there were also pictures of other netizens who had black cats. Before the movie was released, all kinds of computer special effects professionals were criticizing each other on the internet. They were waiting to see the overall effect after the movie was released. Then they would do a follow-up analysis and see who was right and who was wrong. Jung Tan didn't believe that there was no one behind the scenes. However, it was a movie. Before it was released, it had to be promoted and promoted. What made Jung Tan laugh the most was that some people used Yang Yi to ridicule him. I heard that Yixing Culture invested tens of millions of US dollars to film this movie. Does anyone know the details? Tens of millions of US dollars? Nonsense, tens of millions of US dollars can be used to film so many movies in the country. Only you would believe those rumors. It's all hype, definitely hype. Who knows? I saw that the computer special effects were done well. Maybe it's true. Who asked Yang Yi to be so rich and willing to spend so much money? Who is Yang Yi? You don't know Yang Yi? He's the big boss of Yixing Culture, Mr. Moneybags. I'm kneeling to Mr. Moneybags. 23 RD. But how come I heard that the movie's production cost was only a few million RMB? 24th. You're an idiot. Don't tell me you're on the same technology forum as me. 25th. 23rd idiot. 26th. 23rd idiot +1. Jung Tan was amused by the posts. He didn't know much about the production cost, but he had heard from Kong Han that the movie's production cost wasn't high. It could be considered a small production. If Kong Han's words were true, then the people on the technology forum were all monkeys. No one would believe that Jung Tan had acted in the movie himself, especially the movements, eyes and micro-expressions. There were no computer special effects, nor were there any stunt robots. The stunt cats that Kong Han had found were not used at all. Instead, they were fattened up. However, no matter what, the movie Black Cat had been hyped up before it was released because of the production cost. Everyone, from Yang Yi and Kong Han to the actors and post-production team, were exposed. Yixing Culture was also known by many people. Chapter 366. The movie would be released in mid-July. Jung Tan went with the Jiao family. Although pets couldn't enter the cinema, there was a connection in the world. In fact, it wasn't the Jiao family who contacted him. It was Fang Xiaokong who called. Fang Xiaokong had connections. Moreover, Jung Tan's participation in the movie couldn't be hidden from the third master Fang. He already knew about it. 2 days before the movie was released, the third master Fang, who was in Beijing, directly called the Jiaopa and settled it. Fang Xiaokong also said that he would bring Fang Mingming to watch the movie together to support her. Mao and Celestine had Yihao's help. The group went together. Mao and Celestine took the children with them. They also prepared eye masks, earmuffs, and masks. If they found that they were affected too much, they would carry them out. The Jiao family's 4 families and 1 cat moved separately. They weren't in the same cinema as Celestine's group. As for Xiaozhua's group, Xiaozhua and some of Lord Zheng's students were watching the movie in a cinema near the school. How did it feel to watch your own movie? Jung Tan expressed that he was nervous and a little embarrassed. After all, this was a movie. With so many people watching it, it was very different from watching a documentary at home. The atmosphere was something that could easily affect one's mood. Although he had Fang Xiaokong's phone call, the necessary measures still needed to be taken. Jung Tan went into his backpack again. When the movie started, he came out. Little Pomelo sat beside him. Jiao Yuan sat on the right. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma sat on the left and right. There were people blocking the left and right, so he wasn't afraid of being seen. As for the people in front, they didn't look back. Even if they saw Jung Tan, it didn't matter. The people in front of him were known by the school. Jung Tan didn't know how many people were sitting in the theater, and whether it was full or not. If not many people came to watch, he would definitely be disappointed. This movie was not only Jung Tan's achievement, but also directly related to the size of his red packet. If the box office wasn't good, he probably wouldn't get many red packets from Yang Yi. However, from the sound of it, it seemed to be quite full. Black Cat was a comedy film with a funny style. Coupled with the elements of Jung Tan, the movie theater was filled with laughter. Jiao Ma and the others also laughed, but they were more interested in Jung Tan's performance. The audience behind him was discussing in low voices. Is that cat a real cat? They must have used a real cat, but the scenes just now were all computer effects. Haven't you heard? Tens of millions of US dollars were invested in this movie. If converted to RMB, it would be over 100 million. When Jung Tan heard this, he said in his heart, Bullsh*T, I personally went into battle. He even deliberately NG'd a few more times. However, even if there were a few NGs, Kong Han was still quite happy. The laughter around him calmed down Jung Tan's nervous mood. At the same time, he thought to himself, this movie should do well. When the time comes, Yang Yi should give me a big red packet. It was cool, cute, good at acting, and knew how to cooperate. Where else could Yang Yi find such a good cat actor? While the Jiao family was bringing Jung Tan to watch the movie, Mao and Celestine were also discussing on the other side. They were watching from different angles. Senior, Black Coal's acting is not bad now. It's better than 2 years ago when he was shooting commercials. After all, he has years of experience. Didn't he shoot documentaries before? He improved quite a lot back then. But Senior, how much attention do you think he'll attract with his actions? Mao and Celestine knew Jung Tan well. Even if they were not proficient in special effects, they knew something about it. If this movie became popular and the real production cost was exposed, how much attention would the jumping black cat on the big screen attract? When that time comes, going out for a walk would probably be impossible. Celestine paused and said, there's someone behind it. Mao thought about it and agreed. Although they did not know how many people were behind it, it could be seen from the online debate before the movie was released that there were very few people who had their eyes on Z. There must be someone who was deliberately guiding them. At the same time, they also restrained the insiders and limited the exposure of the media. Just like Mao and Celestine, when they were arguing about the production cost, only the insiders knew the real situation of the movie. However, no one dared to say it. Yang Yi had already warned them. However, even if they signed a confidentiality agreement, there were still people who could not resist the temptation of the outside world and leaked the news. There were indeed people who leaked the news. However, that person did not appear in the company the next day. The circle did not see that person again. It was said that he resigned and went back to his hometown. No matter what the truth was, everyone only knew that it would be fine as long as they kept their mouths shut and listened to the instructions. As for Little Joie and the rest, everyone was happy because of the jokes in the movie. When Ronald was drinking the paw-washing water, Little Joie laughed out loud and kept laughing. Mommy, he drank Brother Hayes' paw-washing water. Haha. Little Joie's laughter was filled with schadenfreude. Little Joie did not refute and only laughed in response. Little Joie and the rest did not think that the paw-washing water Ronald drank was real. Who would let a celebrity drink cat paw water? They must have changed it during the filming. Little Joie always believed that Ronald drank Jung Tan's paw-washing water and kept laughing. Little Joie's juniors thought that children were indeed children. They took everything seriously. In fact, everyone who knew the inside story would be happy for a long time when they saw this scene. Little Joie did not know the inside story, but she believed that this scene was real. After Black Cat was released, all kinds of comments and reviews appeared on the internet. There were good comments and bad comments. Some people said that the movie was good. It was worthy of being made with tens of millions of USD. The computer made the cat look like a real cat. It was not as if there were no animal special effects movies of this level in the country. They liked it. Of course, there were also people who said that the plot did not have much meaning. The newcomers' acting skills were too bad, such as a certain Luo. When it came to meaning, there were not many commercial blockbusters that had any. Some people despised fast food culture, but it was reasonable that it existed. After a hard day of work, looking for something relaxing to watch was also a kind of adjustment. We are not cultured people. We watch movies for fun. If it was a literary blockbuster, I might not even go. The children at home are happy watching it. As long as they are happy, everything else is secondary. Some netizens said. Yixing Culture also took the opportunity to continue promoting the movie. They made full use of the internet and attracted a lot of viewers. Jung Tan did not pay much attention to those. There were people at home these days, so it was not convenient for him to go online. However, according to Jiao Yuan and the others, the movie's box office was good after a week of release. It directly beat another movie with a Best Actor and a Best Actress. Everyone saw that the movie was so popular during this period of time. They all said that tens of millions of USD were spent on this movie. However, Yang Yi did not say anything. He put on airs. However, everyone took Yang Yi and Kong Han's silence as tacit agreement. All kinds of speculations were reported, and they were all very sure. In fact, Yang Yi and Kong Han did not know how many times they had celebrated in private. Movie special effects professionals were still arguing about the movie's minute, which scene used special effects. The cat's mouth could not be that shape, the cat could not be that cooperative, and so on. There were endless comments. At the same time, more people who had never seen a movie before and were not interested in this kind of movie went to the cinema to watch it. They then came back to join in the debate. In the cat and dog friends circle, the movie was also popular. It was a hot topic recently. There was once a critic who joked that Black Cat was a movie about cats and that the actors in the movie were all reduced to the background. Apart from Ronald, the other important actors did not care about the background of the movie. Even Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian did not care about the background. To them, the most important thing was the attitude of the big boss towards them. Everything else was secondary. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had been pretending to be mysterious during this period of time. No one knew what this tycoon was thinking. The box office sales had already exceeded 100 million yuan, and it was still in the screening period. Zheng Tan did not know how much the box office sales would be in the end. He only knew that he would receive a huge red packet and did not care about the rest. As a cat, he did not want to live under the spotlight all the time. That way, he would lose his freedom. His cat life, which was already tough to begin with, would definitely become even tougher. Cats had no human rights. Fortunately, Yang Yi was there to take care of the aftermath. Third Master Feng seemed to have contributed as well. Until now, not many people had taken the direction of Z seriously. This summer, the Jiao family did not go on a long trip. As a cat who did not have any summer homework and spent most of his time on vacation, Zheng Tan felt that his cat life was actually very boring. What do cats do most of the time? Some people might say that they play with their tails, fight with themselves, or lift things up with their hands. None of those, they just sleep. Take Depang for example. Sometimes, Zheng Tan really wanted to tell this fat cat to go out and exercise. If you don't exercise, you'll get old. Everyone who saw Depang would think that it was a lazy cat. How could it not be lazy after being raised like this? Even rats would not be able to outrun it. Besides, it was already 6 years old. It would be impossible to catch it. However, Zheng Tan knew that was not the case. Yesterday, the sheriff was fighting with a cat in the west compound. Depang even went over to help. The sheriff was already on the losing end, but Depang went over and killed it instantly. Zheng Tan looked at the cat that screamed and ran away. In his heart, he lit a candle for it. For a long time in the future, that cat would probably run away from Depang whenever it saw him. Seeing Old Manly take Flowery out for a walk, Zheng Tan thought for a while and ran over to jump on Flowery's back. They took the dog cart for a walk. Usually, Old Manly would sneak over to the west compound to chat with a few old friends before coming back. Zheng Tan happened to go over to the west compound to take a look at Kitty Joie. Flowery had a good temper. It was often bullied by the sheriff and the others, but it was not angry. After Zheng Tan jumped on, it did not refuse. This weight was nothing to Flowery, who was 100 kilograms. However, very soon Huang jumped on as well. Old Manly found it funny. His Flowery had a good temper. It was kind to children and other animals. It was so big, but it was always bullied by these few kittens. The sheriff came out with a smirk. He looked and jumped on as well. Old Manly wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he saw a certain fatty running over. Then he jumped on as well. Flowery looked at Old Manly with a wronged expression. Woo, Old Manly. Actually, the 4 cats combined were not that heavy. Little Flower had played with the children in the courtyard before. Zheng Tan and the other cats combined were about the same weight as the children. After Little Flower expressed his grievances, he continued to carry the 4 cats steadily. People who walked past saw this and could not help but say, "This dog and cat have such a good relationship." Chapter 367. Little Flower didn't feel wronged for long. Not long after they walked out of the courtyard, Huang jumped down from the dog's back and ran back to the courtyard. It didn't leave the courtyard much and didn't run around. It jumped on the dog's back because it saw Zheng Tan's behavior and followed suit. The sheriff didn't stay for long. He saw a little Pekingese and ran after it. Zheng Tan always thought that the sheriff was born in the wrong body. He should be a dog. As for Depang, it jumped down at the intersection of the walkway to the courtyard and the main campus road. Then it found a tree and squatted there, waiting for its old lady to come back. Therefore, when Old Man Li walked slowly with Little Flower to the west courtyard, only Zheng Tan was left on the dog's back. There were also many pet dogs in the west courtyard. When they saw Little Flower, they started barking. They were all small dogs like Chihuahuas and Pekingese. Although they were barking fiercely now, they wouldn't dare to run up once the leash was released. Dogs bullied people because of their master's power. This was the philosophy of dogs. One or two cats squatted on the tree, letting the dogs bark around them. They lazily looked in the direction of Little Flower and Zheng Tan. Those who knew Zheng Tan wouldn't come over to provoke him. Those who didn't know him didn't dare to go over. After all, there was such a big dog next to them. They were too lazy to get down from the tree. Zhua Kitten was reading at home. When she heard the noise, she ran to the balcony with binoculars. Then she said to Xiaozhua, "Mommy, Brother Hay and Little Flower are here. I'll go down and play." Because Old Man Li often brought the dog here, some people in the west courtyard had a deep impression of Little Flower, whose size didn't match its name at all. However, everyone knew that this dog had a good personality. It didn't fight with other dogs and was good to children. Zhua Kitten even rode it. Therefore, sometimes when she saw Little Flower come over, Zhua Kitten would go over to play. Now that Zheng Tan was here, Zhua Kitten wanted to go down even more. Xiaozhua was worried about him going down alone. After informing the nanny, she followed him downstairs. The children in the courtyard loved to play with Little Blossom, because Little Blossom would not bite their balls. Someone in the courtyard even had a German Shepherd. That dog also loved to play with balls. However, the children in the courtyard did not play with it because many of the children in the west courtyard knew that if they threw their balls at the dog, their balls would not return. It was not that the blackback wanted to monopolize the ball, but it often used its teeth to bite the ball. With one bite, the ball would go through. Once, Zheng Tan saw a middle school student who was playing basketball in the Western District courtyard throw the ball over. Then the basketball was deflated by the blackback teeth. Little Blossom stood under the shade of the tree. Some children came out to play with Little Blossom. Some children even climbed onto Little Blossom's body and treated him like a large plush toy. After Zhua Kitten came down, she didn't go with them. She went to sit beside Zheng Tan and talked about the movie they watched a few days ago. When the little brat talked about Ronald drinking Zheng Tan's paw-washing water, she couldn't help but laugh. Xiaozhua stood under a tree not far away. He smiled and looked over. He didn't interrupt Zhua Kitten. No matter what other people thought, Zhua Kitten was certain that the actor in the movie was Zheng Tan. However, other people only took it as a child's words and didn't take it seriously. After Zhua Kitten finished talking about Zheng Tan's movie, she talked about Little Blossom. "Brother Hay, what's in the wine barrel that Little Blossom is wearing around his neck? Mom said that it's wine, but I don't believe it." Zhua Kitten moved closer to Zheng Tan's ear and whispered, "I touched it once, but Little Blossom pushed it away before I could open it. But there's definitely no wine in it. According to the weight, it's not empty, and there's no liquid in it." Many people knew that in some pictures, Saint Bernard dogs always had an oval-shaped wooden barrel hanging around their necks. This was also their classic image. Some people said that the barrel was filled with wine. It was used to warm up the bodies of people who were in danger in the snow. It was said that Saint Bernard dogs used to rescue travelers in the snow. The wine in the barrel could warm up people trapped by avalanches and inspire their courage to survive. Of course, there were also people who said that the barrel was just a special decoration. Old Man Li had made a small barrel for Little Blossom to wear on a whim. Usually, other than some people that Old Man Li and Little Blossom were very close to, Little Blossom didn't like other people to touch the barrel. The barrel contained some of Old Man Li's medicine. Old people always had this kind of problem. Sometimes they would forget to bring medicine with them, or some emergency items. Old Man Li would then use this small wine barrel. Such a big dog didn't feel tired carrying a small barrel filled with medicine. After wearing it for a few years, Little Blossom had already gotten used to it. The children who liked to play with Little Blossom were all told not to touch the barrel. If they touched it, Little Blossom would get angry. Although it wouldn't bite, it would push people away with its mouth. Because of this, when Old Man Li bragged with others in the East Courtyard, he was very proud when he talked about his dog. Seeing that Jua Kitten was very curious about the barrel that Little Blossom wore, Zheng Tan wanted to open the barrel on Little Blossom's neck one day and show it to Jua Kitten. While Jua Kitten and Zheng Tan were chatting about Little Blossom had already been taken away by Old Man Li. There were 2 other old men following them. They were heading towards the entrance of the courtyard. They were probably going to do something outside the school. Some children hadn't had enough fun yet. When they were pulled back by their parents, they even negotiated with their parents, saying that they wanted to raise Little Blossom. There was a place to walk in the school. If they could apply for a permit, and the dog was obedient, the people in the neighborhood wouldn't say anything. Saint Bernard wasn't considered a dog breed that liked to bark. However, the problem was that Little Blossom was so big. It was obvious that it was a foodie. If they didn't have some financial ability, they really couldn't afford to raise this big guy. It also liked to drool and shed fur. It was torturous. Old Man Li and the others didn't have much to do after retirement. However, some people who worked couldn't even take care of their children, let alone raise a dog. Moreover, it was a big guy. Raising a dog? No way. That was what everyone thought in their hearts. However, in front of their children, they would always come up with other excuses to dispel their thoughts. Zheng Tan had good hearing. He found it funny when he heard the excuses that the parents came up with. Just as he was secretly laughing, he heard a bang from the gate of the west courtyard that led outside the school. Then many people there started to make a ruckus. It was as if an accident had happened. Some parents saw that the situation wasn't right. They hurriedly brought their children home and locked them up. Then they went over to take a look. Little Jua also let Jua Kitten go upstairs. Originally, she wanted Zheng Tan to go home too. However, Zheng Tan wanted to go over there to see what was going on. He heard Little Blossom's cry. Seeing that Zheng Tan wouldn't budge, Little Jua could only bring Jua Kitten upstairs first. "Mom, what happened over there?" Jua Kitten held Little Jua's hand. Although she was curious, she still went back obediently. "I don't know. Children shouldn't care about that." Jua Kitten turned her head and saw Zheng Tan running over there. After going upstairs and returning home, Jua Kitten stood on the balcony and looked over there. From upstairs, she could see some of the scenes outside the courtyard. Because of the angle, she couldn't see what was going on even with binoculars. She could only see that many people were gathering in one direction. Since she couldn't see, Jua Kitten looked at Little Jua. Seeing that Little Jua had gone into the kitchen, she took the phone and dialed a number. The phone didn't ring for long before someone picked it up. "Hello, this is Yu Yang's house." A very childish voice sounded from the other side. The words were unclear. It sounded as if he was eating something. At the same time, there were some crunching sounds. "Little pig, I'm Kitten. Do you know what's going on outside the courtyard?" Jua Kitten asked. "I don't know. I'm watching TV." "Little Zhu, put down your popsicle. Then pick up your binoculars and go straight to the balcony. Then, look in the direction of 2 o'clock. "Where is the direction of 2 o'clock? My alarm clock is on the bed. I can't see it." Little Jua stood at the door of the room and looked helplessly at Jua Kitten, who was holding the phone and directing the person on the other end of the phone to see what was going on outside. On the other side, when Zheng Tan arrived outside the courtyard, he found that many people had already gathered around. Little Blossom was still screaming. However, there were too many people around. Zheng Tan couldn't see what was going on, but he could guess that it wasn't anything good. This gate was outside the school. The gate was on a wide road. The western courtyard's cars often came in and out of this gate, so there were more guards here. The inspection was stricter. Now when Zheng Tan came over, there was no one in the guard room. The security guards in charge of this side didn't see him either. They all ran to the scene of the incident. Just when Zheng Tan wanted to climb higher to see the situation, 3 people in security uniforms pulled Little Blossom out. Little Blossom was still growling. He was very dissatisfied with the people who pulled him out. He struggled and looked at the crowd from time to time. There were bloodstains on Little Blossom. He didn't know if it was his or someone else's. The 3 security guards tied Little Blossom's dog leash to an iron hook on the wall next to the guard room. Then, one of them immediately went to the crowd. The other 2 stood at the side to rest. They also dispersed the people who ran over to see what was going on. After listening to them, Zheng Tan found out that a person who wasn't very clear-headed just drove over and hit a motorcycle. The motorcycle and the people on it were all knocked out. The people and the motorcycle that were knocked out happened to be in the direction of Old Man Lee and the others. Little Blossom blocked the motorcycle, but he didn't block the people. The people on the motorcycle hit Old Man Lee and the others. The few old men were all lying down. "It shouldn't be life-threatening, right?" one of them said. "It should be fine." The owner of the car slowed down. The force of hitting the motorcycle wasn't very strong. The motorcycle owner shouldn't be in life-threatening danger. It's just that the injuries look a little scary. But those old men don't know. A person who jumped off a building can kill another person. A person who was knocked out can also injure another person. If it was a young person, it definitely wouldn't be dangerous. But after all, he's so old. Even a fall could be a big problem. If he was hit. Someone there said that Old Man Lee and the others were sent to the hospital. It was the school's special ambulance. Little Blossom was tied to the side. He squatted there and looked in the direction of the crowd. He made a whining sound from his nose. His usually well-groomed fur was messy. There were many bloodstains and stains. There was also blood dripping down from his fur to the ground. Dripping blood. Zheng Tan went over to take a closer look. Little Blossom was injured. There were a few cuts, but they shouldn't be deep. He just didn't know if there were other problems. After all, some injuries weren't easy to see. Now the people there were busy saving people and clearing the way. The police cars had also arrived. No one cared about Little Blossom here. Zheng Tan couldn't help with saving people. The school's ambulance had already sent them to the affiliated hospital. As for Little Blossom, this place wasn't far from the pet center. Zheng Tan untied Little Blossom's leash from the metal hook. Little Blossom went 1 round in that direction. He didn't find Old Man Lee, and was even chased away by a few policemen. Little Blossom turned around and ran towards Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan jumped on the dog's back and pulled the leash. He let Little Blossom go in the direction of the pet center. Chapter 368. The reason why Little Blossom could cooperate with Zheng Tan and run in the right direction was because Little Blossom was still a puppy. Saint Bernard was originally a big dog. Even when it was a puppy, it was still bigger than other small dogs. Naturally, it was bigger than Zheng Tan and the other cats. However, Little Flower's personality meant that it was destined to be bullied by the 4 cats in the courtyard. From then on, Zheng Tan began to train Little Blossom. However, other people thought that it was just a game between cats and dogs. No one thought that Zheng Tan was training a dog. Therefore now, Zheng Tan only needed to gently pull the collar on Little Blossom's neck, and Little Blossom would run in the direction of the pull. If he pulled the collar back, Little Blossom would stop. After a few years, they had a tacit understanding. The passers-by saw this pair and thought it was quite interesting. However, the blood on Little Blossom's body made many people flinch. Little Blossom led Zheng Tan all the way to the pet center. He didn't let the passers-by look at him. Not long after Zheng Tan and Little Blossom left, the situation at the entrance of the western courtyard stabilized. The road was completely cleared. It didn't look like an accident had just happened. A few guards were talking about what had just happened. A young man in a school guard uniform ran over. "Hey Xiaowang, what are you doing here? Although there was an accident here, we didn't inform you to come over. You can't leave your post without permission," one of the guards said with a frown when he saw the young guard. "No, Brother Liu, I received a call from Brother Zhang. He said that he sent Professor Li and the others to the affiliated hospital. Professor Li woke up in the car and asked us to take care of Little Blossom. He said that Little Blossom was also injured. Brother Lou, who is Little Blossom? The young guard looked around as he spoke. He had heard that there was an accident here and saw the school hospital's ambulance leave. However, they couldn't leave their post without permission. Therefore, he suppressed his curiosity and didn't come over. He didn't expect to receive a call not long after. The person who sent Professor Lee and the others over thought that the matter here was not settled yet, so he did not call the security guards in the Western District compound. Instead, he called the young security guard who had been working a lot easier recently, and asked him to take care of Xiao Hua. However, he did not know who Xiao Hua was, and the other party hung up without saying anything. After receiving a call from his colleague, the young guard immediately came over. However, he didn't know much about the people and things in the school. He had only heard of Professor Lee's name on the phone. He didn't know Professor Lee or Little Blossom. He thought Little Blossom was Professor Lee's relative or something. When he came over, he wondered why Little Blossom didn't go to the hospital with the ambulance. When he came over, he looked around and didn't see any injured people. Little Blossom? An older guard was stunned and looked around. Didn't I tie Xiao Hua to the side at that time? Why is it gone? Bolt. The young guard was even more confused. Is that Professor Lee's big dog? Someone said they saw it just now. Someone said. They asked around and realized that the dog had disappeared when they weren't paying attention. I've asked the guards in the East District. They said they haven't seen him return. A guard put down the phone and said, "Hurry up and look at the surveillance cameras." Even if it was a dog, they had to be responsible if they lost it. Moreover, this dog had saved people. Professor Lee was still talking about it while lying in the ambulance. It seemed that the dog was very important to Professor Lee. They gathered in the surveillance room and pulled up the footage captured by the cameras at the entrance. That one. I told you I tied it to the side. The older guard pointed at the footage and said. The footage showed the three of them pulling the dog out of the crowd and tying it to the side. Then, they stared intently at the dog on the screen. Then, from the footage captured by the camera, they saw a black cat, which was not much bigger than the dog, untie the dog's leash. The dog ran back and forth, and then the black cat jumped on the dog's back and rode the dog away. The guards. They were speechless. On the other side, Zheng Tan brought Little Flower to the pet center. Although Old Man Lee brought Little Flower there once or twice a month. Old Man Lee would bring Little Flower there either by bike or by car. Little Flower didn't remember the way. Now that it had Zheng Tan's guidance, it didn't make any mistakes. After seeing the pet center, Little Flower's anxiety towards the unfamiliar environment dissipated. Zheng Tan didn't let Xiao Hua go directly to the pet center's main entrance. Instead, he let Xiao Hua go through the side door and go straight to Xiao Guo's studio. If they went through the main entrance, not everyone would know Xiao Hua. If no one brought it, it would be inconvenient for it to do anything. If it needed treatment, it would have to wait. It was different at Xiao Guo's studio. Even if no one brought it, and there was no money to pay for the treatment, Xiao Guo would treat Xiao Hua's wounds first. Now that Old Man Lee wasn't there, the situation was unclear. Old Man Lee's family members were probably busy with Old Man Lee's affairs at the hospital. No one would notice Xiao Hua for the time being. Leaving Xiao Hua with Xiao Guo was the best solution at the moment. The people in Xiao Guo's studio didn't have much work to do today. They were all free to move around and think about how to shoot the next promotional video. As the number of views of the video on the website increased, more and more advertisers came to the studio. However, they still had to grasp the quality of the video. They couldn't fool people. They were watching TV and chatting in the room with the air conditioner. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. The sun is so bright at this time. Who's here? Who cares who it is? Hurry up and open the door. It might be a big client, an employee joked. The person closest to the door shook his head. He got up and walked over to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw a dog's head. A big dog covered in blood was looking at him. If he didn't see Zheng Tan on the back of the dog, the employee who opened the door would have been scared and closed the door first. They were in charge of filming, not veterinarians. They weren't familiar with the customers in the pet center. They only remembered a few people who were in contact with them often. They were unfamiliar with Little Flower. Moreover, Little Flower had a lot of blood stains on its body. It was tired from running over. It opened its mouth and panted heavily. It looked a little scary. Boss. They couldn't handle this matter. They could only ask Xiaogua to come out. Xiaogua heard someone shouting in the lounge. He came out and looked. When he saw Zheng Tan and Little Flower, he was also shocked. He walked over and looked at the wine barrel that Little Flower was wearing. The wine barrel had Little Flower's name printed on it. This wine barrel was Little Flower's dog tag. All the information was printed on it. This made Xiaogua feel a little relieved. He was afraid that this black cat would kidnap the dog. Little Flower still remembered Xiaogua's smell, so it didn't reject it. Xiaogua sometimes went to the courtyard to look for Zheng Tan. Occasionally, he would also go to see Little Flower. The few pet owners in the courtyard all knew Xiaogua. Old Li and the others lived on the first floor. Little Flower's kennel was also on the first floor. It was more convenient to visit. Oh, it's Little Flower. There were very few pet owners around. He just wanted to confirm it by looking at the wine barrel. Little Flower ran over on its own this time. He didn't see Old Li, so Xiaogua was a little confused. Although he was confused, Little Flower's injuries still had to be treated quickly. He called the veterinarians in the pet center and brought Little Flower over. Meow. Sesame stood at the door and looked around. It smelled a strange smell. When it saw Zheng Tan, it trotted over. Sesame was now a size bigger than Zheng Tan. It was about the same size as peanut candy. If they were to really compare, Sesame was a little bigger than peanut candy. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to play with this guy. He wanted to go over and see how Little Flower was doing. Just now, he only wanted to hurry over to the pet center to treat Little Flower's injuries. He neglected Little Flower's physical condition. Previously, when he saw Little Flower being dragged away by the guards, he didn't see anything wrong with it. When it was hiding from the police, it also ran pretty fast, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he was here, Zheng Tan was a little worried. If it already had internal injuries, would it be more serious if it ran over here? Although it hadn't been long since it came here from school, no one could be sure about its injuries. Little Flower was already more than 5 years old. It was said that the average lifespan of a large dog was shorter than that of a small dog. If it had some hidden injuries, would it shorten Little Flower's lifespan? In the past, Zheng Tan didn't have any feelings for cats and dogs. But in the past few years he watched the cats and dogs in the courtyard grow up. They also played together on a daily basis. In the eyes of many people, they were childhood friends who grew up together. Although many cats were considered adults when they were 1 year old, from a human's point of view, whether it was 1 year old or 5 years old, they were all categorized as children. Just as he was about to follow Xiaogua to check on Little Flower's condition, he heard movement behind him. Zheng Tan turned around and realized that Sesame was following him. He raised his hand to push Sesame's head back into the house. It was a hot day, and it had a body full of eye-catching fur. It was better for Sesame to be obedient and bring it into the house. When Little Flower was receiving treatment, Xiaogua also called Old Man Li. The person who answered the phone was Old Man Li's wife. Because she was too worried about Old Man Li's condition, she didn't say much when Xiaogua called. She only said that she wanted Xiaogua to help take care of Little Flower. Little Flower's examination results came out very quickly. There are no serious fractures, and there are no problems with the internal organs. Those injuries are easy to heal. According to the file, it's between 5 and 6 years old. It's still a Saint Bernard in its prime. Professor Li usually takes good care of it. Little Blossom will have no problem living for another 5 or 6 years. A few days ago, someone brought a Saint Bernard over. It's already 13 years old, and it's still living well. It's good that there are no major problems. Don't be stingy with the medicine. Professor Li is still thinking about the dog even when he's lying in the hospital. This dog saved someone just now, Xiaogua said. Okay, I got it, the veterinarian replied. Xiaogua's words were to tell him that first, this dog was a good dog and was worth saving. Second, he didn't have to worry about the medical fees. The owner would pay for it eventually. Hearing the veterinarian talking to Xiaogua about Little Flower's condition, Zheng Tan was relieved. It was good that there weren't any major problems. Actually, now that he thought about what he heard at the entrance of the courtyard, Zheng Tan felt that with Little Flower's reaction speed, it could easily dodge the motorcycle that was sliding over. However, Little Flower probably didn't want Old Manly behind it to get hurt, so it blocked the motorcycle. If the car hit the motorcycle with more force, Little Flower might not have survived. However, Old Manly really cared about Little Flower. The old man himself hadn't settled down yet, and he was still thinking about the dog. Chapter 369. Xiaohua was picked up after staying in the pet center for 3 days. Because the injury was not serious, the medicine used was good. Plus, according to the vet, Xiaohua was still a young man with good recovery ability. After the wound was treated and the fur was cleaned, it looked almost the same as usual. Every few days, he would come back for a checkup to see if there was any infection or other unnoticed injuries. Old Manly's life was not in danger. Because of his age, he had many old problems, so he was asked to stay in the hospital for observation for a few more days. Not only Old Manly, but the other old men who were hit were also asked to stay in the hospital for observation. Anyway, Old Manly had company, so he was not lonely. However, Old Manly still missed Xiaohua every day. How good was it to have Xiaohua? It could be used as a towel to wipe the water, as a backrest, and to warm the feet in winter. It was much more useful than the woolen thermal slippers that his children bought. The dog was big and majestic. It looked good when he took it out. It was not afraid of being robbed at night, and would protect its owner when it was in danger. It was such a good dog. He missed it after not seeing it for a day. They were an old couple and did not live together with their children and grandchildren. Usually, Xiaohua was the one who accompanied Old Manly the most. Even his wife had to stay behind. The old lady had her own things to do, but the dog did not. The man and the dog did not separate from each other, even when they were eating and sleeping. At night, the dog lay beside their bed. He always felt safe with such a big dog by his side, especially when he heard that there were thieves. Old Manly touched Xiaohua's head and sighed. It was better to have a dog. Old Manly lay on the bed and looked outside the window. He sighed. Unfortunately, the hospital did not allow dogs. Teacher Jiao's family had secretly brought a cat in before. Don't think that he did not know. But with Xiaohua's size, anyone who was not blind could see it. It was impossible to bring it in secretly. Every day, besides resting and chatting with his old friends, Old Manly lay on the bed and groaned as if he had a toothache. Old Manly's wife found it funny. He just missed the dog. I'll bring Xiaohua here tomorrow, Old Manly's wife said. Old Manly's grumbling toothache disappeared immediately. How? The hospital doesn't allow it. It's okay. I'll leave it with the hospital's guard. I know a guard. Just say hello. Okay. I'll go down and walk around. Even if I can't leave the hospital, I should be able to walk around, right? Also, you'll be safe with Little Blossom. Thieves won't dare to look for you. On this day, when Zheng Tan went out for a walk, he saw Old Manly's wife carrying a lunchbox in one hand and holding Xiaohua's hand in the other as they walked towards the affiliated hospital. Sometimes, when she felt tired carrying the lunchbox, she would put it on the dog's back for a while. Was he going to visit Old Manly? Other than Old Manly's wife, Zheng Tan also met Xiaozhua, who was riding a bicycle. Now that Xiaozhua was back, she was not in a hurry to go to work. With Lord Zheng around, it was not a problem whether she wanted to stay in school or do other things. The most important thing for Xiaozhua now was to recuperate. She did not receive the late-stage recuperation treatment in the project team. After she came back, she could not fall behind in the treatment. For little kitten Zhua, she also had to have a good rest. Zheng Tan went out for a walk in the morning, and sometimes saw Little Zhua. Little Zhua was receiving treatment at the affiliated hospital. He didn't have to go there every day. He just had to go there once every few days. Little Zhua was also obedient. There was a nanny at home, so she didn't have to worry. Because Little Zhua was familiar with Xiaohua, Xiaozhua also had some understanding of Old Manly and the old lady. After greeting Zheng Tan, Xiaozhua got off the bicycle and pushed it with the old lady. She also put the lunchbox in the old lady's hand on the basket of the bicycle to save the old lady the trouble of carrying it. After they walked into the hospital gate, Zheng Tan squatted behind the flower bed and looked around. It was not good to squat on the wall. He still remembered the situation when he came to the hospital and was scolded by people. The old lady talked to the guard for a while, then tied Xiaohua to a small open space behind the guard room. She asked Xiaohua to stay there obediently, and then walked in with Xiaozhua. The guard was told to help look after the dog. This was okay. Moreover, it was not easy to see people coming in and out behind the guard room. It would not scare the patient. He also used a disposable paper cup to get some water for Xiaohua to drink. Xiaohua licked it casually and stopped drinking. It lay in the shade and panted with its tongue out. Its eyes stared at the direction the old lady left. The guard sat in the guard room and looked at the dog that stayed quietly behind. When he heard the old lady say the name Xiaohua yesterday, he thought it was a butterfly dog or a toy dog like a Pomeranian. In the end, when he heard the old lady say it was a Saint Bernard, he knelt down. It was an adult dog that weighed almost 100 kilograms. No wonder the old lady was in a difficult position. Not long after, Old Manly came over. He walked quickly and did not even let the old lady help him. It looked like Old Manly really did not have any major problems. He would probably be able to go back after a few days of observation. Old Manly could not help but cry when he saw Xiaohua. The injured parts of Xiaohua's body were shaved and looked very obvious. After seeing Old Manly, Xiaohua was also happy. It whimpered and wanted to rush over. Unfortunately, it was tied up, so when it was pulled by the rope, it looked like it was standing. It was big to begin with. When it stood up, it was taller than a person. It was obvious that it was a heavy fellow. If it were to fall on Old Manly, it would be terrifying. Even if it were to put two paws on Old Manly would have to lie down for a while. The guard wiped the sweat on his forehead a few times. The old lady also knew that if Xiaohua pounced on her, it would be terrible. She quickly stopped Xiaohua's excitement. "Xiaohua, sit down, sit down." The old lady quickly comforted Xiaohua. Hearing the order, Xiaohua sat down. However, it still whimpered at Old Manly and wagged its tail vigorously. Old Manly walked over quickly. He raised his hand and patted Xiaohua's head. "Xiaohua, my Xiaohua, you've suffered." The guard in the guard room trembled. He felt a layer of goosebumps on his arms. When he looked over again, he saw Xiaohua licking Old Manly's face until it was covered in saliva. Disgusting. This kind of big dog, especially with its mouth shape, was the most disgusting. After thinking about it, the guard decided not to look over there. Old Manly cuddled with Xiaohua for a while. He thought of something and went to look for the guard. He remembered seeing a weight scale in the guard room before. Because there was something wrong with the height measurement on the scale, no one fixed it. It was left in the corner of the guard room. Sometimes, a few guards would weigh it to see if it had fattened up. He went over to take a look. As expected, the scale was still there. "Although it's not convenient to measure the height, the weight is quite accurate," said the guard. Old Manly stood on the scale and weighed it. Not bad. It was similar to the checkup in the hospital. He untied the rope and called Xiaohua over. It was so big that it was a little squeezy to stand on it. However, since it was not its first time standing on a scale like this, Xiaohua did not need Old Manly to say much. It stood properly. 95 kilograms. Your dog is really... The guard wanted to praise it. This dog was almost 10 kilograms heavier than a Saint Bernard owned by a friend of his. His friend often bragged about how big and strong his Saint Bernard was. Therefore, when he saw the scale, the young guard really wanted to praise it. In the end, before he could finish, Old Manly's face was full of frustration. "It's lost so much weight." As he said that, Old Manly even went over to pat the dog's head. He said with heartache, "Xiaohua, my poor Xiaohua, you've suffered." Zheng Tan and the guard. This time it was not just the guard. Even Zheng Tan trembled a few times. Before the guard could say the word, "Okay," he swallowed it back. Old Manly could not stay outside all the time. There was a routine checkup later, and he had to take medicine. Now that they had the dog, the old lady had to give Old Manly a simple cleaning when they went back. He did not want to go into the ward with dog fur all over his body. If the other people in the ward were allergic to dog fur, it would not be good if there were any negative effects. Old Manly reluctantly spoke to Xiaohua for a while before leaving. Before he left, he even held the young guard's hand and said seriously, "Young comrade, I'll leave my Xiaohua to you." The guard's smile was a little forced. Why did those words sound so awkward? After thinking for a while, he remembered that when his elder brother went to his girlfriend's house to discuss the wedding last week, his elder brother's father-in-law held his elder brother's hand and said seriously, "Junior, I'll leave my Liz hen to you." After Old Manly left, Xiaohua lay behind the guard's room. This time, she looked much better. Xiaohua was a little anxious when she did not see Old Manly previously. Now she finally calmed down. For the next few days, whenever the old lady came to visit Old Manly with a lunchbox, she would bring Xiaohua along. Today the weather forecast said there would be a strong wind, but it was not obvious in the morning. There was no sun, and there was a little wind, but it was not considered a strong wind. Even so, it was enough to disperse the scorching heat. Some children even ran to the pond to play. Old Man Li's wife carried a thermal lunchbox as usual. She held Xiaohua's hand and walked towards the affiliated hospital. This little bit of wind was nothing to her. However, she still wore a mask. The wind was strong. Sometimes there would be dust in some places. It was better to wear a mask. Zheng Tan went with them. However, today, Zheng Tan did not go to the hospital. Instead, he went to the lakeside villa to see what Feng Baijin and Hu Zi were doing. Then he could get a free meal there. Recently, there were more cats in the lakeside villa area. Every time Zheng Tan went there, he could see cats chasing each other and playing around. Usually, in the afternoon, 3 to 5 cats could be seen lying under the willow tree. Occasionally, when fish jumped out of the water, they would move their ears and open their eyes to look in that direction. However, even if it was a scene of collective laziness, the style could change in the next moment. Did you know what would happen if you threw a lively grasshopper into a group of cats? Zheng Tan had tried it before. That day, he happened to catch a grasshopper that jumped in front of him. It was probably caught by a cat. One of its legs was broken, and there were traces of cat claws on its body. However, this grasshopper was still quite happy. It jumped boldly and directly in front of Zheng Tan. It even planned to jump over Zheng Tan and jump into the bushes. After Zheng Tan caught it, he threw it to the place where the cats were lying under the willow tree. Then, the cats that were lying there lazily a moment ago suddenly became alert. Their pupils dilated. Looking at the grasshopper that was being fought over by the 5 cats, Zheng Tan silently lit a candle in his heart. When Zheng Tan came over, Feng Baijin was playing a game. It was probably a new game that he had created. Zheng Tan had never seen that game before. Hu Zi was lying on Feng Baijin's lap. When Feng Baijin moved, it snorted twice unhappily, indicating that it was disturbed and that Feng Baijin should not move. Chapter 370. After eating lunch at Feng Baijin's house, Zheng Tan planned to stay for a while and watch Hu Zi fight other cats in the neighborhood. However, after seeing the chat history between Feng Baijin and his classmate, Zheng Tan decided to leave quickly and go home. Feng Baijin had a classmate's house in the neighboring city. When the two of them were chatting, Zheng Tan saw that Feng Baijin said that there was a hailstorm and a strong wind. The wind outside Chuhua City seemed to be getting stronger too, but there was no rain or hailstorm. Zheng Tan had been in Chuhua City for a few years, but he had never seen hailstorms here. He had heard of hailstorms in the suburbs, but he had never seen hailstorms in the city. It usually only rained in the city. Looking at the sky, Zheng Tan decided to leave quickly. The weather was getting worse. After leaving the lakeside villa area, Zheng Tan ran back. A strong wind blew, and some bicycles that were parked on the side fell in a row. The trees on both sides of the road were bent by the wind, and the leaves rustled. Something was blown up by the wind and hit some of the parked electric cars and cars, making a sharp alarm sound. Zheng Tan didn't look at it for long. He just wanted to go back quickly so that he wouldn't be afraid of the wind or rain outside. When he passed by the affiliated hospital, Zheng Tan thought of Xiaohua, who was tied up there. He jumped on the wall and looked inside. Xiaohua was still lying there. Its eyes were squinted because of the wind, and its fur was messy. The guard was helping a patient in and didn't care about Xiaohua. At this moment, another gust of wind blew. Kaka. A tree near the guard room was blown down. It broke from the trunk, and the broken part fell towards the guard room. Xiaohua saw it and stood up to avoid it, but because it was tied up, it couldn't break free. Luckily, Zheng Tan saw that the tree fell slightly to the side, so it wouldn't crush Xiaohua. However, Little Blossom didn't know that. It only saw the tree falling towards it. After it failed to break free, it tried to break free a few more times. Coupled with the stimulation from the falling tree, it struggled even harder. It was as if it was trying its best to break free. This time he was serious. He was not fooling around with Old Manly like he usually did. Such a big dog really had a lot of strength when it got serious. Little Blossom's dog leash was tied to a steel pillar. The pillar was fixed in place, and Little Blossom could not pull it. The broken part was the hook between the dog leash and the collar. The hook was detached from the dog leash. Zheng Tan wanted to help Little Flower untie, but Little Flower had already broken the rope. After breaking free, Xiaohua's first reaction was to run in the direction where Old Man Li and the old lady had left. However, there were many people there, and they were also on guard against Xiaohua, the big dog. After being chased away, Xiaohua ran out of the hospital. Since it could not enter the hospital, it would go home. Seeing Zheng Tan at the entrance of the hospital, Xiaohua immediately sped up and ran towards Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan jumped onto Little Blossom's back. He hooked the collar around the dog's neck to stabilize it. Then he moved the collar, indicating that Little Blossom could go back. With Zheng Tan around, Little Blossom did not run around like before. Moreover, it had been brought here by the old lady for the past few days. It remembered the way. While running, Zheng Tan realized that it had started to rain. This was not a good sign. If it was raining, Zheng Tan would not mind. However, Little Blossom was still injured and had not fully recovered. It would not be good if it got wet. Now it was windy. It seemed that the storm was about to start. There was a traffic jam at the T-junction in front. There were many cars and people. The road ahead was so blocked that Little Blossom could not squeeze through. An old lady even chased Little Blossom away with an umbrella when she saw it. It could not go on like this. Summer rain would not give you much time to react. It might rain down in the next moment. He thought about the distance between here and the courtyard. Although it was not far, with Little Blossom's running speed, it would still take 5 minutes. He did not know if it could last for 5 minutes in this weather. If it started to rain immediately, even if it stayed outside for 2 seconds, it would be drenched. "Hey, over there!" Someone shouted in his direction. Zheng Tan did not think that it was him at first. The voice shouted a few more times. Then it added a me at the end of the sentence. This was how people called cats in this area. Zheng Tan looked over. Not far away, at the entrance of a small grocery store, a middle-aged man stood there and looked in Zheng Tan's direction. When he saw Zheng Tan looking over, he waved his hand. Zheng Tan hesitated for 2 seconds. In the end, he decided to go over and take shelter from the rain. The rain was about to get heavier. He could not delay any longer. He had to be decisive. He pulled on the collar and signaled Little Blossom to go over. Little Blossom was a little confused. It looked at the grocery store and then turned to look at Zheng Tan. It still followed Zheng Tan's instructions and walked over. However, it was still vigilant. When it was 2 meters away from the grocery store, it stopped and looked at the person standing beside the cashier. "Come in." The person waved his hand again. Little Blossom did not move. Zheng Tan jumped down from the dog's back and walked into the store first. It sniffed and looked in a direction. On a tall shelf, a very clean white cat was squatting on it. It looked down at Zheng Tan, who was walking in. Its pupils contracted, and its eyes looked a little sharp. Zheng Tan ran out and pushed Little Blossom into the store. Little Blossom followed Zheng Tan's push and slowly moved into the store. However, it was still vigilant. After it went in, it sniffed the surroundings. Then it squatted near the door and did not go inside. As long as it was not drenched in the rain, Little Blossom's wound would not be a problem for the time being. If it got infected, even if it was not a serious injury, it would worsen. After Little Blossom entered the store, Zheng Tan looked at the person leaning against the cashier. The shop owner looked to be in his 40s. His skin was a little dark. It was not clear if it was natural or because of the sun. He had a very mean-looking face. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked in the direction of Zheng Tan and Little Blossom. Generally speaking, aunties and old ladies would tell their little grandsons to stay away from such people when they saw such people. It couldn't be helped. A person's face could leave a first impression on others. People who looked amiable would also feel close to them at first glance. However, people who looked fierce or harsh like this person in front of them were treated differently. However, for animals, a person's face had nothing to do with an impression. If you were kind to them, many animals would feel close to you. When Zheng Tan saw the cat on the shelf, he felt that this person was not a bad person. He and Little Blossom were only here temporarily to avoid the rain. They did not want to interfere with this person's interests, so it should be fine. Moving his ears, Zheng Tan heard a sound and looked toward the back of the store. A young man came out with a box of umbrellas. "Boss, these are all the umbrellas. I tore up all the previous prices. They were all 15 yuan per umbrella. F***ck. The man was talking when he saw the big dog squatting at the door. He almost threw the box of umbrellas to the ground. Boss, where did the dog come from?" The young man looked very scared. He did not go closer. Holding the box of umbrellas, he looked at the person next to the cashier. "I called it in to avoid the rain. What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid of dogs. I was bitten by a dog when I was young. Since then I have felt that animals like dogs are really scary. I don't understand why so many people like dogs." "Okay, put the umbrellas there. You can take a nap in the back," the owner said with a cigarette in his mouth. His words were not very clear, and there was an obvious dialect. If Zheng Tan was not familiar with dialects, he would not have understood. The young man understood. He was already used to this way of speaking. He quickly put down the box of umbrellas and slipped away. He did not forget to close the door to the back room, as if he was afraid that the big dog in front of the door would enter. The shop owner took out a pen and wrote something on a piece of white paper. Then he took the paper and moved the box of umbrellas to the entrance of the shop. The paper was hung on a shelf above. It was written in black and white, and it was written in bold font. "Umbrellas and raincoats for sale. Special price of 20 yuan per umbrella." If Zheng Tan was not hallucinating, the young man said that the umbrellas were sold for 15 yuan when he moved the box over. 20 yuan was a special price. It was indeed a special price. He was a profiteer. After Zheng Tan and Little Flower entered the house, the rain turned into a storm in less than 2 minutes. The raindrops splashed on the ground, and Little Flower could not help but take a step back. The wind outside became stronger. Basically, as soon as they went out, they would get wet. The wind was too strong, and the rain would still drift into the house. Therefore, the owner closed most of the door, leaving only the part where the umbrellas were placed. The box was covered with a layer of cloth. It was waterproof, so there was no need to worry about the rain falling into the box. Needless to say, there were many people who came to buy umbrellas and raincoats. Many of them hurriedly paid the money and left with the umbrella. Of course, there were also people who bargained, but in the end, they were always rejected. They would not give a cent when buying other small things. In short, they did not bargain. The owner walked to the cashier and started to fiddle with an electric fan, the kind of desktop electric fans used by students. Usually, the students in the school would take the fans and fix them when they stopped working. Some would sell them at a low price. The fan in the shop owner's hand was probably bought from a student at a low price. After fixing it, he could sell it for some money. Clang. Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the sound. 2 young men with dyed hair and wearing short-sleeved t-shirts with skulls on them walked in. The sound came from them kicking the metal frame at the door. Both of them were soaked. They wiped their flip-flops on the dry paper box beside them and were cursing. After seeing Xiaohua, they paused and restrained themselves. Most people were still afraid of this kind of big dog. The 2 of them took 2 umbrellas and some other things from the shop and came to the cashier. "The total is 72. 30 yuan, thank you," the shop owner said. "It's so expensive. Make it cheaper," the young man said as he put the things into a bag. "No bargaining, 72. 30 yuan, thank you," the shop owner said again. The shop owner said again. He didn't say anything about the young man putting the things into the bag without paying. "Hey, you old thing, wasting time. I told you to make it cheaper, so make it cheaper. You don't understand nice words, right?" As he spoke, the young man took out a 50 yuan bill and slammed it on the counter, intending to take the things and leave. However, the shop owner reacted faster. Before the young man could take the bag, He was twisted and pressed against the counter. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The young man's face was distorted. He did not know why, but when he moved a little, it hurt so much. It was as if his face was going to be broken. What are you doing? The other young man said angrily. He looked to the side, intending to take the mop. It was easier to talk with a stick in hand. Woof! Little Blossom realized something and called out. She even growled at the person who was trying to get the mop. The young man's hand was about to touch the mop, but he was scared by the dog's barking. Chapter 371. In the affiliated hospital, the old lady panicked when she received the call from the guard. Just now, Old Manly had fallen asleep after taking his medicine and injections. The old lady leaned against the chair beside him and took a nap as well. The other people in the ward who were awake were discussing the changes in the weather outside. They deliberately lowered their voices. However, when they saw a tree being blown down by the wind, someone could not help but let out a louder cry of surprise. The old lady woke up because of their exclamations, so did Old Lee. After seeing the weather outside the window, the two elders couldn't stay calm, especially Old Lee. The first thing that came to his mind was that Xiaohua was still tied up in the guard room. What would happen to Xiaohua in such a windy and rainy day? Before the old lady could make a call, the guard called. The old lady had left her phone number with the guard. Therefore, when the guard saw Xiaohua run away, he immediately called the old lady to explain the situation. The two elders were worried that Xiaohua had run away. However, when they remembered that Xiaohua ran away with Professor Xiaojiao's cat, they calmed down a little. A few days ago, when Little Blossom was injured, it was Professor Jiao's cat that brought Little Blossom to the pet center for treatment. Little Gua had told the two elders about this, and Old Manly had even called Professor Jiao to thank him. Old Lee even told the old lady in private, Professor Xiaojiao is a good person and a good cat. However, the weather outside wasn't good. Old Lee couldn't rest in peace. He asked the old lady to pass him the phone. He directly called the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa, who was arranging teaching materials in the office, saw the caller ID and immediately picked up the call. Old Lee was a retired professor from the Institute of Biological Sciences. Although Old Lee studied plants and didn't have much to do with the Jiaopa's research, the teachers in the institute still respected Old Lee. Therefore, the Jiaopa didn't think much and picked up the call. Hello, Professor Xiaojiao. Did your cat go back? Old Lee briefly told the Jiaopa about what happened at the hospital. The Jiaopa thought about it and said, I'm in the office now. I'll call and ask. Sorry to trouble you, Professor Xiaojiao. If you have any news, please call me back. After hanging up, the Jiaopa called home. Generally speaking, when Zheng Tan was at home, he would press the answer button when he saw the familiar number on the landline. However, after ringing for a long time, the other side did not pick up. Jiaopa looked at the weather outside and frowned. Then he called Jiao Wei's parents and Feng Baijin. He asked them all, but Feng Baijin said that Zheng Tan had already left. While Jiaopa and Old Manly were looking for Zheng Tan and Little Flower, the two of them were still hiding from the rain in the grocery store. At this moment, the atmosphere in the grocery store was a little strange. The two arrogant young men were now listless. One of them was pinned to the counter by the wrist and didn't dare to move. Only his face was distorted from the pain. At first he was still talking tough, but now he didn't even dare to fart. He could only hope that this mean-looking shop owner would quickly let them go. Just like what the shop owner said, if they wanted to let them go, they could either pay for it or get lost. On the counter, there was still the 50 yuan that the man had taken out, but the shop owner didn't look at it again after a glance. He only paid attention to the two young men who were dressed differently. The man standing at the side swallowed his saliva. He felt that the wind outside was a little cold. The wind was wet, which made him feel even colder. I'm warning you, don't go too far. The young man standing at the side raised his hand and pointed at the shop owner. However, it was obvious that his fingers were trembling. Little Flower sneezed from the rain that had splashed onto his nose. The man was so scared that he trembled again. He couldn't outsell the Samoyed when he was smiling, and he couldn't outsell Brother Ba when he pretended to be pitiful. There weren't many facial expressions on Flowery's face. For people who didn't know this type of dog, the most intimidating thing was its size. The two young men wondered if the big dog behind them was showing its impatience. When they thought about it, they became even more scared. The shop owner didn't say anything. He just looked at them with an expressionless face. Then the young man standing at the side gritted his teeth, took out 22 yuan from his pocket, and put it on the counter. Is this okay? Let my brother go. The shop owner didn't say anything, nor did he let go. Instead, he twisted the man's wrist again, which made him scream in pain. $72.30. Is your elementary school math taught by a physical education teacher? The young man standing at the side froze. He didn't expect the shop owner to be so serious about 30 cents. I don't have 30 cents left. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. As he spoke, the man rummaged through his trouser pockets and took out everything in them. There was a 10-cent coin in his left trouser pocket and 2 old 10-cent coins in his right trouser pocket. The man standing at the side choked. He didn't expect there to be 30 cents left. He put all 3 coins on the counter and looked at the shop owner. Is this okay? The shop owner shook his head and looked at the man. Last chance. Ouch. F***CK. Hurry up and give me the money. The man whose wrist was being held shouted at his partner. The person standing next to him put another 50 yuan note on the counter with a depressed expression, and then hurriedly left with his companions. The man wanted to take the 50 on the counter, but he found that a finger was pressing down on the corner of the 50. He looked at the 50 on the counter unwillingly and snorted. He was pulled away by his partner, who took the things and walked towards the door. When he left, he wanted to find something to fight back. Even if he couldn't hit the man, he could at least hit the shop. He didn't expect to kick a shelf when he turned around. His toes hurt from the impact, and he wanted to curse. Just as he was about to curse to vent his anger and grievance, he heard 2 barks from behind. Woof! Xiao Hua stood up and looked at the 2 men. He felt that something was wrong from them, so he only barked twice to test them. At the same time, he reminded them not to come over. Xiao Hua looked very big when he was lying down, and when he stood up, he looked even bigger. His every move was very eye-catching. However, Zheng Tan didn't stop Xiao Hua. He felt that the 2 young men didn't have the guts to come over and fight with Xiao Hua. Moreover, the shop owner wasn't a simple person. He could subdue people with one move, so he definitely wasn't weak in a real fight. He was much more powerful than the 2 young men. The 2 young men choked because of Xiao Hua's barks. They looked at each other and didn't want to curse anymore. They quickly left. What's going on? The man who had run to the back room to take a nap was woken up by the barks. He gathered his courage and opened the door to take a look. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the 2 men at the door. Are they looking for trouble? When the 2 men at the door saw that the shop owner had helpers, they didn't want to stay there and quickly left. They didn't even open the umbrella they just bought and ran into the rain. The man who came from the back of the shop walked around Xiao Hua. He stuck to the shelf on the other side and quickly walked to the cashier. What's going on, boss? Are those 2 looking for trouble? It's nothing. They're just kids. There's no need to worry. The shop owner put the money into the money box. Only the 50 yuan bill that he took out from the counter was still in its original position. Oh, they dared to use fake money. They must be doing it on purpose. Boss, why didn't you beat them up before letting them go? Why are you arguing with kids? The shop owner moved the fake 50 yuan bill to the side of the counter and pressed it with something. Then he picked up the screwdriver and continued to repair the fan with a cigarette in his mouth. The employee had just woken up and didn't plan to go back to the back room. He dragged a chair over and sat down to watch the shop owner repair the fan. He felt that the shop owner should have taught those 2 a lesson. Those who ate, drank, and played outside all day, bullied the weak and feared the strong, should be taught a lesson. Boss, they're about the same age as me. If they're not 20, they're at least 18. They're still kids. After a pause, the employee said, Boss, what's the difference between kids and adults? Isn't it age? The shop owner's gaze didn't move from the fan. He bit the cigarette. Difference. Kids care about who can take them to eat, drink, and play. Adults care about who can lead them to success. The employee pursed his lips. He didn't agree or refute. He looked at the box at the door and said, Boss, didn't anyone say anything about your behavior of raising the price in the rain? What's there to say? The bus fare increases during the holidays. What's wrong with raising the umbrella fare when it's raining? I've learned from you what it means to take advantage of a burning house. No. The shop owner shook the screwdriver in his hand. I'm just letting you know more vividly what it means to be a businessman without evil intentions. Perhaps for many people, all businessmen without evil intentions was a derogatory term. However, for many businessmen, such as the shop owner himself, that wasn't necessarily the case. Zheng Tan squatted next to Xiao Hua and listened to the conversation between the shop owner and the employee. He felt that the shop owner was quite interesting. Hey boss, aren't you afraid that the cat and dog will stay here? The employee asked. He wasn't afraid that Zheng Tan and Xiao Hua would hear him at all. In his opinion, even cats and dogs that had been with people for a few years wouldn't be able to understand complicated words. The shop owner didn't say anything. Zheng Tan also pretended that he didn't hear anything. On the shelf, the white cat changed its position. It was still staring at Zheng Tan and Xiao Hua from above. Even when the shop owner called it over, it didn't move. After staying in the grocery store for about an hour, the rain gradually became lighter. After another 10 minutes, it finally stopped. However, there were still a few drops of rain falling from the sky. The sky was much brighter now, but the wind was still blowing. Looking at the sky in the distance, there was probably still a storm brewing. Taking advantage of this time, he quickly went back. As soon as Zheng Tan left the grocery store, Xiao Hua stood up and followed him out. After walking for a while, Zheng Tan turned back to look at the grocery store. Because the rain had stopped, the door was opened again. The situation at the cashier counter could be seen clearly from outside. The shop owner was testing the electric fan that he had just fixed. The white cat jumped down from the shelf and onto the cashier counter. The white cat looked at the shop owner with its sharp eyes. Then, it quickly used its paw to remove the cigarette in the shop owner's mouth. The shop owner hadn't stopped smoking for more than an hour. He liked to work with a cigarette in his mouth. If he didn't have a cigarette in his mouth, he would feel uncomfortable and weak. After his cigarette was removed, the shop owner wasn't angry. Instead, he choked on his laughter. Cough cough. Hey, this cigarette can't be wasted. It's more than 10 yuan per pack. As he spoke, the shop owner quickly picked up the cigarette that had fallen on the counter and put it back in his mouth. Then it used its paw to remove the cigarette again. Hey, you little heartless brat. The shop owner picked up the cigarette and took a puff. Then he blew a smoke ring at the white cat. The white cat that was squatting there leaned back. It probably realized that it couldn't avoid the smoke ring while squatting, but it didn't want to move. Therefore, it raised its two paws and waved the smoke ring away. Chapter 372. When Zheng Tan and Little Flower returned to the courtyard, Depang, who was squatting on the first floor, saw them and yelled loudly. Zheng Tan was still wondering why Depang was yelling. Soon, Depang's old lady came out. Yo, you're back. Black Charcoal Little Flower, come in. Depang's old lady opened the door and called Little Flower in. Little Flower was familiar with many people in the courtyard. When the old lady came over to pull on his collar, Little Flower did not resist. He followed the old lady's strength and walked in. Zheng Tan followed. After bringing Little Flower into the house, the old lady took out her phone and called both the Jiaopa and Old Man Li to tell them that they were safe. It turned out that when the Jiaopa knew that Zheng Tan and Little Flower did not return to the courtyard and did not know where they went, and that the weather outside was bad, he asked Depang's old lady, who stayed at home, to keep an eye on them. After receiving the news, the Jiaopa and Old Man Li were instantly relieved. Although the Jiaopa felt that with his cat's intelligence, he would not get lost or get caught in the rain, he was still a little worried when he did not see or hear from them. It was mainly because of the weather outside that he was worried. However, now that he knew that the cat and dog had returned home safely and that their fur was dry, he knew that they must have found a place to hide from the rain. If someone helped them, the Jiaopa planned to go over and thank them. After all, in that kind of weather, not everyone would take in a cat and a dog temporarily. Forget about the cat, but Little Flower's big dog was too big. Since he took it in and didn't have any bad intentions, he really should go and thank him. In the past, there were many cases of people cheating dogs and selling dog meat. A large dog like Bernard Shaw was actually a meat dog in many people's eyes. A meat dog was a dog that was raised to be eaten. The Jiaopa had seen in the newspaper that people raised or bought such large dogs at a low price. It was no wonder that old Manly was so anxious in the hospital. Little Flower was too kind and easily taken advantage of. If he was really sold to be eaten, where would old Manly go to cry? 2 days later, on a sunny weekend, Zheng Tan took Jiaopa to the grocery store. When the shop owner saw Zheng Tan, he was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the cat would bring its owner to his door just because he helped it. The Jiaopa bought some fruits and went over to express his gratitude. After chatting for a while, he left. Jiaopa received a call from a student. Something had happened in the laboratory, so Jiaopa could only bid farewell in a hurry. After the Jiaopa left, the shop assistant walked over and picked a red grape from the fruit bag and put it in his mouth. "Boss, I didn't expect to get a bag of fruit just by helping a cat. These fruits aren't cheap. They're worth at least a few $dozen. This is a good deal." Sometimes, helping someone with all of one's heart might not be exchanged for sincerity. Sometimes it would just be a thank you. In this day and age, a thank you was worthless. He didn't expect that this time. He had only let a cat and a dog in to take shelter from the rain, and they had come to thank him and even brought gifts. This family valued the cat quite a lot. The shop owner also tasted a few red grapes and said, "That's why I said that if you think you can help, then help. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a cat. Cast your net wide. As long as there's a big fish, you'll earn a lot." Just by listening to the first part of the sentence, the shop assistant thought that his boss's character had improved. He didn't expect the latter part of the sentence to reveal his true nature. However, the shop assistant still nodded. The boss's words didn't sound good, but it made sense. It was a different interpretation of the phrase, "good people will be rewarded." It was a straightforward value. However, the shop assistant and the boss didn't expect that they would get more than this. After the Jiaopa came over to express his gratitude, he told Old Li what he knew. Obviously, Old Li had the same thought as the Jiaopa. He knew that the grocery store owner had helped them, so he bought gifts to thank him as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. In other people's eyes, it wasn't that big of a deal. Wasn't it just helping a dog? Did they have to go over to thank him? However, just like Zheng Tan's position in the Jiao family, Xiaohua's position in Old Li's heart wasn't small either. At that time, Xiaohua was still injured. If he got drenched in the rain, he would be even more injured. Therefore, Old Li took the gifts and brought Xiaohua to the grocery store. He held the shop owner's hand and thanked him solemnly. "Comrade, thank you for taking care of my Xiaohua." The shop assistant stood at the side and trembled. He felt that this old man was even more exaggerated than the university professor, who came last time. What was the gift next to him? Other than fruits, there was a box of American ginseng. It looked quite high-end. The shop assistant didn't know that many people went to visit Old Li when he was in the hospital. Every person who went to visit him brought a lot of gifts. There were so many things like ginseng that Old Li and his wife couldn't finish them all. This time they happened to come across this matter, so they brought a box over. After Old Li left, the shop assistant sighed to the shop owner again. He casually cast the net and caught 2 fish. "Boss, do you think there will be more big fish?" The shop owner snorted. "You should be content." The shop assistant didn't really think that there would be more developments. He just said it casually. Then, he happily carried the fruits to the back to wash them. He even generously picked a grape and put it in front of the white cat that was squatting on the shelf. The white cat slapped it away with its paw. After another 2 days, the people from the grocery store came again. After Xiaoguo found out about this from the Jiaopa, he wanted to use this matter to film a short film and publicize it. If people saw cats and dogs in trouble in the future, they would be able to help out. After getting the shop owner's approval, Xiaoguo brought the people from the working group over. "Is my outfit okay? It's my first time being interviewed, so I'm a little nervous." The shop assistant specially wore clothes that showed off his good temperament and stood in front of the shop owner. "It's passable," the shop owner said. Compared to the shop assistant's nervousness and excitement, the shop owner looked no different from usual. This time, the shop owner didn't want to show too much of his face. The shop owner said that he wanted to show an honest and sincere feeling. The shop owner's face was really not convincing. He didn't want to show his face, so he let the shop assistant do it. However, there were some things that the shop owner had to explain. The shop owner briefly told Xiaoguo what happened that day. When Xiaoguo asked about the white cat on the shelf, the shop owner told him the truth. Of course, he didn't mention the increase in the price of umbrellas in the heavy rain, and the two gangsters on the way. That white cat came by itself. I don't know whose it used to belong to. When it came, it was very thin. Now it's much stronger. But since it came, there are no more rats in the shop. The shop owner didn't tie it up. In the shop owner's words, it came by itself. When it wants to leave and feels that it's not good to stay here, it's up to it. Cats are all like this, little heartless. Xiaoguo felt that the story of the white cat could be used to create a good image for the shop owner. As for the little heartless comment in the second half of the sentence, it was filtered out. When the shooting was almost done, Xiaoguo felt that it was rare for him to come here. Even if the shop owner didn't want to shoot too much, he should at least shoot some scenes of the shop owner. So, Xiaoguo asked the shop owner who was sitting calmly next to him, "Boss Huang, do you have any thoughts about this incident?" Boss Huang looked at the camera lens and said seriously, "Cast the net wide and catch more fish." Xiaoguo was speechless. He should cut this part out when he went back. Xiaoguo had expected to hear something about being kind to others and caring for animals, but in the end, all he got was these two sentences. He wanted to establish a good image for others and spread positive energy, not to advertise as a profiteer. 2 weeks later, Mao was alone at home. His wife took the kids to play at a friend's house and didn't allow him to follow. Mao didn't want to go with a group of women, so he stayed at home alone and let the nanny take a leave. Mao rarely had the chance to stay at home alone and surf the internet. He drank beer and ate takeout. Of course, there was a lot of cat food for black rice. Since he had nothing to do, Mao clicked on the website of Xiaoguo's pet center and clicked on the section that he frequented. According to the time, the new video was released. Mao, like many customers of the pet center and many cat friends on the internet, was very interested in the videos shot by Xiaoguo's studio. Sometimes he would watch the commercials. The crude commercials made by cats and dogs could entertain him for a long time and always make him feel relaxed. In addition to the commercials, there were also some short films about life, which always made him smile. Especially when he saw those who had tough stuff at home, he couldn't help but gloat. In the last episode, it was about Xiaohua bravely saving his owner and honorably getting injured. What about this episode? Mao clicked on the latest video. It wasn't about commercials, but about what happened during the storm a few days ago. The main character was still Xiaohua. Because it was a dog from the courtyard, Mao had paid attention to it, and even visited Oldly in the hospital. In this episode, it was Xiaohua again. What did this dog do this time? Recently, this big dog had been appearing on the screen a lot. In the new video, after Mao saw a scene, he was stunned. He put down the beer, moved the progress bar forward a little, and then pressed pause on a certain scene. Staring at the somewhat mean face on the screen, Mao picked up the phone and called Xiaoguo. "Hello, Mr. Guo, are you free now? I have something to ask you." Xiaoguo was originally distributing work with the people in the work group, but after receiving Mao's call, he put down what he was doing and walked into the lounge. "Yes, I'm free. What do you want to ask?" Since Xiaoguo knew about Mao's background, he decided to suck up to him. Other than the matter about black rice, Xiaoguo wouldn't refuse Mao's rare call. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to get closer to Mao? Mao asked Xiaoguo about the video they had just shot, as well as the owner of the grocery store. "The owner? His surname is Huang, but I don't know his full name. He didn't mention it either. He didn't want to show his face too much during the shoot, so it was basically shot by the staff." Although he didn't know why Mao wanted to ask about the store owner, Xiaoguo still told Mao what he knew. "His surname is Huang." "Okay, I got it. I won't bother you anymore. Mr. Guo, you can continue with your work." After hanging up, Mao turned off the computer and went out. In the grocery store, the staff had been in a good mood because of the interview. After the video was released, he went to read the comments from the netizens. His performance that day was good, and the netizens commented that he was young and handsome. This made the staff proud for a few days, and he still hadn't completely let it go. As he was thinking, he saw a young man walk in. The staff went up to him and said enthusiastically, "What would you like to order? I'll introduce you." Because after the store owner said to cast the net wide and catch more fish. The staff thought that in the future, except for those who were obviously looking for trouble, he should treat the customers better. He wanted them to feel that even if it was a small grocery store, the staff was also professional. Mao walked into the grocery store and looked around. His eyes fell on the person who was sitting at the cashier and reading the newspaper. He said to the staff, "A weasel skin." Chapter 373. The shop assistant looked at his boss and then at the customer who seemed to be looking for trouble, but did not look like one. After a few more glances, the shop assistant was sure that the customer knew his boss. Since they knew each other, the shop assistant had nothing to do with it. His boss would handle the rest. Therefore, the shop assistant picked up a rag and started wiping the shelves. His ears perked up as he was interested in his boss's gossip. After the initial shock, Boss Huang smiled helplessly. He put the newspaper down and took out 2 cigarettes. He put one in his mouth and tossed the other to Mao. Mao caught the cigarette but did not smoke. It waved its hand at Boss Huang's action of lifting the lighter, indicating that it was not going to smoke for the time being. "You've stopped smoking since you have a kid. You're still a heavy smoker," Mao said as he passed the cigarette back to Boss Huang. Boss Huang was a little surprised by Mao's words. He did not expect the naughty and mischievous person to have a kid so soon. In his impression, Mao would only settle down in his 30s, and before that, he would run around and play. "There's a chair over there. Drag it over and have a seat. Don't be shy," Boss Huang said as he put the cigarette back carefully. Mao did not hold back. It dragged a chair over and sat with its legs crossed. It even took a peach from the fruit bowl on the other side of the counter to munch on it. "It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect you to become like this," Boss Huang said. "I didn't expect you, Boss Huang, who used to manage a big company with hundreds of people, to stay in a small shop like this. Are you down and out?" Mao chewed on the peach, and his words were not very tactful. "We didn't survive the financial crisis." Boss Huang flicked the cigarette ash and let out a long breath. "I'm really not cut out for that." From what Boss Huang said, Mao knew that Boss Huang had opened the shop in the past 1 or 2 years. The shop did not look new, so Boss Huang must have taken over someone else's shop and stayed in Chuhua City. The shop assistant continued wiping the counter in the corner with his ears perked up. "No wonder I didn't see you when I first came here. I've been coming here for the past 2 years, but I didn't see you around. After getting married and having a kid, I didn't pay much attention to other things. If it wasn't for that show, I wouldn't have thought you would come to Chuhua City. I didn't expect you to watch that show too. Of course, my family has cats too." Mao glanced at the white cat that was squatting on the high shelf and staring at them. "Hey, your cat looks pretty good." Boss Huang smiled without saying a word. The white cat had been introduced in the show, so he did not need to elaborate further. However, he did not know that Mao, who used to hate cats, would raise a cat. Boss Huang also did not expect Mao to find him in the pet show. It seemed that he was not the only one who had changed in the past 2 years. Mao had also changed a lot. In the past, this kid always wore strange clothes and dyed his hair. He looked like a hooligan or a street swindler. Now he looked like a decent person. After all, he was a father. Mao did not ask too much about Boss Huang's old company. Even though they had not seen each other for a few years, they chatted like old friends. Mao asked why Boss Huang was kind enough to take in Xiaohua, and Boss Huang told him about it. This time, he did not explain it in an official manner like he did with Xiao Guo and the others. Instead, he told him the truth. "I heard that the online show has a lot of viewers, and it costs a lot to advertise it. My little shop benefited a lot from the free advertisement. Many people who watched the show have been coming over recently." "Oh." Mao nodded. "I was wondering where Xiaohua got his courage from. So it's black coal. TSK, it wasn't in the video. Black coal? That black cat?" Boss Huang recalled and smiled. Back then, the cat was riding on the dog's back. If it wasn't for the cat, the big dog wouldn't have come in. Don't underestimate black coal. It's quite the troublemaker. Air Mao mentioned something about Zheng Tan. The two of them chatted until dinner time. Air Mao then stood up and left. Boss Huang wanted Air Mao to stay for dinner, but Air Mao declined. I still need to prepare cat food when I get back. I'll buy some side dishes tomorrow. Let's have a drink. Sure. Boss Huang did not reject Air Mao's offer. After all, it was not like Air Mao lacked money. After Air Mao left, the shop assistant threw the rag away and ran to the cashier counter. Boss, who's that? An old friend. Boss Huang did not want to say much, but after a pause he smiled and said, I didn't expect to get so many things in one go. That's right, the shop assistant thought. The next day, when it was almost 5 p.m., Zheng Tan was walking back from the lakeside villa. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Air Mao, who was carrying a bag of roast duck and a bag of cooked food. Black Hole, where are you going? Why don't you come with me to the grocery store where you took shelter from the rain? You can get to know someone while you're there. I'll call Professor Jiao later, said Air Mao. Zheng Tan thought about it and decided that it was a good idea. Since Air Mao would call him, he did not have to worry about being scolded. Besides, Air Mao mentioned the grocery store, which piqued Zheng Tan's interest, so he went with Air Mao. During the summer day, especially at noon, there were not many people shopping at the grocery store. Usually, there would be more people at night when the sun went down. When Zheng Tan and Air Mao arrived, the sun was still up, so it was still warm. There were not many people in the grocery store. The shop assistant was sitting at the side, playing with his phone while Boss Huang was still reading the newspaper at the counter. As soon as the shop assistant saw Zheng Tan, his eyes lit up. Zheng Tan could not help but stop in his tracks. He did not know why the shop assistant looked at him as if he was some RMB. Boss Huang asked the shop assistant to bring out a folding table. He cooked 2 side dishes and brought a few bottles of beer. The 3 of them, and the cat made do with the food. When he saw Zheng Tan eating the same food as them, Boss Huang was curious. Is it okay for the cat to eat like this? It's fine. Air Mao was not worried at all. After distributing the food to Zheng Tan, it added a few pieces of roast duck, a few slices of beef, and some side dishes to the counter. Zheng Tan's table was on the counter. Zheng Tan did not mind. He ate a lot for lunch and slept for the whole afternoon without moving much, so he was not hungry. He came over to see what kind of expert Boss Huang was. From what Zheng Tan knew, anyone who was close to Air Mao was not an ordinary person. When he thought about how Boss Huang subdued the gangster on the rainy day, he was even more curious. As he was thinking, he heard a soft sound. Zheng Tan looked up. The white cat jumped on the counter and stood half a meter away from Zheng Tan. It seemed to want to come over as if it was curious about the food in Zheng Tan's bowl. Zheng Tan pushed the disposable bowl that Air Mao had prepared for him closer to his chest and protected the bowl from the cat. He did not want his bowl to be stained with the cat's saliva, and Zheng Tan was still concerned about that. Zheng Tan's action was seen by the shop assistant as he was protecting his food. The white cat noticed Zheng Tan's vigilance, so it stopped approaching. Instead, it stared at Boss Huang and meowed twice. Boss Huang picked up some duck meat without sauce and put it beside the white cat's feet. The white cat sniffed it and ate it reluctantly, causing the shop assistant to pout. You were more obedient when you first came here. Now you know how to put on airs. You're not cute at all. Boss Huang picked up another piece of duck meat and tapped the white cat's head with the other end of the chopstick. You little heartless thing. Not mine. My black rice is very obedient. It doesn't throw a tantrum, Air Mao said proudly. Zheng Tan scoffed in his heart and doubted Air Mao's words. He wanted to listen to more gossip and find out what was so special about Boss Huang, but to his surprise, Air Mao did not lead the conversation in that direction at all. They only talked about the usual trivial things. Zheng Tan was so bored that he wanted to take a nap. He regretted coming here. Instead of listening to the boring gossip, he might as well go back and have some good food. After dinner, the sun had set. Some customers had just come to the shop, so the shop assistant went to deal with them. Boss Huang did not have to show up, so Air Mao and Boss Huang had been drinking and chatting in front of the folding table. However, they had moved the table further inside the shop, so that it would not disturb the customers. Zheng Tan was taking a nap on the counter. He was too lazy to move even when the shop assistant was picking up the items at the counter. All of a sudden, Zheng Tan's ears twitched and he looked outside the shop. There was a car and a van outside. The two men who came out of the van were the ones who came to the shop to cause trouble when it rained the other day. When the customers saw the "I'm here to cause trouble" look on their faces, they stopped buying and quickly left. However, they did not go far. They watched from a distance and discussed whether they should call the police if a fight broke out later. Some people nearby saw the situation and joined the discussion. However, most of them were just there to watch the show. Small merchants like them did not want to provoke the gangsters. Mao and Boss Huang saw the men as well, but they did not look worried at all. Mao even sized up the newcomers with interest. He then stood up and said, "I'll go out first. You take your time." When Mao walked to the counter, he called Zheng Tan out with him. Zheng Tan glanced at Mao. He jumped down from the counter and walked out of the shop with Mao. Mao was still in the mood to buy a melon from a vendor who was pulling a wooden cart. He then leaned against the cart and watched the situation in the shop. Zheng Tan did not go far. When he saw that Mao did not intend to leave, he jumped onto a small three-wheeled vehicle in front of the car and watched the shop. Inside the shop assistant was anxious. He wanted to call the police when he saw that the men were not friendly, but he was stopped by his boss. Boss Huang saw that the shop assistant looked like he was about to face a great enemy, but did not run away, so he asked him to stay aside for a while. The shop assistant was actually very dissatisfied with Mao. Mao and his boss were like brothers when they were eating just now. But now that there was trouble, Mao turned around and ran away. Among the 9 men who came, the leader was called Brother Yu. He had a dragon tattoo on his arm, and the word Azure Dragon was beside it as if he was afraid that people would not know that it was the Azure Dragon. Brother Yu walked up to Boss Huang with his underlings. He raised his chin and asked him, "Yes, Brother Yu. That's him," said the young man whose hand was twisted by Boss Huang. Boss Huang was not in a hurry. He took out a pack of cigarettes and tapped on the cigarette box with his finger. A cigarette popped up and was caught between 2 fingers. The cigarette twirled between his fingers before it stopped. Boss Huang handed the cigarette to Brother Yu and said, "Give it a try." "Hey, who wants your lousy?" Before the lackey could finish his sentence, Brother Mingyu had already taken the cigarette from Boss Huang's lighter. He even lit the cigarette and took a puff of it. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Boss Huang lit one for himself. "I heard that there's a KTV on the street. It's pretty good." "Yeah, the girls there are very hot." Brother Yu nodded and agreed. The lackey did not know what Brother Yu meant. He thought that Brother Yu had his own plans, so he did not say anything. Usually, when Brother Yu was talking, he would not let them interrupt. "This is the right time to go there," Boss Huang said. "Indeed," Brother Yu replied while smoking. The 2 lackeys who had been taken advantage of by Boss Huang before were a little anxious. The atmosphere was different from what they had imagined. The more they looked at them, the more they felt like they were old friends chatting. Didn't Brother Yu say that he did not know this person? Zheng Tan also found it strange. Moreover, when Boss Huang took out the cigarette, Zheng Tan had a very strange feeling. He could not tell what it was, but he just felt strange. Boss Huang chatted for a while more before he said, "All right, I won't keep you from having fun. Farewell. I won't see you out." Brother Yu turned around and left with the cigarette in his mouth. Brother Yu. The lackeys behind him did not understand what their boss meant. They could only follow him and leave. Seeing this, the people who had wanted to watch the show were disappointed. The onlookers also dispersed. All bark and no bite. There was nothing to see. Zheng Tan was standing very close to the car. The rear window of the car was not closed after the Brother Yu entered the car. Therefore, Zheng Tan could clearly hear the conversation inside. "Brother Yu, what should we do now?" asked one of the men sitting in the driver's seat. "Of course we're going to the KTV on the street. Do you even need to ask?" Brother Yu said with a tone that said, "You are all idiots." Hearing such an answer, the man choked. This was not what they had planned. Didn't they say that they were going to teach the shop owner a lesson? Another person sitting in the front passenger seat also said, "Brother Yu, are we just going to let the owner of that shabby shop go?" "The owner of a shabby shop?" "Oh," Brother Yu asked. "That's..." The person in the front passenger seat also choked. What did brother you mean? Was he pretending to be stupid or not to mention it? The person in the front passenger seat did not say anything. After all, he was not the one who wanted revenge this time. What was there to worry about? Brother you sat in the car, smoking and thinking about what kind of girl to accompany him at the KTV later. Brother you, I think we should have taught that person a lesson just now. The person sitting next to brother you could not help but say. He was familiar with brother you, so he dared to say a lot of things. His brothers were already showing their arrogance. You want us to pretend to be weak. Just now. Brother you forcibly withdrew his thoughts from the girl accompanying him at the KTV, and thought about the words of the person next to him. Just now? What happened just now? Something seemed to have happened just now. What was it? Brother you felt a headache. He raised his hand and knocked on his forehead. He waved his hand and stopped thinking about it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and drive. If you don't go now, the good girls will be taken away. If you find some ugly girl to accompany you, you will cry. The other people in the car. Damn, they really wanted to cry now. Chapter 374. On the way back, Zheng Tan was still trying to figure out what was going on. Hypnosis? Zheng Tan had never seen anyone hypnotized in such a way. However, there were so many people at that time. Why was Minyu the only one who seemed strange? From the beginning to the end, Boss Huang only took out a cigarette and said a few words. Zheng Tan wondered if there was something wrong with the cigarette. Maybe it was some kind of drug or something, but the cigarette was no different from the one Boss Huang smoked during lunch. As Zheng Tan was thinking, he heard Air Mao say, "Black Coal, do you know why that guy's nickname is Weasel?" They entered the school from the side entrance, and it took them about 10 minutes to walk to the eastern courtyard. At that time, there were not many people on the path, so no one heard what Air Mao said. Zheng Tan looked at Air Mao and perked up his ears. His name is Huang Shu. According to folklore, Weasel has the ability to confuse people. Of course, that guy might not be as evil as those folktales said. He only knew some tricks passed down from his ancestors, because he had fooled many people, and his name sounded very similar to Yellow Weasel. Everyone called him Weasel. Many people know who the person nicknamed Weasel is, but they don't know his real name. Nicknames are much more famous than names. Little tricks? Zheng Tan was quite interested in that person's little tricks. It can be considered a relatively special kind of hypnotism. Perhaps it also involves some spiritualism. It's a kind of derivative trick that was once popular in the era of theocracy. Using your cat dad's scientific explanation, it should belong to the category of neuroscience. Of course, with current science and technology, some things are difficult to explain. Some people used to call these tricks heretical or even evil, but we call them folk arts. Every kind of skill that has been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years has its own reason and value. But don't be afraid. Usually he wouldn't use that kind of trick, especially on people. He rarely used it when he was doing business back then. Of course, tonight's situation is an exception. Also, I told him not to use that kind of trick on you. While Air Mao was talking about Boss Huang, Zheng Tan was thinking, even if Boss Huang is a hypnotist, he might be able to hypnotize humans, but can he hypnotize cats, dogs, and even rats? If he had that kind of ability, why would he stay in a small grocery store? However, Zheng Tan had seen a lot of people with weird tempers. Just like Air Mao, who didn't live in a high-end elevator house or buy a villa, but chose to rent an apartment in a courtyard in the Eastern District, and lived in a small place of about 70 square meters. Everyone had their own ideas. Zheng Tan couldn't figure out the thoughts of those weirdos with his own way of thinking. Being able to see Boss Huang's special side made Zheng Tan's afternoon trip worthwhile. The next day, Zheng Tan went to the grocery store again. Initially, Zheng Tan wanted to observe Boss Huang's little tricks more, but he was more curious than afraid about the hypnotic tricks that Air Mao mentioned. When the shop assistant saw Zheng Tan again, he even greeted him with a smile. The shop assistant was still a little dizzy after what had happened last night. He didn't know why those people had come in such a rage, and left after saying a few words to the boss. He had asked the boss about it, but the boss had only replied, probably because they were bored and had nothing better to do. The shop assistant couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and kept thinking about what happened last night. He suddenly realized that Mao might have expected something like that, so he went out to watch calmly. It seemed like Boss Huang had a lot of secrets. Young people were always curious, but Boss Huang had no intention of telling him anything. When Zheng Tan arrived, there was no one in the store. The shop assistant was playing poker with Boss Huang out of boredom. It was the simplest kind of poker game. Whoever drew the most points would win in 5 rounds, and the loser would be responsible for cleaning the store for the day. Zheng Tan jumped up and took a look. On the paper that recorded the results, the shop assistant had lost from the beginning to the end. Every time it was a best-of-5 format. Even if the shop assistant won 2 rounds in a row, he still couldn't win. Zheng Tan believed that this kind of simple game should be based on probability, right? However, the shop assistant didn't win even once. Later on, Rack 1 was marked to Rack 6, which meant that the shop assistant had to clean Rack 1 to Rack 6 alone for the day. The game was still going on, but the shop assistant's bad luck didn't turn for the better. No. Boss, shuffle the cards again, said the shop assistant. He was the one who shuffled the cards just now, but he lost from the beginning to the end. This time, it was Boss Huang's turn to shuffle the cards. He had seen Boss Huang shuffle the cards before, and his shuffling skills were terrible. After Boss Huang shuffled the cards, his luck should be better, right? Boss Huang didn't care. He picked up the cards and shuffled them. Zheng Tan had seen Mao play poker before. Back then, Mao used to play fancy cards on the street to fool the female students. Since this person knew Mao, he must be a capable person. Based on his results just now, Zheng Tan had a feeling that this person was the same as Mao. Sure. Boss Huang didn't care. He took the cards and shuffled them. His shuffling skills were terrible. He was like a kindergarten kid. When he shuffled the cards, Zheng Tan clearly saw a king of spades at the bottom. Zheng Tan could see it, and so could the shop assistant. Therefore, after Boss Huang shuffled the cards in such a childish way, the shop assistant said that he would pick first. Sure, Boss Huang answered as if he didn't care. As expected, the shop assistant picked the card at the bottom and flipped it over with a grin. Then his smile froze. He thought it was a king of spades, but it turned out to be a 3 of hearts. Boss Huang simply picked a king of spades from the middle. This isn't right, boss. How did this happen? I saw a king of spades at the bottom. How did it turn into a 3 of hearts? The shop assistant was puzzled. Boss Huang chuckled and wrote shelf 7 on the notebook beside him. He then said, "Eyes can also lie." You cheated. The shop assistant complained. I'm talking about evidence. If you don't have evidence, don't spout nonsense. This is called being a sore loser, Boss Huang pointed out as if he was an experienced person. I'm not playing anymore. This is too much. The shop assistant put away the cards and planned to buy some lunch. If this continued, he would die of exhaustion from losing. The shop might not be big, but it was tiring to clean all the shelves alone. It was summer, and every little movement would make him sweat. It was almost time, so Zheng Tan went to Feng Baijin's place to eat. After Zheng Tan left, Boss Huang went through the morning's income. When he saw the white cat jump on the counter again, Boss Huang stared at the greasy spot on its body and took out a 1 yuan coin. The white cat thought Boss Huang wanted to play with it, so it walked over. Boss Huang put the 1 yuan coin on the counter and moved it to the white cat. He held the coin vertically and flicked the edge of the coin, causing it to spin. The white cat lowered its head and looked at the spinning coin. Its tail, which had been wagging, slowly stopped moving. Boss Huang took out a square handkerchief and wet it with water. He then wiped the greasy spot on the white cat's head. The greasy spot must have been accidentally left on the white cat during breakfast. White fur was always like that, so the slightest stain was very obvious. Other than wiping the greasy spot, Boss Huang also gently wiped the white cat's ears. Usually the white cat would sit on the shelves, and the shelves would only be cleaned once a week or a few weeks. The grocery store by the roadside was like that. There was a lot of dust outside, and the airflow caused by the passing cars would cause a layer of dust to fall on the shelves if they were not cleaned. The white cat often slept on the shelves, so its body was covered in dust. Boss Huang could not bathe it every day, so he had to wipe it every few days. However, the white cat refused to cooperate. When he wiped its fur and ears, it resisted like its life was in danger. Therefore, Boss Huang often resorted to other methods, such as the current situation. After wiping the cat's ears, Boss Huang casually flipped the white cat's fur. He saw the cat carrying a fat rat in its mouth, so he wondered if it was infected with fleas. Cats had to be stroked, and flipping their fur would make them feel uncomfortable. Many cats would resist, including the white cat, but it did not move at all, allowing Boss Huang to do whatever he wanted. After flipping the cat's fur and finding no fleas, Boss Huang was relieved. He did not plan to bathe the cat or buy flea medicine. Putting the towel down, Boss Huang raised his finger and flicked the white cat's nose. The white cat shuddered as if it was awakened. It looked at Boss Huang and the coin beside its paw. It raised its paw and played with the coin, as if it had no idea what had just happened. Looking at the white cat playing with the coin nonchalantly, Boss Huang thought of the black cat that came in the morning. Was the black cat a male or a female? Mao didn't say anything about it, did it? Boss Huang pondered. The white cat in his shop was a female, and the black cat kept coming over. If it was a male, did it have its eyes on the white cat in his shop? He was not sure. The black cat walked with its tail hanging down, so Boss Huang was not sure if it was a male or a female. Boss Huang thought that if he saw the black cat again, he would have to see if it was a male or a female. Even though Mao told him not to play any tricks on the cat, he just wanted to see if it was a male or a female. It would not hurt the cat anyway. Boss Huang picked up the coin that was almost pushed out of the counter by the white cat. He fiddled with the coin in his hand and stopped reading the newspaper. After lunch, he kept an eye on the outside of his shop to see if the black cat would come again. Zheng Tan had lunch at Feng Baijin's shop. He watched Feng Baijin play a new game, before he jumped on a willow tree by the lake to take a nap before he went back to his shop. Initially, Zheng Tan did not plan to enter the grocery store. He was just passing by, but Boss Huang, who had been keeping an eye on the outside, suddenly called out to Zheng Tan. Cole, come here. Boss Huang waved at him. Zheng Tan was speechless. Did this guy learn this from Mao? But it was even worse than Mao. Even the word black was omitted. Zheng Tan had no idea what Boss Huang wanted, but he still walked over. Boss Huang tapped on the counter. Come on, Cole. Let's play a game. Boss Huang then took out a hemp rope and dangled it beside the counter. He played with it a little since he usually used it to tease the cat. Zheng Tan looked at Boss Huang as if he was looking at an idiot. He did not touch the hemp rope. Instead, he jumped on top of the counter to see what Boss Huang wanted. When Zheng Tan jumped on top of the counter, Boss Huang did not care why Zheng Tan did not play with the hemp rope. He took out the coin from earlier and flicked it like how he did with the white cat. When the black cat in front of him looked at the coin without moving its tail, Boss Huang thought it was enough. He wanted to grab Zheng Tan's tail to see if it was a male or a female. However, the moment his hand touched the tail, his eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. A black figure flashed in front of him, and he only managed to raise his hand to block it. However, he failed to block Zheng Tan's kick. Boss Huang almost fell off his chair after the kick to his face. He did not care about the pain on his face as he was shocked. It's ineffective. Chapter 375. After Zheng Tan kicked Boss Huang, he stood at the counter and looked at the man who almost fell off his chair. Although Mao had told Boss Huang not to use such tricks on Zheng Tan had always been wary of people with special abilities like Boss Huang. He was not familiar with Boss Huang. The first time they met was because of the weather. Boss Huang had let them in to take shelter from the rain, and Zheng Tan had thanked him for that. However, ever since he found out that Boss Huang was close to Mao, he knew that Boss Huang was not an honest person. Otherwise, Boss Huang would not have been able to hang out with Mao. There was a saying that birds of a feather flock together. Therefore, even though Zheng Tan knew that Boss Huang did not have any malicious intentions, he was still vigilant to prevent pranks from happening. He did not expect it to happen now. When Boss Huang took out the coin, Zheng Tan had a strange feeling. It was the same feeling he had when Boss Huang played with you that night, so Zheng Tan was on guard. Boss Huang thought that Zheng Tan lowered his head and did not move because Zheng Tan was observing the coin to see if it was different from a normal coin. As for Zheng Tan's tail, it was because he was not a real cat. Other than moving his tail when he was thinking about something or when he was excited, his habits were different from other cats. Since Boss Huang treated Zheng Tan like a normal cat, he was not very cautious around Zheng Tan. On top of that, he had misjudged the strength of Zheng Tan's kick, and even tried to grab the cat's tail like a naughty child. He had a death wish, and because of that he was kicked. Zheng Tan looked at the shocked Boss Huang. He raised his hand and stepped on the coin that was lying flat on the counter. He then flicked it with all his might. The coin flew out and hit the wall behind the counter with a crisp ding. It then rebounded and fell on Boss Huang's head, sliding down his hair. Boss Huang caught the coin. After all, he was a person with experience, so he quickly calmed down. Other than the shock from earlier, he was now more curious. Why did it not work? He was very familiar with the tricks he used on small animals such as cats and dogs. He had never encountered such a situation before. Boss Huang was kicked in the face earlier. Fortunately, he dodged in time and blocked some of the force with his hand, so his nose was not hit. Otherwise, he would be bleeding right now. It seemed that this cat was quite strong. No wonder Mao said not to provoke it. Boss Huang got up and walked to a shelf where there were mirrors of different sizes. He picked one up and looked at it to check the injuries on his face. Since it was not a big problem, he did not bother about it anymore. The minor injuries on his face would heal in no time. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to Boss Huang's movements. From the moment the man walked to the shelf, picked up the mirror, walked to the side to get the cup, and poured the tea leaves into the cup, Zheng Tan had a strange feeling at least 3 times. The first time, Boss Huang even turned around to look at Zheng Tan for a few seconds. The second time, he only glanced at Zheng Tan twice. The third time he did not look at him, but he did pay attention to Zheng Tan from the corner of his eyes. After that, Zheng Tan did not feel it anymore. Seeing that it was almost time, he left the grocery store and went home. After dinner, Mao went to the grocery store to chat with Boss Huang. Boss Huang told him about Zheng Tan's incident that day. "Didn't I tell you not to provoke that cat for no reason?" Mao frowned. "I just thought of it on the spur of the moment. I didn't plan to do anything to it. I just wanted to see if it was a male or a female, but I didn't expect to get kicked." Boss Huang sighed. "Speaking of which, that cat is really weird." Mao knew what was going on in Boss Huang's mind. Boss Huang had inherited some folk skills from his ancestors, and he had never failed to use them. Today, however, Zheng Tan had given him a hard time. Boss Huang's senses were very sharp. Wherever his target's attention was, he would strike from there. It was impossible to guard against it. Be it humans, cats, or other animals, they had all fallen for his tricks before. Zheng Tan's behavior today was undoubtedly a slap to Boss Huang's face. Of course, Boss Huang was not a petty person who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. If he could not take down Tang Ling, it was either because his skills were not up to par, or his tricks were useless against Tang Ling. If it was the former, it would take a long time for him to improve his skills, and he would not be able to succeed in a short period of time. As for the latter, it was not up to Boss Huang to decide. No matter how hard he tried, it would be futile because Tang Ling was absolutely immune to it. Boss Huang was glad that it was just a cat and not a human that had a grudge against him. Since he had thought it through, he stopped testing Zheng Tan after a few more attempts. And Zheng Tan did not feel that weird feeling anymore. "Sometimes I really feel that the cat isn't a cat. It just looks like one. I'm not superstitious." Using the academic explanation from those old guys who study spiritualism, I think it's a supernatural phenomenon. "What do you think?" Mao asked. Boss Huang shrugged and lit a cigarette. He took a few puffs and said, "Nothing. No matter how supernatural it is, I'll just take a look at it. I'm too lazy to study it. I still have to stock up on supplies." Mao chuckled and recalled for a while. "Back then, when I first met that guy, I stuck a talisman on his head." Ahem. Boss Huang choked on Mao's words. "And then? I almost ruined his handsome face." Every time Mao recalled the incident, he would think that he was an idiot. Fortunately, he covered his head with his jacket so he did not fall for it. Boss Huang chuckled. He felt better after that. For the next few days, Zheng Tan did not go to Mao's shop. He only bumped into Mao when he was strolling around the campus and listened to it talk. Mao said that Boss Huang's tricks did not work on Zheng Tan. Although Zheng Tan believed it, he could not help but wonder why Boss Huang's tricks worked on other animals but not him. Mao and the others did not fall for the trick, because they had their own capabilities. As for Zheng Tan, he knew himself very well. Among all the explanations that he could think of, the most likely one was his biggest secret. After all, he was not a real cat and he was not a real human. Whether it was the tricks used on humans or animals, none of them worked on Zheng Tan. After hearing what Mao said, Zheng Tan noticed that Mao's expression was the same as usual. The next day, he went to the grocery store to check on Mao. Boss Huang was not surprised either. His reaction was normal. Zheng Tan heaved a sigh of relief. After the summer break, it was the start of the new semester. Every year during the new semester, Boss Huang could earn a huge sum of money. For him, the most important thing now was to ensure that he had enough stock. He would not have the time to go to the grocery store. With his experience from last year, Boss Huang knew how much stock he needed, and what kind of goods he needed. As for other matters, he was too lazy to care. In his words, he would be an idiot if he did not earn the money. After all, the stores nearby were busy with the new semester. Boss Huang had a second-hand pickup truck. As a hybrid between a sedan and a truck, it was very practical for him to use both passenger and cargo vehicles. Mao had nothing to do at home. His wife was at home taking care of the kids, and he had a nanny around, so he was usually quite free. After knowing that Boss Huang was going to the grocery store, Mao wanted to go out with him. When Mao and Boss Huang talked about it, Zheng Tan was listening beside them. Mao wanted to go with Boss Huang to get some fresh air, and he also wanted to follow Boss Huang to see some folk artists that Boss Huang knew. Are there a lot of folk artists out there? Zheng Tan rarely left the area. Even if he did go out, he would just look at the scenery outside through the car window. He would not pay attention to other things. His understanding of many places only existed on the internet and maps. Even though he had lived in Chuhua City for 6 years, the places he went to were limited. When he first came to the east side courtyard, Zheng Tan even followed the delivery truck from Dongyuan supermarket for fun. After the delivery truck was replaced, he did not follow the truck anymore. The new driver was too sneaky, so Zheng Tan did not trust him very much. Mao told Boss Huang about going with him to the grocery store. He looked at Zheng Tan beside him, and asked if Zheng Tan wanted to go with him. Of course, Zheng Tan wanted to go. But he still had to inform the Jiaopa, and leave the task to Mao. The Jiaopa did not object. It was not Zheng Tan's first time doing something like this. He only had one request for Zheng Tan. Don't cause trouble. It seemed that in many people's eyes, Zheng Tan was a troublemaker who would run into trouble wherever he went. No one knew if it was because of Zheng Tan that so many things happened to Zheng Tan, or because it was a coincidence. Either way, the Jiao family was worried about this. The Jiaopa had met the grocery store's owner once, and now that Zheng Tan wanted to go with Boss Huang again, he went to the grocery store to pay him a visit. From what the Jiaopa knew about Zheng Tan, he knew that if there was a first time, there would be a second time, a third time, and so on. Maybe in the future, every time Boss Huang went to the grocery store, his cat would go with him. He had to admit that the Jiaopa knew Zheng Tan very well. On this day, Mao went to the 5th floor to look for Zheng Tan, and they went to the grocery store together. When they arrived, Boss Huang was helping them look at the list. On the list were the types and quantities of goods that Boss Huang and his staff had sorted out. They had checked the list yesterday, so they would go through it again before they left. Mattress, mat, electric fan, flashlight, cloth closet, shoe rack, hook bed table. Boss Huang went through the list one by one. The list was quite long, so Mao did not disturb him. Okay, that's all. Boss Huang folded the list and put it in his pocket. He then called Mao and Zheng Tan to get into the car. The pickup truck had 2 seats. Mao sat in the front passenger seat while Zheng Tan sat in the back. They could relax a little when they went out, but when they came back, the back seat would be full of goods. Life is like a book from heaven. Hey, where do I start? The soul doesn't know where to go. Where is the way home? Boss Huang loved to sing when he was driving, but Zheng Tan had never heard the song before. He thought it sounded weird. However, compared to General, it was still bearable. Old Huang, change to something more exciting. This song makes me uncomfortable, said Mao. Boss Huang thought about it and continued singing. The river flows to the east, the stars in the sky. That shivers. Zheng Tan and Air Mao were at a loss for words. In the shop, the white cat sat on the shelf. It had no intention of following Boss Huang since it did not go out much. It watched as Boss Huang got into the car and followed it closely. It only turned around when it could no longer see Boss Huang. After Boss Huang left, it glanced at the staff member who sat in the boss seat obediently. The white cat then threw the thing beside its paw at the staff member. The staff member who was sitting in the cashier's chair with his legs crossed and was about to read the newspaper when he saw something black fall and hit the newspaper. F***CK. Chapter 376. Boss Huang had his own supply channels, so it would take some time for them to drive. However, Zheng Tan and Air Mao did not focus on the goods they were going to purchase. Instead, they were concerned about the people they might run into during the trip. For example, an auntie who was killing fish in a market or an uncle who set up a stall near a high school. Zheng Tan felt that they were similar to the sweeping monks in stories. Extreme pretentiousness? Of course, there were more than that. There were also some winners in life, who rode in high-end cars and brought bodyguards with them everywhere they went. If Boss Huang had not mentioned it, Zheng Tan would not have noticed the difference between those people and the others. Art was hidden in life, regardless of whether it was at the bottom or the top. Those people basically minded their own business. Sometimes, Zheng Tan wondered why those people who hid their skills in the streets would be content with being mediocre. Zheng Tan believed that as long as they were willing, they could also ride in high-end cars and live in high-rise villas and live a luxurious life. The so-called all-round development meant that those who could achieve all-round development and excel in all aspects were definitely top-notch geniuses. Such people were very few in number, and among the public, as long as one had a skill, one would live a better life than those who were well-developed in all aspects but mediocre in all aspects. Therefore, those people could definitely make a name for themselves with their skills. However, the difference in their living standards was too big. You are not a fish. How can you know the happiness of a fish? Boss Huang understood those people's choice. Zheng Tan thought about it and agreed. How could Boss Huang know that others were not living well? Who knew if they had a different kind of life in the human world? Zheng Tan did not have to lament about other people's lives. He was also a different kind of person. Humans had their own lives, and cats had their own ways. Even though Zheng Tan was a fake cat, he had to follow some of the ways of a cat. If he behaved like a human, he would be courting death. However, after becoming a cat, he felt that some cats had a better life than humans. They were more leisurely. Was it good to be a cat? Zheng Tan did not think it was good, but fortunately he had a good family and knew some good people. Air Mao, who was looking out of the car window, did not know that the cat behind it was giving them the good person card in its heart. Because there was a traffic jam at the crossroads, it would probably take a few more minutes to get there. Hey old Huang, that. Air Mao looked in a direction and nodded. Zheng Tan stood up and leaned against the window, looking in the direction Air Mao was pointing. There was a patrol officer over there. He looked like a young man in his 20s. Oh, him. I think his surname is Liao, but I don't know his full name. I'm not familiar with him. We only exchanged a few words when we encountered a black male in the middle of purchasing goods. He's quite a capable young man, Boss Huang said. Zheng Tan took a look and didn't think there was anything special about that person. But soon, he realized that the police officer who was walking slowly had sped up and was heading straight for the fork in the road ahead. Coincidentally, someone ran out from the other side of the fork, and the police officer pounced on him. The person who ran over was pushed to the ground. That person wanted to resist, but he found that there was a pair of handcuffs on his hands. Zheng Tan didn't even see when the handcuffs were put on him. All he felt was that in the blink of an eye, the handcuffs shone with a cold metallic luster. If it weren't for Air Mao and Boss Huang's conversation, Zheng Tan wouldn't have noticed the handcuffs at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. When the police officer lifted the person up, two other officers ran over from the other side of the road, panting heavily. They were also police officers. When they saw the situation, they smiled and chatted with the police officer. Judging from their expressions, they should be with the police officer. A police cruiser approached the roadside. and the 3 officers escorted the suspect into the cruiser. The police officer was the last to enter the cruiser. Before he got into the cruiser, he glanced at Zheng Tan and the others. After the police officer left, the crowd was still discussing the incident, but it was only temporary. When Zheng Tan and the others finally drove through the crossroads, the surroundings returned to normal. The passers-by didn't know that there was a short confrontation between the police and the robbers at the fork in the road. If you run into any trouble in this area in the future, you can look for him. He might not be very enthusiastic, but he has a good heart, said Boss Huang. A capable person might not have a good heart. Zheng Tan knew that. Even those in uniform might not have a good heart, but since Boss Huang said so, Zheng Tan believed that the young officer should be a good person. What did Boss Huang say just now? His surname is Liao? Zheng Tan memorized the name in his heart. He did not know if he would need the officer's help or not, but since the officer was capable enough to catch Boss Huang and Air Mao's attention, he must not be an ordinary person. Therefore, Tang Ling memorized the name. At the same time, he carefully identified the buildings and street signs in the area to get a general idea of where he was. Boss Huang had only been in Chuhua City for a year or two, so he was not familiar with many places and people. Therefore, the number of people Tang Ling could identify was limited. If Tang Ling was in the city he used to live in, he could name a bunch of people, including those he was close to and those he hated. Even so, Zheng Tan was shocked. In his opinion, the number of people Boss Huang mentioned was more than enough. He never knew that there were such people in the city that he had lived in for 5 to 6 years. However, no matter how many people there were, it did not matter. Zheng Tan's daily activities were limited, so he did not expect to have much interaction with those people. Air Mao and Boss Huang were the ones who were busy stocking the goods while Zheng Tan watched from the side. There was nothing he could do to help. He could not help with the moving of the goods, nor could he verify the goods. Even if he could not show it. When they returned to the grocery store, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Air Mao helped them unload the goods, and the other 3 people in the store helped as well. The shop assistant checked the goods and complained to Boss Huang. White Cat threw rats and bugs everywhere today, and it even threw them at me. You have to change your habit. Zheng Tan glanced at the White Cat, who still had a stern face and a sharp gaze. He secretly pouted. Every cat more or less had a bad taste in them. Initially, Boss Huang planned to unload the goods and organize them before looking for a restaurant to have a meal together. He also included Zheng Tan, but Zheng Tan did not want to stay there. He had been in the truck for a long time today, and he did not even move when they were moving the goods. His daily activities were limited. Even when it was raining, he still had to walk around the house or visit people in the building. Other than that, when they returned home after unloading the goods, the back seat of the pickup truck was filled with a lot of stuff, and Zheng Tan's space of movement was even smaller. Even stretching was difficult for him. Zheng Tan's obsessive-compulsive disorder made him feel uncomfortable if he did not exercise to a certain extent. Therefore, Zheng Tan wanted to walk around more, so he went straight home. It was still early, and there was no one at home, so Zheng Tan wandered around the campus. School was about to start, and there were a lot of new young faces in the campus. They were obviously freshmen, and only freshmen would be so fresh that they would want to take a few pictures of everything they saw. Zheng Tan was wondering if he should tease the freshmen during the freshmen's military training when he saw Old Man Lon walking with his hands behind his back, humming an opera tune. Perhaps he was in a good mood, but the old man walked with a light head. He must have gone to one of his old friends to brag. Zheng Tan did not plan to go over, but when Old Man Lon saw Zheng Tan, he smiled widely and Zheng Tan shook his beard. "Where's Black Charcoal? Out for a walk again?" As he spoke, Old Man Lon waved at Zheng Tan, gesturing for Zheng Tan to go over. So enthusiastic. Zheng Tan had not seen Old Man Lon for a few days. Sometimes, when Zheng Tan came out in the morning, Old Man Lon would go out before him. In the afternoon, Zheng Tan rarely went home, and when he came back in the afternoon, Old Man Lon had already gone home. Zheng Tan hesitated and slowly walked over to Old Man Lon. Looking at Old Man Lon's clothes, he should have been to the small garden. There was still mud on his shoes, so it was from the small garden. The mud in the small garden was different from the one in school, and Zheng Tan could tell. Black Charcoal. The treasure you gave me is going to bloom. Old Man Lan said excitedly as Zheng Tan walked over. Treasure? Zheng Tan tried hard to recall when he had given the old man any treasure, but the person who spoke was Old Man Lan. To Old Man Lan, the treasure was naturally the orchids. After thinking for a few seconds, Zheng Tan remembered that he had given Old Man Lan 2 orchids 3 years ago. It was only the beginning of September, and the orchids were going to bloom? Zheng Tan remembered that when he went to Chida's house to find the orchids, it was after the National Day holiday. Of course, the blooming period might not have been that time. Zheng Tan did not know much about it, but seeing Old Man Lan so happy and knowing that the orchids were going to bloom, it was not a waste for him to bring them back from so far away. If Old Man Lan did not mention it today, Zheng Tan would have forgotten about the orchids he brought back 3 years ago. Old Man Lan was still talking about the orchids he raised. Zheng Tan did not care about them anymore, but since Old Man Lan mentioned it, Zheng Tan recalled the situation when he first found the orchids, and his curiosity was piqued. He did not know if the orchids raised by Old Man Lan were the same as the orchids Zheng Tan found in the mountains. If the orchids were no different from the usual ironbone, then it would be boring. However, to make Old Man Lan so excited, it must be different from the usual ironbone. Back then, Zheng Tan could stare at the orchids in a daze, and he did not know if he would do the same now. Zheng Tan followed Old Man Lan to the small garden. Zheng Tan looked at the 5 flower buds, and according to Old Man Lan, they would bloom in 2 or 3 days. Zheng Tan sniffed the scent. It was familiar, and the scent was similar to when he first encountered the orchids in the mountains, so it should be right. Old Man Lan was afraid that Zheng Tan would eat the flowers like the sheriff, so he wanted to say something, but when he saw Zheng Tan backing away, he did not say anything. After all, Zheng Tan did not have a record of wasting flowers like the sheriff, and the flowers were brought back by Zheng Tan, so Old Man Lan's attitude towards Zheng Tan was much better. If it was the sheriff who appeared here, Old Man Lan would have chased him away. Old Man Lan protected the flowers well. There was a flower shed and barbed wire here, so it would not be a problem to keep the sheriff away. There were no longer 2 pitiful sprouts in the flower pot. Zheng Tan did not count how many there were, but there were at least 10 or 20. Black charcoal, is this flower good? Old Man Lan looked at the orchids and became excited again. The flower buds look like jade, and it will be extraordinary when it blooms. Let me tell you. Zheng Tan turned and ran as soon as he heard those words. When Old Man Lan finished speaking, he looked around and found that Zheng Tan was long gone. Zheng Tan thought that the flower buds would bloom soon, but when he went downstairs 2 days later and met Old Man Lan, he found that the old man was not so happy. If the orchids had bloomed, Old Man Lan would not be like this. Chapter 377. Why was it so urgent? Zheng Tan could guess that the problem lay with the pot of orchids, but Zheng Tan was not sure what the cause was. Did something go wrong when the flowers were about to bloom? Or was it some other accident? Old Man Lan had always been very protective of the flowers. Moreover, when Zheng Tan went over that day, Old Man Lan basically did not allow other people or animals to get close. Zheng Tan was just the discoverer of the orchids, so Old Man Lan was especially kind to him. If it was not because of other people or things, could it be the problem with the orchids themselves? Zheng Tan knew that although the orchids looked very similar to ordinary adamantine heart orchids, it was difficult to tell them apart just by looking at the leaves. Even Old Man Lan, who had been studying them for decades, did not notice anything wrong when he first saw them. It was only after careful study that he realized the difference. In order to find out the reason, Zheng Tan squatted in front of Old Man Lan's door. When Old Lady Zhai was not at home, the door of Old Man Lan's house was basically closed. While Zheng Tan was squatting in front of the door, Mao, who went out to throw the rubbish, looked at Zheng Tan inexplicably. He did not understand why Zheng Tan was squatting there. Zheng Tan ignored him. Finally, at around 10 o'clock, Old Lady Zhai came back from outside. After opening the door, Zheng Tan followed her in. Old Lady Zhai went into the kitchen to cook. She was not worried that Zheng Tan would cause trouble in the house. For the past few years, Zheng Tan had never caused trouble here, so Old Lady Zhai was not worried. Old Lady Zhai came out with a small plate of fish balls. She saw Zheng Tan looking for Old Man Lan from room to room. She knew that he was looking for Old Man Lon. Old Lady Zhai smiled and said, "He went to the library. Recently, because the pot of orchids has not bloomed, he has become anxious. Sigh, when it comes to flowers he is so stubborn." The flowers had not bloomed? Old Man Lon had said that the flower would bloom in 2 to 3 days. Zheng Tan had seen it that day as well. The flower bud did look like it was about to bloom, but for some reason, when it was about to bloom, there was no follow-up reaction. The old lady nagged at Zheng Tan as she washed the vegetables. What she meant was that even Old Man Lon himself didn't know the reason why the flowers hadn't blossomed. He had looked up a lot of information, but it was all to no avail. Now that Old Man Lon was done flipping through the books at home, he would go straight to the school library. He probably wouldn't come back for lunch if he couldn't find the answer. Whenever he sat there researching, he would lose track of time. Eating was not allowed in the library, but there was a special resting area. There was also a resting area for the staff. The old lady knew the people there and had greeted them. There were 2 reasons why Old Man Lon was so anxious. Firstly, he didn't know why the flowers weren't blooming. Secondly, it was because of the city's flower exhibition in October. In the past 3 years, Old Man Lon didn't continue to research other orchids. After the basic care, he spent most of his time on this strange pot of orchids. Only after raising it did Old Man Lon realize how difficult it was to take care of this pot of orchids. Originally, Old Man Lon thought that it would take 5 to 6 years, or even longer to see it bloom. He didn't expect it to bloom in just 3 years. No one could understand the excitement in Old Man Lon's heart when he saw the flower bud. In the past 3 years, people said that Professor Lon had gone crazy over a pot of cheap orchids and laughed behind his back. In the past, during the National Orchid Exhibition every year, Old Man Lon would bring out 1 or several pots of orchids. Each pot of orchids was exquisite. Every pot of orchids brought out would be sold at a high price. It was normal for the price to be around $1 million. Many people in the orchid industry knew Old Man Lon's name. Because of this, everyone also knew that Old Man Lon didn't attend the Rambo exhibition for 3 years because of a pot of cheap orchids. Many people told Old Man Lon that since he had a lot of exquisite orchids on hand, why didn't he bring them out for everyone to admire? Even if he had already rewarded them before, he could still reward them again. Didn't they know that the price of orchids in his hands would increase every time he was rewarded? Unfortunately, Old Man Lon was stubborn. His thoughts were all on the pot of orchids that Zheng Tan brought back. He wanted to take care of this pot of orchids and see what was different about its flowers. As for other things, he didn't want to bring out an orchid that had already won an award for exhibition. He didn't have the habit of doing so. In the past few years, he didn't raise any new varieties, so he didn't participate in the Rambo exhibition. Old Man Lon didn't really care whether this pot of orchids was exquisite or not. He just wanted to know the difference between this pot of orchids and ordinary iron bone. Once he got into this alley, Old Man Lon wouldn't come out. No one could persuade him otherwise. A few days ago, Old Man Lon promised the organizer of the flower exhibition that he would bring out a few pots of orchids to participate in the flower exhibition. In addition to the pots of exquisite orchids that Old Man Lon currently had, this pot of orchids was also part of Old Man Lon's plan. He wanted to let more people see this pot of orchids that seemed to have mutated naturally. But now there were obviously buds. It looked like it would bloom soon, but it didn't. Although it was still September, if it didn't bloom until October, Old Man Lon would feel that it was a pity to miss the flower exhibition. Listening to old Madame Zhai's nagging, Zheng Tan thought in his heart, was it not time for it to bloom yet? 3 years ago, when Zheng Tan found it, it was already October. It was after the National Day holiday. Could it be that this flower had to wait for a while longer? Different orchids had different flowering periods. When there were many varieties, the flowering period was also very different. Even the Jianlan Sushin had different flowering periods. Old Man Lon walked back and forth between his home, the small flower garden, and the library every day. He took photos every day and made a detailed record. He didn't find the answer, so he recorded it first and looked for the answer when the time came. At the same time, Old Man Lon also looked for like-minded people in the school who had studied orchids to come over and help. Unfortunately, they didn't have a solution and didn't dare to try it easily. The only thing that made Old Man Lon feel better was that those who saw the pot of orchids buds would praise it endlessly. After all, the point of view of the expert's appreciation was different from Zheng Tan's point of view. Therefore, for a period of time, every time Zheng Tan passed by the small flower garden and jumped over the wall to look inside, he would find that the pot of orchids was placed in the place where several old men were gathered. Sometimes, they would quarrel for a long time because of a few opinions. They thought the same as Old Man Lan. They felt that this pot of orchids was probably a naturally mutated variety of ironbone, and was worth studying. However, the problem of not blooming now was that everyone had their own reasons and opinions. Some orchids needed a longer time from bud to flower, 1 or 2 months, or even half a year. However, now that the pot of orchids buds had grown to such a state, anyone who looked at it looked like it would soon bloom. But it had been frozen here. In short, no matter what the reason is, as long as the flower bud is healthy and normal, it's a good phenomenon, said an old man. They couldn't find a solution, but the orchids were still healthy now. It was just that the bud didn't bloom. It was better than having a disease. If that was the case, there was really no way. It was rare for everyone to be so hopeful this time. Under everyone's anticipation, September quietly passed, and the freshmen's military training also ended. The weather was no longer as hot as before, and there was already a hint of autumn. However, the weather in Chuhua City was always unpredictable. One day, they could wear a short-sleeved vest, and the next day, they could wear a double-layered jacket. Who knew? Many of the freshmen who couldn't adapt to the weather might even catch a cold. The change in weather didn't cause any ripples in the hearts of the old men. Old Man Lan was no longer as anxious as before. He felt that perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Looking at the date of the flower show, the pot of orchids buds remained in the same state as a month ago. Old Man Lan thought that this flower probably had no fate with the flower show. Over the past month, Old Man Lan had asked many of his friends in the circle for help, but they were still helpless. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone in the circle of orchids knew that Professor Lan, a big shot in the circle, was raising a pot of very unusual ferrous bone. The leaves of this flower looked very similar to ordinary ferrous bones, but the bud was like jade. It should be an extraordinary product. It was just that the bud had remained in the same state for a month, and it hadn't bloomed until now. Now no one laughed at Old Man Lan for using 3 years of effort to take care of this pot of orchids that were rumored to be quite cheap. Instead, they were looking forward to when it would bloom so that everyone could see it. On this day, when Zheng Tan went downstairs, he found that the door of Old Man Lan's house was ajar. The old lady was cleaning inside. Zheng Tan squeezed through the door and entered. After seeing Zheng Tan, Old Lady Zhai had someone to nag again. She started nagging at Zheng Tan. It was nothing more than the orchids. Only this could make Old Man Lan so stubborn, and the old lady nagged. That pot of orchids has bloomed. They are all squatting in the small flower bed. They don't even have time to eat, the old lady said. She was helpless about Old Man Lan forgetting to eat every time it involved orchids. However, Old Man Lan was not the only one who forgot to eat this time. Zheng Tan came to the small flower bed. When he climbed in, he found the place where the pot of orchids was placed. There were already 7 old men with white or silver hair squatting in front of the pot of orchids. The 7 old men were all squatting in front of the pot of orchids. They seemed to be in a daze. Were they playing the role of the 7 dwarfs? Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. In addition to these 7 old men, there was also a cat squatting beside them. It was unknown when the sheriff came. As there were 7 old men here, the iron wire door outside was not closed. The sheriff, who loved to nibble on flowers, came in when the 7 old men were not paying attention. The 7 old men only cared about looking at the flowers. They did not notice that there was a dangerous person squatting beside them. What was even more strange was that the sheriff, who had an inexplicable obsession with nibbling on flowers, only squatted by the side obediently and did not take a bite. The 7 old men and the cat squatted there just like that. No one knew how long they had been squatting there. Zheng Tan felt pain in their legs. He was afraid that these old men would fall down after squatting for too long. With that thought in mind, Zheng Tan walked over. Zheng Tan knew from the smell that this was the same flower he saw in the mountains years ago. The 5 flower buds had all bloomed. It was the same flower as the one in Zheng Tan's memory. It gave off a jade-like feeling. If he did not know that this was a real flower, he would probably think that it was carved out of jade. Back then, Zheng Tan was stunned by the flowers. Now these 7 old men and the sheriff were probably stunned by the flowers. Zheng Tan thought that although these flowers were very good, compared to the ones he saw in the mountains, there was still a gap. The fact that Zheng Tan was not stunned right now was the best proof. Of course, it could also be that Zheng Tan had developed an immunity to this. It was not a good idea to stay like this. Zheng Tan squatted by the side and looked at the 7 old men and the cat staring at the flowers. He yawned loudly and even let out a long, ah, sound. Finally, someone came back to their senses. The sheriff also came back to his senses. Hey, quick, it's the sheriff! One of the old men shouted. The old men did not continue looking at the flowers. They guarded the sheriff as if he was a thief. They only let out a sigh of relief when the sheriff was chased out. The sheriff was a love-struck fool. Everyone knew this. The old men slowly stood up and massaged their legs. Fortunately, they did not fall down. Their legs were just a little sore from squatting for too long. Looking at the time, everyone realized that they had unknowingly stared at the flowers for so long. Old Man Lon also began to chase them away. He treasured this pot of flowers. 3 years were not in vain. 3 years were not in vain. Old Man Lon was so excited that his eyes turned red. Old Man Lon, are you selling this flower? Name a price, I'll buy it. One of the old men said. Don't, Old Man Lon. You should keep this flower for yourself. There's no rush to sell it, another old man said. Yeah, it's a good flower. You should keep it for yourself for a few more days. The others echoed. Although they said that, they were all thinking about when to talk to Old Man Lon in private. Rare. This flower was very rare. When they left, the old men kept looking back at them. They did not want to take their eyes off the pot of orchids. Hey, Old Man Lon, this flower of yours should be a natural mutation. I've never seen anything like it. Have you given it a name yet? One of the people chased out by Old Man Lon asked. Old Man Lon paused in his action of chasing people away. He grunted and glanced at Zheng Tan when no one was looking. Zheng Tan. Chapter 378. No matter what kind of flower it was, people always liked to give it a unique name. It would make it sound deep and tasteful, fresh and artistic, or cool and crazy. For example, White Crown Lotus Cauldron, Old Cloud, Flying Phoenix, Tang Dynasty Golden Age, Damarui Jade Art, and so on. Once a name was given, it would instantly make people feel that it was high-end and classy. As the person who discovered this pot of naturally mutated orchid in the eyes of his friends, Old Man Lon would naturally name it according to the rules of the martial arts world. However, when Old Man Lon received the orchid from the Jiao family 3 years ago, he had discussed it with Jiao Pa. At that time, the Jiao family didn't care much about this pot of orchid and didn't know how to grow flowers. The Jiao family said that it was a gift to Old Man Lon, but Old Man Lon didn't really accept it. At that time, he just wormed his way into the pot and kept it for himself. The Jiao family had already forgotten about it. However, it was different now. Even insiders could tell that this pot of orchids was not cheap, and there were indeed many natural variants. However, this kind of variety that could make people stunned, immersed in it, and feel refreshed when smelling it. It was a variety that left people with a lingering fragrance in their nostrils for days on end. If they really wanted to appraise it, it would probably reach a new high. Some people had already set it at 10 million yuan in their hearts. The price was something that others were passionate about. What Old Man Lon was thinking about now was the naming of the orchid. Who discovered the flower? Black Charcoal. Who was Black Charcoal? The cat of the Jiao family. Looking back, the naming should also be done by the Jiao family. Even though Old Man Lon reflexively thought of many names when the flower bloomed, logically speaking, it was indeed difficult for him to decide. Therefore, after Old Man Lon carefully arranged the anti-theft and anti-cat nets in the flower bed, he paced back home with this problem in mind. Zheng Tan had already left when the old men left. He could tell that Old Man Lon was thinking about something. He kept glancing at Zheng Tan, and it made Zheng Tan's hair stand on end, so he decided to sneak away. That night, after dinner, the Jiao Pa didn't go to the biochemistry department to work overtime. Old Man Lon made a call to make sure the Jiao family was at home, before he went upstairs. It was rare for Old Man Lon to come over, so Jiao Ma made tea and brought fruits for him. There's no need to trouble yourself. I just ate and drank my fill. I'm just here to say a few words. I'll leave once I'm done. Old Man Lon gestured to Jiao Ma to stop washing the fruits. He didn't say anything else and went straight to the point. Old Man Lon told Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Old Man Lon about the orchids. He also told them about the evaluation of this pot of orchids by those in the industry. He also told them about the estimated price of this pot of orchids. This was the most important thing. After all, to many people who were not passionate about flowers and plants were just wads of RMB. Many disputes were caused by this. So Old Man Lon had to make it clear. The Jiao family was shocked when they heard that it could reach tens of millions. Why is it so expensive? Jiao Ma murmured. She couldn't understand. Wasn't it just a pot of orchids? Why did it have to be estimated at hundreds of thousands and millions? Now it was even estimated at tens of millions. This made Jiao Ma's heart pound. It wasn't that she was greedy for money. She was just shocked by this news. She had heard that Old Man Lon had sold a few orchids that were worth millions. She had also heard that some rare orchids that had won special awards were worth tens of millions. Most people wouldn't even see that much money in their lifetime. However, those were only rumors. It was something that people of Old Man Lon's status would come into contact with. The Jiao family had never thought that it would happen to them. A pot of orchids is worth tens of millions. Jiao Ma sighed softly. Old Man Lon raised his eyelids and said faintly, according to my experience, it's not worth tens of millions per pot of orchids. Usually, it's based on how much a seedling costs. There's more than one seedling in this pot of orchids. Jiao Ma couldn't help but hold her breath. Her first thought was that her cat could earn more money than the two of them. It could easily become a nouveau riche if it brought back two seedlings. It was much better than Jiao Pa, who worked so hard to do scientific research. Who found this pot of orchids? Who brought it back from thousands of miles away? All three of them knew. Jiao Pa could tell that Old Man Lon was reluctant to part with this pot of orchids. It wasn't because of the value of this pot of orchids. It was because this pot of orchids was more valuable than money. Since this pot of orchids was so valuable, even if the Jiao family gave it to him, Old Man Lon wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to accept it. This old man had a stubborn temper. After thinking for a while, Jiao Pa said, Professor Lon, can I trouble you to take care of this pot of orchids? You know that no one in my family knows about orchids. If we bring it back, it might be ruined in a few days. Old Man Lon understood this as well. Old Man Lon was more than happy to have him stay with him for a while longer. If it was ruined, he would cry until he fainted in the flower bed. Okay, I'll take care of it for you. When you want it back, just let me know. Also, other than talking to you about this, I also want to ask you how to name this flower. It has to be written clearly on the flower show. Before Old Man Lon agreed to participate in the flower show, he had already called Jiao Pa to ask about it. Naturally, Jiao Pa didn't have any objections. Jiao Ma wasn't good at naming things, and Jiao Pa wasn't sure about flowers either. Therefore, the couple looked at each other. Should they let Old Man Lon, the professional, come up with a name? They looked at the black cat lying lazily on the sofa. It didn't seem to have any objections. After thinking about it, Jiao Pa made a decision. You see, we don't know much about this either. Let's leave it to you to decide. You're the one who took care of this flower. Professor Lon, you played a big part in this flower's success. We didn't do anything at all. We even forgot about it. Thinking back to the two flower sprouts that weren't very good looking when they were brought back, and hearing what Professor Lon said now, the couple felt that they had nothing to do with this. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to Old Man Lon's expression. When Jiao Pa asked Old Man Lon to name the flower, Old Man Lon couldn't help but grin. He must have spent a lot of effort to maintain his dignified image. If he wasn't afraid of losing face here, Old Man Lon would have jumped up in excitement. Naming a treasure was a very important matter to many people. It would be recorded in the history books if it could become famous in the current era. Thousands of years later, when people opened up related records or started research, they would naturally mention the treasure's name. They might also mention the person who discovered it and named it. But even if their names weren't mentioned, they would be more than happy. They were the ones who named it. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma pretended not to see the uncontrollable expression on Old Man Lan's face. Then Professor Lan, have you thought of a name for the flower pot? Jiao Pa asked. Cough, I haven't thought about it yet. I have to think about it carefully. Old Man Lan straightened his face and said. Not to mention Zheng Tan, even Jiao Pa didn't believe him. Old Man Lan looked like he had already made up his mind. Why was he still pretending? However, Jiao Pa didn't point it out. Old Man Lan cared a lot about his reputation. He couldn't go against the old man's wishes. Old Man Lan was in a good mood now that he could get the right to name the flower. Jiao Ma instantly felt the atmosphere lighten. Old Man Lan looked at the time and said, how about this? Find some time tomorrow, and I'll take you to see the flowers. I'll make the arrangements then. And so the next day the Jiao family, Zheng Tan, and little Pomelo followed Old Man Lan to the flower garden. After seeing the flowers, the three of them were stunned for a while. If it weren't for Old Man Lan and Zheng Tan, the three of them would have continued to stare at the flowers. It's so beautiful, Jiao Ma exclaimed. Compared to gold and silver, she preferred jade. Although the pattern was simple, it was pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at it. When Mama Jiao came back to her senses, she even wanted to reach out and touch it to see if it was really a flower, and not carved from jade. Before Jiao Ma could touch the flowers, Old Man Lan stopped her. Old Man Lan treasured the flowers so much that he didn't want Jiao Ma to damage them. However, he still asked Jiao Ma to touch them carefully. Jiao Ma was also nervous when she touched them. She only touched them lightly and didn't feel anything. She quickly pulled her hand back. This was a treasure worth tens of millions. She was afraid that her hand would shake and destroy the flowers. If this is really carved from jade, it would be of the highest quality or even the highest quality. The flowers in front of us are like living jade. Jiao Ma sighed. No wonder Professor Lan was so confident in his estimate. Zheng Tan had always felt that the orchids were evil. However, nature was good at creating miracles. Since it was a natural mutation, Zheng Tan didn't think too much about it. Of course, for many people, orchids had always been a symbol of positivity. To Zheng Tan it was evil. To Old Man Lan it was like a fairy. Like jade. Like a fairy. Like a god. After seeing the flowers, Jiao Pa was even more determined. He left the flowers with Old Man Lan. As for when he would ask for them back, Jiao Pa didn't say. Moreover, Father Jiao asked Old Man Lan to include his own name in the introduction of the exhibitor, or information about the owner of the flower when he participated in the exhibition or other exchange meetings. Old Man Lan felt that the Jiao family was at a disadvantage. He got serious and prepared an agreement for Jiao Pa to sign. After all, the flowers weren't ordinary. Old Man Lan didn't want to blur the ownership of the flowers. After everything was explained and signed, he could send the flowers to the exhibition without any worries. The flowers were a hot potato for the Jiao family. Once those people got wind of the flowers, they would come knocking on Old Man Lan's door the next morning. The Jiao family had seen Old Man Lan being stopped by people at his house and begging him to sell the orchids. Jiao Pa didn't want to sell the orchids, and Old Man Lan didn't disagree. The flowers weren't famous yet, so the price would be lower. But in terms of price, it wasn't worth it. Old Man Lan felt that it was beneath him to negotiate the price of the flowers. To Old Man Lan, the flowers were priceless. Many flowers are so expensive because they are hyped up. Maybe in a few years, they will fall into the ranks of ordinary flowers. Some people become rich overnight by hyping up orchids, while others go bankrupt. Old Man Lan said, "But this flower is different. It doesn't even need to be hypnotized. Even after a few years, people will still be fascinated by it." The next day, Old Man Lan came to visit the Jiao family again. He even brought an ink painting that he had drawn himself. It was the pot of orchids, and beside it were the words Iron Bone Celestial Cat, written in semi-cursive. Therefore, Jade Cat Celestial was the name Old Man Lan gave to the flowers. When the time came, no matter if it was exhibited or brought to the exchange meeting, the name Jade Cat Fairy would be marked in the inscription name column of the flower's information. In the future, when people mention this flower, they would call it Jade Cat Fairy. The members of the Jiao family naturally knew the meaning of this name, But the other old men were puzzled after hearing it. Jade Cat Celestial was one thing. They admitted that the flowers looked quite divine. But why was there a cat? Chapter 379. Old Man Lawn didn't explain much about the name of the flower, only briefly mentioning that the discovery of the flower had something to do with a cat. When people asked for more details, Old Man Lawn kept his mouth shut and refused to say anything. Fortunately, everyone's attention was now focused on the pot of flowers. Although they found the word cat in the flower's name strange, now wasn't the time to think about the name. Everyone wanted to take a few more looks at the pot of flowers. Recently, Old Man Lawn had been mentioned many times because of this pot of flowers. Old Man Lawn had raised a pot of orchids worth more than 10 million. This matter had become a hot topic in the family courtyards of the two districts. Old Man Lawn used to be very famous because of his orchids, but now he was even more famous. Wherever Old Man Lawn went recently, people would ask him, "Old Man Lawn, take out your pot of jade cat for everyone to see. Don't always hide it." Unfortunately, after the flower bloomed and was named, Old Man Lawn didn't plan to open his flower garden to the public. Even those who were close to him couldn't think of going in through the back door. Old Man Lawn contacted someone and prepared to send the pot of flowers to the botanical garden. Before sending it over, Old Man Lawn didn't plan to let anyone see it. Only when a few pestering people annoyed Old Man Lawn would he let them take a look at it. As for those who weren't so thick-skinned, they could only be turned away. That was why sometimes one still had to be thick-skinned. Zheng Tin also heard that two old men wanted to see the orchids. They couldn't find Old Man Lawn. Seeing that the wall of the small flower garden wasn't too high, they took a ladder and climbed over the wall. In the end, as they were old, their movements weren't very nimble, and their reactions weren't very fast. They almost fell and injured themselves. Old Man Lawn laughed at this matter for a long time. No matter what, after 3 years of silence, Old Man Lawn's reputation had risen this time. This flower show lasted for a very long time, from 2 days before the 11th to around the 20th. Because this year was the 60th anniversary of the founding of the country, the provincial and city leaders decided to hold a big flower show to celebrate. The flower show was divided into several sub-venues and one main venue. The purpose was to let the citizens living in each district go to the nearest park or square to see the flower show. Old Man Lawn and a few professionals set their sights on the main venue of the botanical garden. There would be more famous and precious flowers on display. Many of the flowers in the main hall and the branch halls were collected from the public. However, many of the finale flowers were provided by Old Man Lawn and the others who were acquainted with flowers in the circle. They didn't bring all the famous flowers they had to the botanical garden. They would leave 1 or 2 pots at the other branch halls, so that they could display the famous flowers there for the public to see. Of course, there were also special security personnel in charge of the venue, so there was no need to worry about damage. However, the old men would still bring their favorites to the main venue of the botanical garden. It was a trump card flower species that could be used to boost their own reputation and slap the other party's face. There were professional displays and protective windows, as well as more professional talents and connoisseurs. Although this was not an exposition, in a sense, it was already regarded by some as a small exchange meeting. What was the purpose of the exchange meeting? Exchanging experiences in raising flowers? Yes, of course. And then, just like a class reunion, there was no lack of showing off and showing off. It was just that while others were showing off their carriages, they were showing off their plants and flowers. The old men felt quite good about themselves. This was also an art, a high-level spiritual enjoyment, not a vulgar exchange of money. Every time Zheng Tan heard the old men in the courtyard talk about these things proudly, he would despise them in his heart. A bunch of old urchins. Although they acted like masters in front of college students and young teachers, they were actually old children in private. They would still compare themselves with each other, argue with each other, and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry, such as the incident of climbing over the wall in the past 2 days. In the morning, Zheng Tan went out with the Jiaopa. When he walked around the small flower garden, he happened to see Old Man Lawn coming out of the small flower garden like a thief. When he came out, he looked around to see if there was anyone he knew. When he saw that there was no one, he quickly locked the courtyard door and went home. It was so early in the morning, but Old Man Lawn had already finished arranging the flowers inside. He didn't know when he woke up, but he probably came out at around 5 in the morning. This was obviously to prevent others from finding him. When he saw Zheng Tan, Old Man Lan's face was full of wrinkles again. Black charcoal, the flower exhibition will continue for a week, but tomorrow we old men have agreed to bring the flowers over. When the time comes, you can go with your cat father and the others. Old Man Lawn and the others would definitely not keep their precious treasures on the stage. One day of interaction was enough. Why would they need a week? Other than the full house during the golden week of the National Day, the botanical garden was much more relaxed now. There would not be any disturbances, so they were relieved. Old Man Lan's words just now also revealed two things. First, the old men's precious treasures would be on display tomorrow. Second, the little Jiao that Old Man Lan mentioned was the Jiao Pa. Since he said so, it meant that the Jiao Pa and the others would all go. Tomorrow was a Saturday, and the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would be there so the whole family could go. Third, according to the rules, pets were not allowed in the botanical garden. However, on normal days there were few people, so the people at the botanical garden would turn a blind eye to it. However, it was currently during the flower exhibition, so it was difficult for pets to go in. Since Old Man Lan was willing to let Zheng Tan go with them, he must have taken care of the people at the botanical garden. Perhaps he had already given the required documents to the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan was naturally very happy to be able to go with the Jiao family to the botanical garden to watch the flower exhibition. He could go on a long trip with his family and be in touch with nature. What a good time to relax. He enjoyed another privilege. Zheng Tan also knew that Old Man Lan had told the Jiao Pa and the others that if they wanted to sell this pot of flowers, his suggestion was to hold it for the time being. They were not in a hurry to sell it, so they were not afraid of the collapse of Lan City. Every year, there were some orchids exchange meetings and expositions. They were all attended by famous people in the circle. Some were from the country, and some were from abroad. Many of them were not open to the public. After all, everyone brought their favorite orchids to the exchange meeting. They were expensive and could not afford to make mistakes. If they brought the orchids to the exhibition, as long as the orchids became more famous, more people would want to buy them. The price would naturally increase, and it might even increase by a few times. The Jiao Pa did not seem to have any intention of selling it. This made Old Man Lan feel relieved. Naturally, his mood became better, because this meant that the orchids would be in his hands for a few more years. After Old Man Lan left, Zheng Tan did not plan to climb over the small flower bed to look at the flowers. He was actually not that interested in them. Besides, since Old Man Lan had been to the small flower bed before, he must have done a good job of protecting it. He would not be able to see the pot of flowers even if he went in. Just as he was about to leave, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He looked over. The sheriff jumped down from a tree at the corner and walked around the perimeter of the wall for a while. He glanced at Zheng Tan. Seeing that Zheng Tan had no intention of jumping in, he moved on his own and climbed over the wall. Like those people who were thinking about orchids, the sheriff had been thinking about the pot of orchids ever since he saw it. However, Old Man Lan was already experienced in guarding against it. He did not let the sheriff see the pot of flowers again. Even if the sheriff came over every day to guard it, he still did not have the chance. Did the sheriff not understand Old Man Lan's warning? Not necessarily. As someone who had known the sheriff for 6 years, Zheng Tan knew that there was nothing wrong with the sheriff's IQ. Cats who had been in contact with humans for a long time could also understand some words. Don't think that they didn't understand. They just didn't want to do it, and were playing dumb. The sheriff repeatedly stepped on the line because it knew that Old Man Lan couldn't do anything about it. It also wanted to see the flowers and nibble on them, so it just pretended that it didn't understand. No matter what people said, it just shook its ears and threw away the words it heard. Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall and looked around. Sure enough, the sheriff could only wander around outside the cat net. It couldn't go into the flower shed either. It could only nibble on the unprotected trees and small wildflowers around it. With the sheriff messing around, Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree and looked up at the sky. Although it had rained during the National Day and the temperature had dropped a little, now that the sky was clear, the temperature had risen a little. It should be a sunny day tomorrow. Old Man Lon and the others wouldn't go if it wasn't a sunny day. If they wanted to arrange something, they would have already understood all the weather and geographical conditions. Just as Zheng Tan expected, the next day was indeed a sunny day. Moreover, the sky was blue and clear, unlike the usual gray sky. Four people and one cat from the Jiao family drove to the botanical garden. On the way, the Jiao Yuan kept asking about the pot of orchids. He had just come back from school last night. He only knew that he was going to the botanical garden to watch the flower show on Saturday. Little Pomelo had told him about the pot of orchids. When Zheng Tan came back with the orchids, the Jiao Yuan also knew about it. There was no need to hide it. Besides, he had heard some gossip in the courtyard. He just didn't connect it to his family. The botanical garden wasn't far from Tsinghua University. It only took about 20 minutes to drive there. If it wasn't for the traffic jam, it would probably only take 10 minutes. Lan Tianju was going with her grandfather, Old Man Lan. Xiong Xiong's mother and Xiong Xiong would go later. Suen's family and Litmus's family would go together. The Jiao family was the earliest to arrive. The parking lot was still some distance away from the entrance of the botanical garden. Because it was still during the flower show, there were more people than usual. As the main venue, the botanical garden naturally had more people driving there. It was impossible to let everyone drive there. There weren't that many parking spots near the entrance of the botanical garden. Of course, people with special license plates could still go in. For example, Old Man Lon and the others had special plates. They were old acquaintances with the people in the botanical garden. Although Old Man Lon had given the Jiaopa a pass to let Zheng Tan in, Zheng Tan still had to squat in the backpack to not be too conspicuous. A person had to keep a low profile. It was the same for a cat. It was impossible to let little Pomelo and Jiao Ma carry the backpack. Respecting the old and caring for the young, Jiao Yuan wouldn't let Jiao Pa carry the backpack either. Jiao Yuan was already in his 3rd year of high school. He was taller and stronger than Jiao Pa. Who else would carry the backpack if he didn't? When they were walking towards the entrance, Zheng Tan saw a sign from the zipper of the backpack. There were also volunteers in uniform giving out maps of the distribution of plants in different areas of the botanical garden. On the maps, there were clearly some forbidden areas. There were a few places that weren't open to the public today. While they were looking, a black car slowly drove over. Why can that car drive in? It doesn't look that special, the Jiao Yuan asked. There were people blocking the road that they had just passed. That was why the car was parked further away. There's a pass on the window of the car, the Jiaopa explained. Jiao Yuan said, "Oh," and didn't think too much about it. There were always privileges. If they could have it, so could others. Chapter 380. Old Lan had told the Jiao family about the place where they would display the rare flowers. The Jiao family brought Zheng Tan there. There weren't many people in the botanical garden at this time, but the exhibition hall for the rare flowers was crowded. Every display was surrounded by a circle of people commenting and appreciating the flowers. Zheng Tan couldn't go too far because it was too crowded. He stayed in his backpack and was carried by the Jiaopa to a place with fewer people. The Jiaoma brought little Pomelo to admire the flowers. Women were more interested in these things. Jiao Yuan was sweating profusely when he came back after squeezing his way through the crowd. "Did you see the jade cat?" asked the Jiaopa. "I couldn't squeeze in. I glanced around and didn't see it clearly. There were too many people," said Jiao Yuan. He was squeezed out before he could take a few more glances. The people squeezing him were a few uncles in their 40s and 50s. There were also people from his grandfather's generation. Jiao Yuan naturally couldn't squeeze with them, so he went back after looking around. Although every display was surrounded by a circle of people, the one with the pot of orchids was surrounded by a few circles of people. The people inside didn't leave, but there were more and more people outside. The old men who liked to take care of flowers were usually quite nice. They were a lot more refined and fastidious. But now they were here because of the orchid's reputation. If they didn't squeeze in now, they wouldn't be able to see the orchids. Hearing the comments from the people inside made their hearts itch. They were so excited that they squeezed in. In their eyes, Jiao Yuan was just a little brat. Why was he here? The right thing to do was to give up his spot. Therefore, not only was Jiao Yuan squeezed out, he was also glared at a few times. It's okay. I'll go visit Professor Lan when I get back. Jiao Yuan comforted himself. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Besides, the flowers were found by their cat. If Professor Lan let her family look at them alone, she must know. When they get back, Jiao Yuan just had to be thick-skinned and ask her about it. Looking at the crowd, Jiao Pa now believed Professor Lan's words. Why was Professor Lan so confident in that pot of orchids? The reason why many flowers were expensive was mostly because of hype. Someone was adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps in a few years the tall, rich, and handsome man would fall from being tall, rich, and handsome to being short and poor. Why wasn't Old Man Lan afraid that the price would drop? Firstly, no one else could grow this flower. Generally speaking, if it was a natural mutation, the same mutation would be concentrated in the same area. Other than Zheng Tan, no one knew how he got the seedlings. Not to mention that the Jiao family was unwilling to disclose this secret. Even if they were willing, who could make a cat talk? Therefore, in recent years or even longer, as long as it was not sold separately, this pot of flowers could be considered unique. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. As for the second place, it depended on one's true strength. How could a flower that could attract so many laymen to stop and look at it, and mesmerize Lan Yu be afraid of a drop in price? After Jiao Ma and little Pomelo came out, the Jiao family followed Zheng Tan to other places. After all, the space in the exhibition hall was limited. It was too difficult to squeeze in. They were not cultured people, so it was better to walk around the other parts of the botanical garden. The botanical garden was so big, there was plenty to see. To the public, this place was just a good place to have fun and look at the flowers and scenery. It was like a place of entertainment. But in reality, that was not the case. Out of the 300 employees in the botanical garden, more than 100 of them were involved in scientific research. There were also postdoctoral training centers. Other than that, there were also several key laboratories and testing centers. It could be said that the major universities and research centers in Chuhua City that researched plants and Chinese medicine were mostly connected to the botanical garden. Old Man Lan and the others were frequent visitors to the botanical garden, so they had frequent interactions with each other. In the past few days, when news of Old Man Lan's naturally mutated orchids had spread, a few people from the botanical garden had visited the garden. It was during that time that Old Man Lan took the opportunity to ask for Zheng Tan's special certificate. There were many scenic spots in the botanical garden. Some of the more detailed tourists could not finish looking at all of them in a day. However, most of the tourists went to the places that they were interested in. For example, Jiao Pa was interested in the herb garden and bamboo garden. Jiao Ma was interested in the exotic flowers and herbs of other regions. As for Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, they preferred to visit the kiwi garden and other orchards. Along the way, Zheng Tan saw some tourists picking loquats from the loquat trees scattered around the periphery. There were too many people in these places. After walking for half a day, Jiao Pa and the rest came to a place to rest. There they met some people from the courtyard. Xiong and Suan were there. Xiong was eating a kiwi. The adults chatted while the children chatted. Zheng Tan was bored. He spent the whole morning in his backpack. It seemed like the Jiao Pa and the rest were planning to rest for 1 or 2 hours before leaving. After eating the dry food he brought, Suan's father took out his poker cards and wanted to play a few rounds. Zheng Tan wanted to walk around. The Jiao Pa agreed. He also reminded Zheng Tan not to forget the time and not to get lost. Zheng Tan didn't think that he would get lost. There were road signs at intervals. Along the way, Zheng Tan had a rough map in his mind. Originally, little Pomelo wanted to follow, but Zheng Tan thought that if little Pomelo followed, Jiao Ma would definitely be worried and would follow. There would probably be other women following as well. Zheng Tan didn't feel comfortable walking around, so he walked alone. If Zheng Tan wanted to take a stroll here, he would definitely find a more secluded place with fewer people. Thus, Zheng Tan decided to walk to higher ground. He remembered that there was a road that led to higher ground. There didn't seem to be anyone there. Zheng Tan walked over and saw a sign that said Rock Plant Area. Next to the sign was a sign with the word forbidden. There was also a notice saying that the area was under renovation, and that tourists were not allowed to enter today. The renovation didn't affect Zheng Tan. Since there weren't many people there, Zheng Tan decided to go in and take a look. The rock plant area wasn't as colorful as other scenic spots. At least, Zheng Tan felt that it was boring and uninteresting. There was nothing to see. Walking along the narrow walkway beside the stream, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. There was a vague human voice, but it was still some distance away, so Zheng Tan wasn't worried. Zheng Tan came from the small walkway. When he reached the end of the walkway and saw a much wider road, he saw a black car. It was the car with the special pass that Zheng Tan and the others saw when they came here. Zheng Tan didn't want to go there. Before he came, Jiaoma had told him not to cause trouble. Zheng Tan didn't want to cause trouble. Many times he didn't even know why trouble always came to him. He was innocent. Turning, Zheng Tan planned to leave along another rocky walkway. As he walked, Zheng Tan paused. He raised his head and sniffed the air. He turned his head and looked around. The surroundings were very quiet. If he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't hear any human voices. A few birds came over. They were pecking at some green grape-sized fruits on a tree that Zheng Tan didn't know what it was called. Because there were birds pecking at it, many fruits fell from the tree and fell to the ground with a thud. The fruits were hard and rolled a little further after falling. Zheng Tan looked at the fruits under the tree. There were a lot of them. However, no one ate the fruits, and they didn't need to take root or germinate. No one would care. It was no wonder that the birds dared to peck at them. Looking around, there were all kinds of grass and plants that he didn't recognize. There was nothing else. However, Zheng Tan knew that he wasn't the only one here. Besides the birds on the tree, there was another lurker. Zheng Tan didn't disturb the birds. He just quietly squatted by the side. He knew that the lurker had discovered him. However, the other party's target was the birds. Zheng Tan waited and watched. The wind blew, and the leaves rustled. Suddenly, a figure jumped from behind a pile of rocks. Using the rocks, it jumped again. A series of movements were completed in the blink of an eye. The birds that were pecking at the fruits were frightened. They stopped pecking and immediately flew up. However, there was an interceptor in the air. A bird that was pecking at the fruit on the branch was bitten by the interceptor as soon as it flew up. The other party's target was the bird. The action was too fast, silent, and the bite was fierce. Zheng Tan didn't know what this bird was called. It had gray feathers and was about the same size as the gray magpies in school. For the catcher that bit it, the bird's size was actually nothing. Zheng Tan looked at the big cat that jumped out from behind the rocks. He didn't expect to meet the Monseigneur here. Yes, the big cat that was biting a bird was the Monseigneur. Just now, Zheng Tan smelled the scent and realized it, so he didn't run away. The Monseigneur wouldn't attack him. It seemed that the black car that they saw just now belonged to the Tang 7th? And the person who was watching Zheng Tan in the car was the Monseigneur? Thinking about it, this scenic area was open to the public yesterday, but it was closed today. Could it be because of the Tang 7th? Without thinking too much, the Monseigneur bit the prey, glanced at Zheng Tan, and left. The unlucky bird only struggled in the Monseigneur's mouth for a while before it died. Zheng Tan was curious about why the Monseigneur was catching birds here, so he followed. The Monseigneur was neither fast nor slow. He looked very relaxed and at ease. He seemed very familiar with this place, as if he had lived here for a long time. Zheng Tan had never seen the Monseigneur like this before. Thinking back, when Zheng Tan first met the Monseigneur, it was the summer vacation of 2004. At that time, the Monseigneur was 10 years old. Even if it was the second generation of CFH, the Monseigneur should be at least 9 years old, if not 10 years old. Now 5 years had passed, but the Monseigneur was still the same as before. He didn't look like an old cat. Looking at the series of actions that it had taken to catch the bird just now, it could still beat ordinary young cats by a few streets. 5 years ago, the Monseigneur had shocked Yi Hao for a long time when he killed people. Now this guy could probably still kill people easily. Zheng Tan followed the Monseigneur all the way. They came to a place and climbed up a slope. There was a big pine tree there. The open branches of the pine tree revealed a large shadow. When Zheng Tan climbed up the slope, the Monseigneur was digging a hole under the tree. With the Monseigneur's claws, Digging a hole was a very simple thing. Zheng Tan didn't know why the Monsignor was digging a hole there. Generally speaking, dogs would dig holes to bury bones and food. In some houses with mud floors, dogs would also dig holes to squat in when they were hot in summer. For cats, digging holes basically meant that the cat was peeing or pooping. Zheng Tan didn't walk in that direction. He felt that the Monsignor wouldn't want anyone to come close. Chapter 381. The terrain here was slightly higher, and the Monsignor was squatting in the direction where Zheng Tan was standing. From here, he could see the scenery below the slope, as well as the other trees in the botanical garden in the distance. However, Zheng Tan did not think that the Monsignor was staring at him. It was only looking at the scenery in the distance. Zheng Tan was very curious about the cat's behavior just now. It had caught a bird but did not eat it. Instead, it killed it immediately. It was completely different from the behavior of Huang, the sheriff, and the others in the courtyard, where they played first before eating. There were still birds around. There were also the kind of birds that they had just caught, but the Monsignor did not seem interested in them. Other than its ears twitching due to some sounds, it did not look around at all. Zheng Tan could hear people nearby. Because of the higher terrain, Zheng Tan could see a small house not far away. It was just beside the main road. A black car was parked nearby. However, because of the tree branches, Zheng Tan could only see part of the car, and not the entire car. The small house was more comprehensive. It was about 30 square meters in size, and was designed in the style of a stone house. It complemented the scenic area. It should be the temporary residence of the people in charge of the botanical garden, who were in charge of taking care of this place. There were two people standing outside the house. They looked quite ordinary, but Zheng Tan knew that it was just a facade. They were in charge of protecting Master Tang VII. Zheng Tan had seen one of them before. It seemed that Master Tang VII was in that house. Looking at the cat that was still lying there in the same position as before, Zheng Tan decided to go to the small house to take a look. Perhaps he could find the answer there. Zheng Tan originally thought that his actions were quite secretive, but just as he was about to jump in through the window to eavesdrop, he felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that the person who had been guarding the door was now standing not far away, looking at Zheng Tan. This was the person that Zheng Tan had seen before, but he did not know if he recognized him. The other party was only vigilant, and did not have any malicious intent. This made Zheng Tan feel a little relieved. It could not be helped. In Zheng Tan's mind, Yi Hao, Master Tang VII, and the others had long been listed as part of the underworld. Zheng Tan did not dare to provoke the people around Master Tang VII. They would not tolerate Zheng Tan like Leopard and the others around Yi Hao. But Zheng Tan wanted to hear more gossip. He heard the voice of Master Tang VII and another person. They were not talking about anything confidential, and they were talking about the Monsignor. If it was a trade secret, Zheng Tan wouldn't look at it. Curiosity killed the cat. The man stared at Zheng Tan for a few seconds before returning to the door. Behind the house, Zheng Tan walked to the corner of the house and stuck his head out to take a look. Seeing that the person didn't do anything, he went back to the window at the back of the house and jumped up. The window was not closed. It was horizontally drawn and screened to prevent flying insects from entering. Zheng Tan did not plan to pull open the screen. He just wanted to see who was inside and listen to what they were talking about. Unexpectedly, Master Tang VII had already seen Zheng Tan at the window. Black charcoal. Master Tang VII looked at the window and said, "I knew I would meet you. Come in quickly. Why are you sticking your head out the window? Are you a thief?" In fact, Master Tang VII had just received a report from his subordinates that there was a black cat behind the house. When he heard this, he immediately thought of the Jiao family members he had seen when he entered the botanical garden. His subordinates had also said that they had seen the Jiao family members with a black cat. Since Master Tang VII had spoken, Zheng Tan did not plan to hide at the window. The place was too small, and it was uncomfortable to squat there. It was better to go in and listen. This room was a bedroom, about 15 square meters. The owner of the bedroom was the slightly tan man in his 50s who sat opposite Master Tang VII. He was not very particular about his clothes. On the simple folding table, there was wine and wine glasses, as well as a plate of salt-fried peanuts. The wine was of high quality, probably brought by Master Tang VII. The man was drinking almost all the wine. There was only a cup of tea in front of Master Tang VII. This place looked very simple, and the man looked like an ordinary employee of the botanical garden. If he had not seen the thick Chinese and English books on the bookshelves, Zheng Tan would have made a wrong judgment based on his first impression. The man drank a little too much. His slightly tanned face had turned black and red. "Whose cat is this? It's well taken care of." As he spoke, the man reached out to Zheng Tan, but Zheng Tan avoided him. Master Tang VII had only said that it belonged to a friend. The man did not question why he brought the cat in. He drank a mouthful of wine, picked up a few peanuts with his chopsticks, and continued to talk to Master Tang VII. At this time, "Ami should have caught some birds. I'll go take a look after you guys leave." Including today's catch, there are probably 49 birds under the pine tree. If those fellows know, they'll definitely explode with anger. Zheng Tan did not know who those fellows were, but from the man's words, he guessed that they were those who advocated for the protection of birds. No one knew how many mice, birds, and insects a cat could kill in its lifetime. Felines were killers. Even a seemingly good-natured and lazy pet cat that slept at home had a desire to kill. It's still okay now. It only comes here once a year to kill, and it kills one every time. When the old master was still alive, it would run out to catch birds whenever he neglected it. After catching them, it would not eat them. It would just put them in a conspicuous place for the old master to see, as if it was venting its anger. The old master was so angry that he could only use a stick to hit a stone because he could not bear to hit the cat. At that time, some people would talk a lot when they were drunk. Even if they had said things that others had heard so many times that their ears had grown calluses, they would still talk excitedly. This also allowed Zheng Tan to learn more about the Monseigneur. After hearing this man's words, Zheng Tan matched the Monseigneur with the Ami mentioned by the man. It turned out that the Monseigneur had lived here before he left. Back then, Zheng Tan had also suspected that the Monseigneur had hidden in the botanical garden and avoided the strict investigation of CFH for the first 2 years. Now no one cared about CFH anymore. They could not even wait to cover up their embarrassment, so who would still mention it? But he did not expect that not only was it hiding here, it even had people covering for it. At that time, Zheng Tan felt that the Monseigneur could understand a lot of human language. If it had not interacted with people for a long time, it would not have understood so much. If it had really grown up in the wild, it would not have been willing to follow Master Tang VII and the others. The man who was speaking was a researcher of rock plants. Just like his father, the old man he spoke of had passed away in 2003 in October. During this period of time, this man had brought his family to visit the old man at the cemetery a few days ago. Back then, the old man had lived here. It was convenient for him to study plants and also take care of the plants here. The Monseigneur had been discovered by the old man. To be exact, the old man had discovered a pregnant female cat. However, the female cat's health was very poor. Not long after giving birth to the Monseigneur, she had passed away. In the olden days, it was said that after a cat died, it would be hung on a tree. However, the old man did not do that. Instead, he put it in a box and buried it under the old pine tree on the slope. Originally, the old man had only thought of raising a kitten to catch mice. At that time, he happened to find traces of mice gnawing on books in the house. The old man had decided to raise it on a whim. In the beginning, he had fed it milk powder and later cooked it for the cat. At that time, the management here was not strict. No one said that raising a cat was forbidden. The old man did not have much experience and did not know what a cat could and could not eat. He just bought milk powder and made do with it. When he learned that he could not feed the cat carelessly, he found that the cat was very easy to raise. It could eat any kind of milk powder and paste, and did not have diarrhea. In the end, within a year, the cat had swelled up as if it had taken hormones. It was much bigger than the average cat, and also much bigger than the female cat. The old man even suspected that the Monseigneur was a cross between a domestic cat and a larger feline. He even went to the botanical garden to look around, but did not find any traces of activity of larger felines. In order to avoid some trouble, the old man hid the Monseigneur very well. When there were people, he would let the Monseigneur hide in the room or in the forest. The Monseigneur was also very smart. The old man and the cat had always cooperated very well. Like other cats, the Monseigneur did a lot of stupid things at that time. Sometimes it would throw a tantrum. For example, this person just said that if it was ignored, it would catch birds to vent its anger and show its existence. The old man also buried those poor birds under the pine tree, saying that they were for the Monseigneur's mother to eat. Later, the Monseigneur did not let the old man do it, and buried the birds himself. Usually it liked to lie down and sleep there. No one would disturb it, and it had a wide field of vision. Sometimes it would sleep for half a day. The domineering Monseigneur also had its youth. Without a doubt, the Monseigneur was lucky. Its birth was originally a very low probability event, and the old man who adopted it, and the people here were only interested in plants. They did not care much about animals. At most, they cared about them from an ecological perspective. When the old man passed away, there was no one in the small house for a while. The Monseigneur was only familiar with the old man. Although it was not bad to the old man's family, it was only not bad. It was far from the tacit understanding and closeness. Gradually, it tried to run further away. Among the cats in Chuhua City, this guy's fighting ability was enough to be called the king. At that time, the botanical garden was probably included in the Monseigneur's territory. It probably did a lot of patrolling. Chuhua University was not too far from here, and the surrounding area was also within its range of activity. Otherwise, how could Li Yuanba have met the Monseigneur who gave birth to the funny peanut candy? Although the Monseigneur had left the botanical garden, and was now following Yi Hao and Master Tang VII, it would still come back at this time every year to catch a bird and bury it there. Then it would quietly lie under the pine tree. Really, this cat is very good. It doesn't hurt people. My grandchildren were very young at that time, and they often used it as a pillow. My wife often says that although this cat is big and occasionally naughty, its temperament is still gentle. The man sighed. Master Tang VII, who had been silent all this time, laughed. Not to mention Master Tang VII, even Zheng Tan would not equate Lord Ju's words with the word gentle, after seeing how Lord Ju slaughtered people. Ami is very affectionate. It comes back at this time every year to pay respects to the old man. The man sighed again. It's good to be affectionate, Master Tang VII said. This was also the reason why Master Tang VII was willing to keep the Monseigneur by his side. If it was really the heartless type, Master Tang VII would be worried. Like the Monseigneur, if you treated it well, it would remember and treat you well. It would not bite you at a critical moment. When Master Tang VII and the others began to talk about the medicinal plants they had invested in, Zheng Tan did not continue to listen. He jumped out of the window and even helped to close the screen window. When he came back to the slope, Zheng Tan found two children about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl wearing a small floral dress was dawdling with the Monseigneur. Ami, let's go play together. Don't be lazy and sleep. After saying that several times, it was useless. The little girl grabbed the Monseigneur's 2 front paws and dragged it outside with great effort. The Monseigneur let her drag it. It lay on its side and watched. Because the little girl was not strong enough, her face was red. She did not drag it for long. The Monseigneur was still quite heavy. Children of this age did not have much strength. After that, the little boy joined in. They each held a paw and dragged the Monseigneur out from under the tree. The Monseigneur was not angry. It let the two work hard. It did not hurt when it was dragged on the grass. The tip of its tail slowly moved up and down. It seemed to find it quite interesting. These two were probably the grandchildren of the person in the house. Otherwise, the Monseigneur would not be so good-natured as to let them play around. Someone called for the two children at the bottom of the slope. After dawdling for a while, the two children reluctantly left. But before they left, the little girl plucked a small white flower and stuck it in the Monseigneur's ear. The Monseigneur had long hair, and the hair there was not sparse. The flower stem was stuck in the hair and did not fall out. Chapter 382. Zheng Tan did not expect to bump into Lord Ju here when she came to the botanical garden, because of the orchids. She even found out about this guy's past. This could be considered one of the rewards of today's visit to the botanical garden. Zheng Tan did not continue to stay there. He did not want to lie down in a daze like the Monseigneur. After roughly calculating the time, Zheng Tan went to a few more places before returning to the place where the Jiao family was resting. When Zheng Tan arrived, the several families sitting there were thinking about packing up and going shopping. Zheng Tan's timing was just right. Many people liked to visit the botanical garden in autumn because there were not many mosquitoes and the temperature was good. In addition to the flowers that bloomed in autumn, there were also orchards worth visiting. There were orchards that were in season and out of season. There were also fruits that were sold in the botanical garden. They were sold cheaply. Of course, they were not allowed to pick fruits randomly. Those who secretly picked fruits avoided the person in charge of the botanical garden. In spring and summer, there were also honey, royal jelly, and pollen sold here. In another month, some of the leaves would turn yellow and red, but it was not time for them to wither. The scenery was very beautiful. There were many tropical plants in the greenhouse. Although many of them could be grown in Chuhua City, they did not grow as well as those in the tropics because of the climate. Only in some special places like the botanical garden could you see all kinds of tropical plants growing well. Many students from the Academy of Biological Sciences were brought to the botanical garden in their freshman and sophomore years to learn about the plants. There were special teachers to guide them. Although many of the trees had signs with the names and annotations of the species, there were many that did not. They had to be told by the teachers. In addition to fruits, there were many souvenirs and potted plants near the gate of the botanical garden. Every time the botanical garden held a large-scale exhibition, the business here was quite good. There was a stall selling four-leaf clover ornaments similar to artificial amber. It was a real plant species with one leaf, not a four-leaf plant that grew from 3 leaves due to mutation or natural mutation. Zheng Tan had seen 5-leaf, 6-leaf, and even 9-leaf plants, but he was not interested in these at all. As for amber, he himself had picked up a real piece of amber with archaeological significance. He was even less interested in these. As they walked back to the exhibition hall, Zheng Tan, who was in a daze, noticed that there were many people standing outside the exhibition hall with cameras in their hands. They looked like reporters. The exhibition hall is full. There's a limit on the number of people. These people are all queuing up, someone said. Fortunately, we went there early, said Jiao Ma. I've never seen so many people before. Besides, it's already afternoon. It's almost lunchtime. Why are these people still lining up here? Shouldn't it be over? Litmus's father asked curiously. Next to them, a person with a botanical garden staff card explained. They're all here to see the jade cat. I heard that the jade cat fairy that Professor Lon sent to the exhibition is valued at 10 million per sprout. One sprout, not a whole pot. As people who already knew, Jiao Pa and the others were relatively calm. However, some of the tourists beside them were shocked. They were originally planning to go home when they were tired, but now they were carrying their bags and running towards the exhibition hall. Wasn't it just a short line? It was better to go and see a $10 million flower with their own eyes. Isn't it just a pot of flower? Who would buy that for no reason? Only those nymphomaniacs would do that, said a tourist. The staff member looked at that person meaningfully and said faintly, at this price, there are still many people clamoring to buy it. There are businessmen and jade lovers. When I came out half an hour ago, someone offered 2,000 to 3,000. I heard that person is the boss of a big company. 2,000 to 3,000? What else? The staff member shook his head. They could only watch from the sidelines. As people who were still paying off their mortgage, they couldn't come into contact with the material and spiritual aspects. Because of this staff member's words, many tourists wanted to use their connections to enter the exhibition hall. The sign at the entrance of the exhibition hall had already stated that the exhibition hall would only be open for one day. They couldn't see it again, even if they wanted to. Zheng Tan only felt that this matter was a little exaggerated. It was out of his expectations, but he didn't know that the popularity of the exhibition hall was even more explosive than what the staff member had said. Because the exhibition hall was full, not only were there experts in the field, but there were also many media outlets. At the same time, the person in charge of the botanical garden kept calling. Among them were some big shots who often interacted with the botanical garden. These big shots who could shake the relevant research circles when their names were mentioned weren't from Chuhua City. They were usually busy, so they didn't get the news immediately. After a lot of people talked about it, their interest was piqued, but they couldn't rush over in time. Thinking about the flower exhibition, wasn't there still a week? After the flower exhibition, there would be a special chrysanthemum exhibition. Calculating the date, it would be delayed until November. So what if the orchids in the exhibition hall were displayed for a few more days? Communication was only possible when there were many people. There were only a few people, and some of them were just bystanders. In just one day, these big shots didn't show up, so how could they communicate? The person in charge couldn't afford to offend them. Every time he received a call, he would apologize one by one. The sweat on his forehead never stopped. The reason why these big shots were called big shots showed that not only were they big shots, but they also had a big temper. Although it was an honor to receive a call from them, at this time, the person in charge's heart was galloping. In addition to the calls from these big shots, there were also many media outlets who wanted to negotiate with them. Some were local, some were from other places, and even the central government wanted to rush over for an interview. The people in the botanical garden really didn't expect this. Since so many people had spoken, they could only contact the people who sent the flowers to the exhibition one by one to discuss how to extend the exhibition for a few more days. In fact, they knew in their hearts that the most important thing was Professor Land's pot of jade cat fairy. According to the current development of the situation, there might be people from other countries coming over tomorrow. At that time, it wouldn't be up to them, small shots, to decide. They had to invite a few experts to come out and support them. After being persuaded, Old Man Lon left the flowers there. He also stayed at the botanical garden to take care of the orchids. The people in the botanical garden also sent people over to pick up Old Lady Zhai. They knew that if Professor Lon was alone, they wouldn't be able to control his temper. Old Lady Zhai had to step in. After Zheng Tan and the others returned, they saw a large number of articles on the morning, evening, and metropolitan newspapers the next day. There were also photos on the color pages. One was a photo of the orchids, and the other was a sign placed beside the flower pot. The name of the species, the name of the inscription, the sender, and the serial number were mentioned. Zheng Tan felt that it was indeed a good idea to let Old Man Lon take the lead. Otherwise, if people saw that the sender was a member of the Jiao family on the sign, there would be a lot of people coming to stop them. Then, they wouldn't be able to have peace. It was better to let the experienced Old Man Lon take the lead. Zheng Tan said happily. After being silent for 3 years, Old Man Lon finally let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday, when Zheng Tan and the others left the botanical garden, Old Man Lon took the time to meet with the Jiaopa and said a few words. Although he mostly complained about those old guys who didn't play by the rules, Zheng Tan could see that Old Man Lon was still proud of himself. The exhibition hall in the botanical garden was originally open for 2 days, but it was now open for 3 days. Moreover, it was a limited number of people. The staff in charge of the exhibition hall was increased by 3 times to prevent any problems. After Mao knew about this and saw the flower pot with his own eyes, he went to Old Man Lon for a long time. He also went to the Jiaopa's office to stop him. After an hour of discussion, he finally ordered a few seedlings. When Zheng Tan heard the words "a few seedlings," his beard trembled. He knew that Mao didn't lack money. This guy actually didn't lack money to this extent. According to the price, it was definitely more than 10 million yuan. Mao had ordered a few seedlings in one go. He was really a hidden tycoon. However, he wasn't sure how many seedlings he wanted. It could be 1 or 2, or it could be more. Even Old Man Lon couldn't say for sure. He still needed to raise it for a few more years. Mao wasn't in a hurry now. He asked Old Man Lon to give him a small pot when the time came. He planned to give it to his grandfather who was far away in Beijing. It would be best if it could be in time for his grandfather's birthday. On the newspapers and the internet, the term Jade Cat Fairy became a hot topic. Naturally, there were people who asked why the flower had the word cat in its name. After knowing that the flower's discovery was related to cats, some cat owners thought to themselves, why didn't their own cats do the same? They only knew how to eat and destroy flowers. Even the indoor landscape trees in the house were ground to death by these little bastards' claws. They even pooped in the flower pots. Sure enough, other people's cats were smart, sensible, and also attracted money. Their own cat was just a troublemaker who acted stupid. Apart from these people who were purely curious, there were also a lot of people who were stirring up the water. Most of them were here to hype things up. Because of the hype, Old Man Land's pot of orchids became a hot topic on the internet. People would also talk about it after dinner. For many ordinary people, let alone a treasure of 10 million yuan, even a flower of a few hundred yuan was too expensive. It wasn't economical at all. But as a topic of conversation, it couldn't be better. It was enough for them to talk about it for a long time. Perhaps this was another reason why Old Man Lon said that there was no need to hype things up. He didn't have to do it himself. There were always some people who would stir things up. The hype made the flower more and more famous, and the price also became frightening. Some people who really wanted to buy it were quite angry at those who stirred things up. If you don't want to buy it, then why are you stirring things up? You can't afford it. All of you better behave yourselves. Those who stirred things up thought, yes, we can't afford it. Although we can't afford it, we are good at hyping things up. We won't behave ourselves. We will stir up the price and see those rich people arguing with constipated faces. We are only responsible for watching the show from the side. What can you do to us? This flower was very popular now. There were related reports in the newspapers every day. There were famous experts in the country and famous people from abroad who came to see it. Even some hotels in the city, which were a little cold after the National Day holiday, began to have more business. There were many people who hoped that this topic would continue to be popular. The topic had become cold. Stir things up again. Compared to those who were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, Zheng Tan felt a little uneasy. Sure enough, within 2 days, the pot of orchids was stolen. Old Man Lon was almost hospitalized because of this incident. When he heard the news, Old Man Lan's vision turned black. If old Madame Zhai hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen to the ground. It was understandable that people would steal antiques and other things that were placed in the exhibition hall. But someone would also steal a pot of flowers? Although similar incidents had happened before, it was still considered rare compared to other things. If antiques and other non-living things were stolen, it was fine to find them back after many years. But not flowers and plants. If they were not taken care of properly, they could easily die. Many things were more delicate the more expensive they were. Some people felt that it was a pity, and some people were gloating. In short, the words that were a little tired due to the lack of new topics were once again set off a storm in the country, and even the world. Chapter 383. The only person Zheng Tan could contact openly was Lu Ba. Moreover, Zheng Tan felt that Lu Ba was an expert in this area. Even if she couldn't help him find the orchid, it would be good as long as she could find some clues. Fortunately, Lu Ba had just finished a big deal recently, and came to Chuhua to rest for a while. She could also help Jin Gui a little. When she received Zheng Tan's message, Lu Ba was reading today's news in the newspaper. Jin Gui was gossiping beside her. The topic of their gossip was the stolen orchid. It was too hot. Now that it was suddenly stolen, the topic became even hotter. It was too late to cover it up. The media's sense of smell was always amazing. There were already many topics about the theft in the newspaper and on the internet. Liu Ba was originally interested in the pot of orchids. Previously, she was not in Chuhua City because she had some work to do. Now that she came back, she missed the best time to look at the flowers. She was a little regretful at first. After the orchid was stolen, she was thinking about whether she should investigate it herself and take advantage of the thief. After receiving Zheng Tan's message, Liu Ba couldn't help but laugh out loud. She wasn't gloating. First, she didn't expect that the orchid was related to Zheng Tan. From the information she learned before, she only knew that the flower was related to cats. Now it seemed that it was really a cat fairy. Second, Lu Ba was thinking of doing it herself. Unexpectedly, she received a message. After replying to the message, Lu Ba got up and left. Since she had decided to intervene, it was better to do it as soon as possible. After a long time, not to mention whether they could find it or not, the flower might be gone. Zheng Tan was surprised when he saw the reply. Lu Ba didn't say what benefits she wanted. She only said that she was interested in this matter. After turning off the phone, Zheng Tan put the phone in his vest and brought it home. Under special circumstances, he had to keep track of the progress. He couldn't run out of the tiled house every time. Anyway, there was no one at home during the day. These 2 days, Old Man Lan was not in a good state. He was more anxious than the Jiao family about the stolen orchid. The orchid was stolen from the Botanical Gardens Independent Exhibition Hall. The exhibition hall during the flower exhibition had long been closed. Later, because of the Jade Cat Fairy, the Botanical Gardens specially opened an independent exhibition hall to display the orchid so that people from all over the country could enjoy it. If the flowers were stolen, the Botanical Garden would definitely have to take responsibility. The insurance and compensation would also not be small. However, for Old Man Lan, money was not a problem. The problem was his mental illness. If they couldn't find the orchid, or if they found it but the orchid was already destroyed, Old Man Lan would never be able to get rid of his worries. Originally, Old Man Lan had planned to send her to participate in the November Orchid Exchange on Jade Island, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. He had spent so much effort to raise it like a precious treasure, but it was stolen in the blink of an eye. When Zheng Tan went downstairs with the Jiao Pa to visit Old Man Lan yesterday, the old man seemed to be seriously ill. His mental state was far worse than usual. Originally, the Jiao Pa wanted to comfort him and tell him that they weren't that obsessed with the pot of orchids, but it was useless. At that time, Old Man Lan was too agitated. His voice was trembling and his eyes were red. Little Jiao, I hate it. I hate it in my heart. He hated the thief who stole the orchid, and also hated himself for not protecting it well. Why did he have to be so ostentatious? Wasn't this inviting thieves? Can those thieves take good care of the flowers? They can sell 100,000 yuan worth of flowers for a few thousand yuan. The fate of this pot of flowers. Sigh. Old Man Lan said as he wiped the corners of his eyes with trembling hands. The independent exhibition hall over there has been very well protected. There hasn't been any incidents over the years. Normal people don't have the ability to steal it, and those who have the ability to do so are definitely not normal people. Their vision isn't too small. I think they value that pot of orchids very much and will take good care of it after they get it, the Jiao Pa said. He knew that flowers were the most important to Old Man Lan. As long as the flowers were taken good care of, as long as the flowers weren't ruined, everything else was secondary. After leaving Old Man Lan's place, the Jiao Pa called Yi Hao and asked them to help find out more information. Zheng Tan also went to look for the blind old man, Elder Kuan. Although Elder Kuan only occupied one area and didn't interfere with things outside of his territory, it was good to know if there were any problems in his territory. As for how Zheng Tan told Elder Kuan, he didn't know. However, he flipped through Elder Kuan's newspaper and found the page about the orchid theft. He put it in front of Elder Kuan, and someone would naturally tell Elder Kuan. With Elder Kuan's intelligence, he wouldn't be unable to understand Zheng Tan's intentions. Mao and the others were also helping to search for the orchid. The orchid was stolen at night, and the Botanical Gardens surveillance cameras didn't provide much help. Someone had tampered with it. As for now, no one knew if the stolen orchid was transported out of Chuhua City, or if it was still in the city. They could only try their best to investigate. The police couldn't tell Zheng Tan the progress of the case. Even if Old Man Lan was the nominal owner of the orchid, Zheng Tan believed that the police wouldn't tell him much. Instead, they would tell some white lies to appease Old Man Lan. Elder Kuan gave them a license plate number, and didn't say much else. The orchid wasn't in his territory and the other party was very secretive. It wouldn't be easy to find much in a short time. Yi Hao mentioned a few suspicious people. They were only suspicious but not sure. Moreover, Yi Hao and Elder Kuan said that someone bought the orchid at a high price on the black market. As for who the buyer was, whether it was a man or a woman, whether it was a local or a foreigner, they didn't know. Many identities on the black market were fake. Sure enough, the hype was a tragedy. It attracted the attention of many troublesome people. No wonder Zheng Tan felt that something was going to happen those few days. Zheng Tan sent the license plate number given by Elder Kuan, and the few suspicious people mentioned by Yi Hao to Liu Ba. How to investigate. Liu Ba was an expert. The day after Zheng Tan sent the message, Liu Ba said that she was going to find someone and asked Zheng Tan if he wanted to go with her. Zheng Tan thought about it carefully and decided to go to find out more about the situation. After making an appointment, Liu Ba drove the Volkswagen to the side gate of the school near the eastern courtyard and picked up Zheng Tan. After jumping into the car, Zheng Tan looked around. Golden Turtle didn't follow him. There was a laptop on the back seat. It was still open and a blank document was opened on the screen. Just type what you want to say, Liu Ba said while driving. Zheng Tan looked at the computer, and then looked at Liu Ba, who was driving and glancing at the back seat from the rearview mirror from time to time. He didn't move. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't type, Liu Ba didn't keep silent. She told him about the person she was going to find. The person she was looking for was called the Poker King. It wasn't because he was the king of poker, but because of his poker face. The Poker King loved gambling. However, according to Liu Ba, the Poker King didn't play in casinos like those gamblers. Relatively speaking, according to the Poker King, he only liked elegant and high-level gambling. He didn't just play poker or casino games. The Poker King played cards, stone gambling, straw gambling, and so on. For the Poker King, who strived for perfection, self-control was a necessary condition for gamblers. However, even the top poker players would give themselves away, due to certain situations in the gambling game. Therefore, the Poker King performed a poker wrinkle removal surgery. The so-called poker wrinkle removal surgery was to use an endoscope to remove all twitches, squints, and subtle expressions to create a perfect poker face. Later, many people gave the Poker King this nickname after seeing his poker face. However, the Poker King felt that this nickname was quite nice. Gradually, it became a special title. More and more people knew about the Poker King, but not many people remembered his real name. The Poker King came into contact with orchids after gambling on stones. At that time, many people became rich overnight because of orchids, which attracted the Poker King's attention. It was said that the wild orchids that had just been dug up from the mountains were called down mountain orchids. Generally speaking, the down mountain orchids and the real orchids were quite different in terms of appearance. Hence, they weren't worth much. However, this kind of orchid had a certain degree of variation. After a few years of cultivation, it could become mature grass and become worth tens of thousands of yuan. Because the price of the down mountain orchids was cheap, some people bought them in large quantities, hoping that there would be one or two best plants in the pile of weeds. This segment was called straw gambling. At that time, there were many lankers who made a lot of money from straw gambling. Since it was gambling, it meant risks. The Poker King was lucky and made a lot of money at that time. According to the information that Liu Ba learned, the Poker King made hundreds of millions of yuan from straw gambling. However, now that Lan City was in turmoil, the Poker King didn't pay much attention to it. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, the Poker King was still very clear about the news in the Lanker circle. Whether it was on the surface or in the black market, it was worth consulting. Liu Ba had helped the Poker King once by chance. Later, they met again. The relationship between the two wasn't very good, but it wasn't too bad either. The place where they met was a small tea house. The tea house was relatively remote. With the classic decoration style, it looked a little classy. After the waiter at the door saw the note that Liu Ba handed out, he took Liu Ba upstairs. The third floor was a special VIP room. Zheng Tan looked at the name of each room outside. Most of them were named after plants, and they were all only one word, such as plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and so on. The waiter took them to the orchid room. There was already someone sitting inside. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was sitting at a wooden table, drinking tea with a cup in his hand. When Liu Ba entered the room, he just turned his head slightly and glanced at them without much expression. He looked quite unfathomable. Sure enough, he has a poker face. Zheng Tan thought to himself. There were 3 people standing behind the middle-aged man. They should be bodyguards or something like that. There was some evil spirit on them, but they didn't have any malice now. They were just vigilant and stuck to their duties. The Poker King raised his hand and pointed at the seat opposite him, motioning for Liu Ba to sit. His eyes stayed on Zheng Tan, who followed Lu Ba in for 2 seconds, but he didn't say anything. There was only one chair in the seat opposite him. Lu Ba moved a small stool from the side of the private room and asked Zheng Tan to sit on it. Are you talking about this cat? The Poker King glanced at Zheng Tan and said to Lu Ba, I don't think there's anything special about it. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. This is a secret weapon. How can it be called a secret weapon if it's too high profile? A cat's nose is much more sensitive than a human's, don't you think so? Lu Ba's words were more casual. It was unknown whether it was intentional or because of her relationship with the Poker King. The Poker King nodded slightly. It was unknown whether he was nodding at the first half of Lu Ba's words or acknowledging the latter half of her words. He didn't continue to talk about this topic. Instead he said, I've seen that pot of orchid. It's so beautiful. Perhaps it was because he had long been used to keeping a straight face. Coupled with the fact that he had undergone a poker face wrinkle removal surgery, he didn't have much of an expression on his face even when he was sighing and praising. Coupled with his tone, he looked very strange. Zheng Tan felt that the Poker King's subordinates were really pitiful. They had to look at the same poker face all day long. Gradually, they were assimilated and became poker faces. Looking at these poker faces, his appetite suddenly decreased. Chapter 384. Poker King knew some people who had made their fortune in gambling. Now several of them were worth hundreds of millions of yuan. They kept in touch with Poker King and talked about the news in the gambling circle from time to time. There were many topics about orchids, and the Jade Cat Fairy was also a hot topic. Poker King told Lu Ba some useful news that he heard. He also told Lu Ba that 2 experts in orchid breeding had suddenly disappeared recently. According to Poker King, the 2 people had either met with an accident or had something important that made them unwilling to contact the outside world. Thinking about the theft of the orchids, Poker King guessed that the 2 people had probably been asked to leave. After all, it was not easy to raise orchids well, let alone the Jade Cat Fairy, an orchid with a new high price. In addition to the 2 experts in orchid breeding, Poker King also mentioned the name of a person nicknamed Mole, who happened to be one of the suspicious people on the list given by Yi Hao. After seeing the name, Lu Ba frowned. This person? Now several people are looking for him. Is he still in Chuhua City? He probably won't be here tomorrow, so you have to hurry. That guy is very slippery and runs away very fast. If you can't catch him this time, it will be difficult to catch him next time, Poker King said. I have looked for this person before, but I couldn't find him. Hearing Lu Ba's words, Poker King raised his hand, and a person behind him handed him a folder. Poker King opened the folder and took out a piece of paper from it. To be exact, it was a partial picture cut from a map. Zheng Tan could see Lu Ba taking the piece of paper from Poker King. He also wanted to know where it was, but he had to be serious and steady so that he could store his secret weapon. Just like what Liu Ba had said before, the Poker King liked to put on an act. Therefore, when he looked at people and things, he also had this intention. If you pretended to be profound, he would think more highly of you and put in more effort to do things. If you were too casual and showed everything on your face, the Poker King would probably think of fooling you. It was rare for him to have a secret weapon for such a long time. Zheng Tan suppressed his curiosity and continued to squat there solemnly, staring straight ahead. Zheng Tan felt that Poker King had just glanced at him, and his heart tightened. Sure enough, Poker King didn't even let go of a cat. Fortunately, he continued to pretend. After the discussion and tea in the private room, Liu Ba left with Zheng Tan. After leaving the tea house and returning to the car, Zheng Tan finally saw the piece of paper. It was indeed cut from the map of the city. Zheng Tan had studied the map carefully some time ago. The weasel boss had passed by there when he was stocking up. After finding some information, Lu Ba planned to go back and check the information carefully. Zheng Tan also had to go home to show his face. Otherwise, Jiao Pa would call everywhere to look for the cat. When he went home, Zheng Tan sent a message to Lu Ba. He remembered that when he was stocking up with the weasel boss in the grocery store, there was a fight between the police and the robbers. The young policeman surnamed Liao had left a deep impression on Zheng Tan. Moreover, Boss Huang and Heir Mao both said that he was a good person. Therefore, Zheng Tan thought that if Lu Ba couldn't handle it alone, could he ask the policeman for help? At that time, the policeman caught the robbers very quickly. Didn't Poker King say that if he couldn't catch the robbers in one go, the mole would have to run away? Although Zheng Tan didn't know much about policeman Liao, in order to find the orchid as soon as possible, he still trusted the weasel boss and Air Mao. As for Lu Ba, he could always get in touch with her. After receiving Zheng Tan's message and suggestion, Lu Ba checked on policeman Liao. She found something interesting and thought that it was no wonder that the cat recommended him. Zheng Tan didn't know how Lu Ba contacted policeman Liao. Lu Ba only said that they would catch the mole at night. Lu Ba made a deal with policeman Liao. Policeman Liao liked to catch thieves. The thieves didn't necessarily mean those who stole small things, but also those who committed serious crimes. However, there were always people who blocked his way. Therefore, policeman Liao asked Lu Ba to take some blackmail information about those who blocked his way. With these blackmail information, policeman Liao felt that those people would hesitate when he caught thieves in the future. Lu Ba also joked with Zheng Tan that policeman Liao was quite interesting. He dared to take the blackmail information of his boss. He didn't care about promotion and only liked to catch thieves. In policeman Liao's own words, he was a cat who liked to catch mice. Promotion and money were not very attractive to him. Since Lu Ba said that they would catch thieves at night, they would probably go home later. Zheng Tan thought that Lu Ba would call Jiao Pa when the time came. At 10:30 p.m. At the entrance of a commercial street near the second ring road, a police car was parked by the roadside. There were two people sitting in the car. One of them was policeman Liao. The person in the driver's seat was also in a police uniform like policeman Liao. Just now, someone in this community called the police and said that something was stolen from their house. The person who called the police was a female student from a famous school nearby. Her voice was quite pleasant. Liao, believe it or not, that girl must be a beautiful girl. Don't say that I'm long-winded. At your age, you should find a partner. If you meet a good one, you should seize the opportunity. I know a guy who got together with the girl who called the police in a theft case. Now they are talking about marriage. Crack. Policeman Liao looked at the handcuffs on his hands in surprise, then looked at policeman Liao in disbelief. One end of the handcuffs was cuffed to one of his hands, and the other end was cuffed to the steering wheel. The owner of the handcuffs was obviously policeman Liao. Kid, you haven't improved after learning for so long. How can you catch thieves with your reaction? Your skills are not up to standard. Learn from me and practice more in the future. Don't get handcuffed by the thief when you fail to cuff him. Take this as a lesson. Anyway, I don't need two people to report the case. I can go alone. You wait for me in the car. Don't think about snitching. We can't be traitors, okay? Policeman Liao said proudly. He opened the car door and was about to get out. However, just as policeman Liao took a step out, he felt a chill on his wrist. Because of the pull, there was an obvious pain on his wrist. Policeman Liao looked back at his wrist and found that the handcuffs that were originally cuffed to policeman Liao's wrist had somehow appeared on his own wrist. Liao Shiyu. Brother Liao, I'm sorry, policeman Liao said with a sincere and apologetic smile. He said to policeman Liao, I also think that my skills are still lacking. I need more practice. It's better that I do it myself this time. Policeman Liao walked out of the car and went to a beverage shop that was about to close. He bought a cup of coffee and put it in policeman Liao's car. Brother Liao, have some coffee first. I'll be back after I'm done with things over there. Policeman Liao pressed his cap down and walked into the alley. F***ck. Liao sure, you mother f***ker. Policeman Liao, who was cuffed to the car by himself, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to curse loudly. He didn't want to be heard by the people around him. He quickly took out his keys. Nothing. He called for someone, took out his pockets. Nothing. Mother f***ker. Policeman Liao was so angry that he hit the steering wheel twice with his uncuffed hand. He cursed Liao Shi in a low voice and thought about what to do next. Tell on him? He wouldn't be stupid to do that. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Public Security on the use of police weapons, handcuffs were torture devices used by the public security organs during law enforcement. Even the public security organs had strict regulations on the use of handcuffs. This time, he was the one who cuffed his colleague first. If he told others about this, he would definitely be criticized. If someone with ulterior motives pushed him behind his back, he wouldn't be able to get promoted. Mother***Kerr, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but he didn't expect to be the one who set him up. His colleagues even said that Liaosher was as honest as his name. Honest my ass. Looking at the cup of coffee next to him, Policeman Liao snorted, took it, and took a sip. F***ck. It's iced. Doesn't he know that the temperature is lower tonight? Shouldn't he have bought a warm one? Policeman Liao was so angry that he hit the steering wheel twice more. When Zheng Tan and Lu Ba arrived at the agreed location, Liaosher had already finished. There were 4 people lying on the ground. 3 of them looked very young. It was unclear whether they were working or students. The other one was in his 30s. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump. He was the mole that Zheng Tan and Lu Ba were looking for. The mole had planned to escape tonight. Before he left, he wanted to deal with some goods in his hands. That way, he could escape more smoothly. However, he didn't expect that a young man in a police uniform would interrupt the transaction. Before he could escape successfully, he was knocked unconscious on the ground. I'll give you the person. Remember to send me the goods. Liaosher pointed at the mole, lying on the ground, and said to Lu Ba. Lu Ba nodded. I remember. After getting the assurance, Liaosher asked, Do you want to interrogate this person? Yes, there are some things that I want to know, Lu Ba said. Oh, Liaosher paused and said, If it's something important or urgent, it might be a little troublesome. It's not easy to pry open this person's mouth. He has been tortured many times before. So, Lu Ba looked at Liaosher. So, I suggest that you find someone to help you. Oh, that cat knows. Liaosher pointed at Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the shadows not far behind Lu Ba, and smiled sincerely. Zheng Tan was speechless. Why are you pointing at me? I don't know shit. Zheng Tan always encountered people who spoke halfway and did not understand what they were trying to say. But strangely, these people were able to understand what they were trying to say. This made Zheng Tan anxious about his own IQ. Since you gave me this information, Officer Liao took out a notebook, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Lu Ba. This is his number. However, if you go alone, he won't care about you. Let the cat take you there. The success rate is higher. After speaking, Liaosher raised his hand to press down the brim of his hat and left. He didn't care about the other 3 people who had been stripped naked and were lying on the ground in the cold wind. Lu Ba injected the mole with a tube of medicine that would ensure that the mole would continue to sleep soundly. After stuffing the mole into the trunk of the car, Lu Ba looked at Zheng Tan and asked, Who was the person that Liaosher was talking about? Zheng Tan was also at a loss. F***ck. How would I know who Liaosher was talking about? After carefully thinking about the people he knew and the people that Liaosher might know, Zheng Tan guessed that Liaosher was talking about that weasel. Weren't they not close? But other than that weasel, who else could it be? Mao? Or someone else? Lu Ba called the number that Liaosher left behind. She deliberately increased the volume of the call. Zheng Tan jumped on the back of the chair and listened carefully with his ears perked up. After ringing for a while, the other side picked up. A muffled voice that sounded like a sleepy person was heard. Hello. Chapter 385. It was late at night, and only the orange streetlights on both sides of the street were lit. Only a few of the houses around were still lit. There were barely any pedestrians on the road, and the road that was crowded during the day had fewer cars now. In the grocery store, Boss Huang took out a cigarette from the pack and put it in his mouth. He took out his lighter and was about to light it up when someone knocked on the door. Boss Huang stayed in the room behind the grocery store at night, so the person who knocked on the door was the back door of the grocery store. He was not in a hurry to light the cigarette. With the cigarette in his mouth, he walked to the door in his slippers and opened it. He did not know the person standing at the door. Lu Ba wanted to say something, but Boss Huang spat out the cigarette in his mouth. The cigarette hit Lu Ba's body, but he quickly caught it before it fell. Lu Ba had a feeling that if the person in front of him did not have a cigarette in his mouth, he would have spat at him. Therefore, he was glad that the person spat at him was a cigarette and not a spit. When Lu Ba told Boss Huang on the phone that Officer Liao had introduced him to Boss Huang, his tone was not very friendly. Lu Ba's instincts told him that there was some conflict between him and Officer Liao, but he still came because of the orchids. Putting the cigarette back into his mouth, Boss Huang looked down and saw the familiar black cat squatting beside him. He took a deep breath and did not say anything. He just tilted his head and gestured for them to come in. When Boss Huang heard Officer Liao's introduction, he did not plan to help. Even if he wanted to help, he would not do it so easily. He wanted to extort some money first, but he did not expect the black cat to follow him. No matter what, the black cat had done a free advertisement for his store, so his business was doing well. Moreover, the black cat knew Air Mao, so it did not seem right to chase it away. Lu Ba heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Boss Huang's action. As long as the black cat was allowed in, it meant that he would help. Lu Ba went back to the car and looked around. After he made sure that no one was paying attention to them, he brought the unconscious man in. Zheng Tan had only checked the store in front of the grocery store, so he did not go to the lounge at the back. The lounge was only around 10 square meters, but it was not messy. In comparison, Boss Huang did not seem to be in a good mood at night. Even though he looked mean, he was usually nicer to people during the day, unlike now. He seemed to be holding back his anger, and had no intention of holding it in. She was probably angry because she was woken up? Boss Huang looked at the mole on the ground and took a puff of his cigarette before he said, "I hate being woken up at night. That Liao guy must have asked you to disturb me on purpose. TSK, young people are so petty." This time, Zheng Tan was sure that Boss Huang and Officer Liao must have had a little conflict because of something. Back when Zheng Tan followed Boss Huang to purchase goods, he did not know their names, but now that he thought about it, he was more familiar with them. It was likely that the two of them had some friction after that, but it wasn't a big deal. Although it seemed like they were creating trouble for each other, it was also a form of communication. That was the truth. At the end of September, Boss Huang and Officer Liao were invited to the wedding of someone they knew. Boss Huang and Officer Liao sat at the same table, and they had a drinking contest. Officer Liao lost, and was tricked by Boss Huang and a few other older men into making a fool out of himself. Officer Liao remembered these old men, and would cause them trouble whenever he was free. It was the same this time. Officer Liao knew that Boss Huang did not like to be disturbed at night, but he still called Boss Huang and asked him to come over. Lu Ba wanted to know something from the mole, and as a folk artist, Boss Huang obviously had the ability to make the mole talk. Initially, Lu Ba was wondering how much Boss Huang would ask for, but to her surprise, Boss Huang did not. Boss Huang looked at Zheng Tan and said, "I'll let it go this time. We're even. Don't bring anyone over at night next time, and next time, I'll charge you. No discounts." An hour later, Lu Ba was kicked out of the door with the recorded information. At the same time, the mole who had fainted was thrown out of the door. Zheng Tan consciously went out before the weasel boss kicked him out. Boss Huang's temper was really bad at night. Zheng Tan asked Lu Ba to call Jiao Pa and tell him that he would not be going back at night. After leaving Boss Huang's place, Zheng Tan followed Lu Ba to Jin Gui's place, which was Jin Gui's nest. "I didn't expect you to know so many capable people," Lu Ba said as she glanced at the cat in the passenger seat. Whether it was Officer Liao or Boss Huang, they were a special kind of people. They had unique skills, but they did not show it. Even Lu Ba had never heard of them after staying in Chuhua for so long. When she was interrogating the mole, Lu Ba thought that Boss Huang would show her some unique skills, but to her surprise, Boss Huang did not do anything. He just sat there with a cigarette in his mouth. Lu Ba did not see anything from his 2 or 3 simple movements. It looked like he was just looking at the mole, before he sat back down with a cup of tea. Other than that, Boss Huang just sat there and interrogated the mole. Lu Ba was impressed. At the same time, she thought that if she had the chance in the future, she should hang out with these 2 more. This was also the biggest reward she got from this incident. It was not a loss. Lu Ba thought to herself. The information she got from the mole was not much, but it was very useful. Even though the mole did not directly participate in the orchid theft, he helped Lu Ba get a car and a few license plates. One of the license plates was the one given by Lord Kuan. Those who stole the orchid had changed their car midway, and the new car was obtained by the mole. By tracking the car and the license plates, Lu Ba should be able to get a general idea of the thieves' driving route in the province. However, Lu Ba did not plan to track them across provinces, because she did not have the energy. Instead, she sorted out the information she got and sent it to the person in charge of the task force. After the orchid theft, due to the huge impact, the Municipal Public Security Bureau set up a task force to solve the case within a time limit. A large number of police officers and joint defense team members were deployed to conduct a net-like investigation of suspicious people passing through the area. Lu Ba believed that the police should have found some clues, but the information she had would only speed up the progress of the case. She believed that the information would make things easier for the task force leader. After all, it was a case within a time limit. If he could solve it, he would be promoted. If he could not, his position would be in danger. Recently, the task force leader was indeed worried about the slow progress of the case. 2 key figures had not been found. After receiving the email from Lu Ba, he followed the instructions in the email and found the mole, who had been thrown into a coma in an underground parking lot. The task force leader wanted to know who sent the email, but the email was anonymous. The sender had also covered up the email, so he could not find the correct IP. There was also a sentence in the email: "Don't ask me who I am. I am Lei Feng Miao." The task force leader stared at the last word Miao for a minute. If it were not for the urgency of the matter, and he was busy solving the case, he would have studied it for a longer time. What kind of person was the sender? How old was the sender? This was the question that had been lingering in the mind of the task force leader. When Lu Ba sent the email, Zheng Tan was next to her. After seeing what Lu Ba sent, Zheng Tan's beard trembled a few times. He remembered that when he had returned the diamonds, he had written "red scarf" on the sesame seed cake bag. Sure enough, he was not the only one who did such a funny thing. Early the next morning, when the Jiao family woke up, Zheng Tan went back and knocked on the door. He had to show his face before the Jiao family went out. Otherwise, the Jiao family would be worried. Sure enough, after seeing Zheng Tan, Jiao Ma felt more at ease. Although the Jiao Pa and little Pomelo did not say anything, Zheng Tan felt that the two of them felt the same as Jiao Ma. After following the Jiao Pa to the canteen for breakfast, Zheng Tan went to Old Man Lan's house to visit him. Old Man Lan was still not in good spirits. He had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. At his age, a small illness could cause a series of adverse reactions. If this continued, he did not know what would happen. Grandma Zhai was very worried. She comforted him every day. Old Man Lan's sons and grandsons often came to comfort him. In fact, Zheng Tan thought that if the orchids could not be found, he would find a chance to dig up a few more. However, according to Grandma Zhai's words, Old Man Lan was stubborn again. The orchids he dug up were not as good as the one that was lost. The first pot was always the best. Its position in Old Man Lan's heart was irreplaceable. The task force sent back the news in mid-November. They found the pot of orchids at the border of Dian province. It was said that 70% of the criminal cases handled by the Public Security Bureau in a county in Dian province were about the theft of orchids. There were many experts in raising and stealing orchids there. When the task force found the pot of orchids, they also saw the 2 experts who were missing. As Poker King expected, the 2 experts were hired to take care of the orchids with a high salary. It was said that they were going to take care of the orchids and ship them out of the country. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted. As for the bidder in the black market, it was said that he was abroad. It was not easy to find out. As for whether this was true or not, let's not talk about it for now. To Old Man Lan, finding the orchids was the best consolation. When the orchids were shipped back, Old Man Lan was supported by Grandma Zhai. He trembled as he walked over. When he saw the pot of orchids that were still in full bloom, tears flowed down his face. After that, Old Man Lan slept soundly for a day and a night. After that, he began to feel better. Mood had a direct impact on one's condition. After the orchids were found, Old Man Lan's recovery was gratifying. As soon as the old man recovered, he found someone to rebuild the small flower bed. Old Man Lan implemented a series of anti-theft measures in the small flower bed. He found a few professionals who were on good terms with him to help. He used steel bars, iron nets, and anti-theft doors to reinforce the flower shed in the flower bed. He also installed automatic alarms, high-voltage pulse power grids, TV surveillance and video systems, and hired people to guard it. The school security office and some people from the logistics department nearby worked together to defend it. The school fully cooperated. In addition to these, Old Man Lon also had an idea. He wanted to raise a dog. Electronic devices were not completely reliable. Just like in the botanical garden, weren't there all kinds of electronic anti-theft measures? Wasn't it still tampered with? Therefore, Old Man Lon planned to use a multi-pronged approach. In the future, he would raise more orchids. Old Man Lon was confident that he could raise more high-quality orchids. The anti-theft measures must be done well. Since he had decided to raise a dog, Old Man Lon encountered another problem. He only knew about flowers and plants. He didn't know much about dogs. Usually, he only saw a few dogs in the courtyard. However, when it came to guarding Sahara, who was always out of bed, and the good-tempered St. Bernard's little flower were definitely not good enough. Could he find a dog like Niu Zhuang? However, he heard that that dog was not easy to train. Moreover, it was a little too fierce. Although the small flower bed had to be guarded against thieves, there were often people who came to visit. What if it accidentally bit someone? Recently, there were many people who gave Old Man Lon ideas. Because there were so many suggestions, Old Man Lon didn't know who to listen to. Therefore, one day, when Zheng Tan went out for a walk, he was stopped by Old Man Lon, who came back from a walk.